Well, here we go. Training Ground 56. It was built during the Third Shinobi War. It was developed so that Konoha nins could practice fighting against the coastline. They put a forest all around and rivers in some places. It was a spectacular piece of work. The only problem is that they had to move it very far from the village since the rivers had to be quite large. It was so far that not many people went there. Many didn't want to travel that far just to practice and would rather stick to the training grounds closer to the village. For a long time it was empty. Well, until now. Damn him. That fucking LOW life son of a bitch, Naruto screamed in the woods as he raged in his self-pity. Naruto screamed to the skies as if to curse Kami, but rather he cursed a human. That fucking bastard, some sensei he is. Yeah, I have to train Sasuke, damn it, favoritism. And what he passes me off to some damn closet pervert. That bastard, he doesn't even bother to give me a good job or even give me a hint into beating Neji. Naruto kicked a stone on the ground. Naruto Uzumaki was a peculiar person. Being the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, a user of Kenjutsu, among other things. He was not at all a normal person. His happy, hyperactive, unobservant, tactless persona that was all made up. His loud, brash personality to catch people off guard. Even his jumpsuit was just a means to accommodate his persona of an unintelligent, hyperactive, and overall useless shinobi. Yep, Naruto did all this because it was necessary. Why? To ensure that he would have a trump card. At first, he never really did know why people hated him. What he did know was that he needed to protect himself. What better than deception? By lying to everyone, he could save his true observation, save his true nature for when the time came. Of course, there were some parts that he showed that were true. His attitude to be hard-headed and see things through that was still there. His promise to protect the ones he cherished that was there as well. He even still wanted to be Hokage. Why do they all treat me like trash? I worked my ass off to be here. Naruto clutched his head as he fell to the ground. Anger, he felt rage, anger, he wanted to beat something senseless, destroy something. No, he did not want to kill someone, he wanted justice. Yes, justice. He wanted justice. Naruto looked up and time slowed. Everything came to a halt. The world became sharper, definite, and alive. Naruto felt like he could see. Feel everything that was going on. Naruto shot forward at a thick patch of trees that was near the river. Naruto struck against the thick trunk of a tree. His fist impacted, or what it looked like it impacted. Naruto's fist drilled into the tree. But Naruto did not stop there. He moved forward, punching, and punching. He broke through the patch with trees faster than 30 loggers could. He reached the edge of the water, breathing slowly. He did not realize what he had just done. He did not realize the power he was slowly gaining. Naruto walked to the edge of the river and looked down. What he saw shocked him. His eyes were different. They were not blue like normal. They were not red like the Kyuubi's chakra. They were gold. Suddenly, his new golden eyes faded into his regular blue and his body felt tired. Oh, so tired. Naruto dropped to his knees and panted. What was that? My eyes were gold. What did I do? Naruto turned around and his eyes widened as he saw the havoc and destruction he had caused. Did I do that? Naruto got up shakily and walked towards the broken trees. He knelt down and looked at one of the sizzling holes he had made when he went berserk. Naruto reached forward and touched one of the holes. Immediately he brought back his hand. It was burning hot. Naruto fell on his butt thinking what just happened. He had just broke 50 trees in a matter of seconds. There was no way this could be possible on his own. Kyuubi's chakra? No, his eyes would have been red. Then it had to be something else. Then what caused the holes in the trees? They were perfectly circular. It was as if something had formed over Naruto's hand like a glove. Naruto sat on his butt thinking about what he had just done for 20 minutes. Reviewing everything, or at least trying to, him felt his world slow down. It was as if he had slowed down time. But that wasn't right, he just reacted faster. Naruto sighed, he was getting nowhere. Naruto sighed. He had 4 hours left before he should turn in and get ready for tomorrow with the stupid closet pervert. Naruto sighed. Damn it, that fucking Kakashi. Naruto looked up at the sky. You know, one of these days I'll show everyone what the right thing to do is. Naruto suddenly felt something burst inside him. like liquid water running down a stream or fire spreading through a forest, felt energy burst in him. This feeling, yes, this is it. Naruto stood up and looked at his hands. He felt like he could do anything. Naruto looked up and saw a falling leaf. It was slow, very slow. Naruto reached out with his hands to catch it. As it was about to land on his hand, it was suddenly ripped to shreds. Naruto's eyes widened. What the? Naruto blinked. This meant that something was covering his hands, but what? Naruto stepped forward to one of the fallen trees and placed his hands. As if like magic, as Naruto reached to touch the tree was being cut into tiny little cuts like a drill. So my chakra, or whatever this is making invisible gloves around my hand that cut incredibly fast. Cutting? Irika-sensei said something about cutting elemental chakra? But what was it? Naruto sighed as he looked down. Back to square one. I should test out the limits. Naruto lifted his head up and looked around. Okay, let's see if I punch in mid-air. Naruto faced a tree about 5 meters away. He took a deep breath, took one step forward, and punched while sending chakra through his arm. Without even touching the tree, he repeated the process as if he had punched it up close. So it also does range. How about slashing? Naruto repeated the process on another tree and once again it was successful. Alright, I don't know what this ability is or the consequences of using it, but I know for a fact that I can use it to beat Neji. Now if I can do it with my arms, how about my legs? Naruto was about to lift his legs, when suddenly the energy left him and he fell to the ground. His body started shaking. It hurts. Naruto fell to the ground trembling. It felt as if all his muscles were being squeezed together and being stabbed. Continued like this for 3 minutes until finally the pain faded. Naruto lay on the ground panting, sweat pouring off him in buckets. Now I know the backfires. Naruto got up shakily once more and started walking home. He would experiment later. Next day. And so the training with Ebisu, the closet pervert, went. Naruto sighed and looked down at the water, getting ready to feel the pain. Gathering his chakra into his feet, Naruto kept a constant flow as he attempted to walk on the water. Key word being attempted here. And being in a hot spring, the water was really, really hot. Ack! Quickly jumping out, Naruto's clothes was soaked and you could literally see the steam rising of him. Why can't I get this? Naruto thought. Ever since he had been stabbed or something by that snake guy, he couldn't use his chakra correctly. It was as if something was turning his chakra the wrong way. Pressing on, Naruto continued to experiment in ways to stay on top of the water until he finally managed to keep one foot on the water without sinking or just dropping in on the first time. Moving from there, he attempted to take another step only for him to fall in again due to not adjusting the chakra correctly, or rather not being able to. Naruto sighed as he hoisted himself up on the stone street. I have to get this right. I have to prove to that so-called sensei that I can beat Neji. I can do this. Sealing his resolves, Naruto stood up once more. Putting his foot back out onto the water, his foot held firm. Attempting another step again, Naruto managed to put enough chakra to stay afloat, but as soon as he was fully on the water, his chakra fluctuated and he fell in. Crap, Naruto thought disdainfully. And this went on for about an hour, with Naruto attempting to take baby steps and him falling in. Pulling himself up, Naruto was about to attempt it again when he heard arguing a ways off. I will not allow any shameless acts in my presence, shouted his substitute teacher. Almost 2 seconds later, Naruto heard something being summoned and then someone being slammed into the ground pretty hard that Naruto felt sorry for that person. Naruto, wanting a break, decided to check it out. Naruto got up and made his way over to the ruckus. Naruto found what he was looking for not too far away. Around the corner, actually. Ebisu face down on the ground, presumably knocked out, and some old guy on a toad with long white hair, a weird leaf metal headband, and a large scroll on his back. Okay, as interesting and amusing it is to see Ebisu get thrashed, me needed him for my training. Naruto sighed as he walked up to the old man on the frog. Naruto, deciding to keep playing his annoying role of the idiot in orange, yelled on the top of his lungs, "Hey, pervert on the frog!" The so-called pervert face vaulted at that and returned the yell in louder voice. Who the hell are you calling a pervert, you brat? Naruto's eyebrow twitched. Oh, he is going down. Using the area to his advantage, Naruto shouted once more. The one who is peeping into women's baths, that's who. Hearing this, the women in the hot spring quickly covered themselves and ran out of the hot spring screaming about a pervert. Damn it. Why did you have to go and do that? You just ruined my research. Research? Naruto's gut dropped. He could feel where this was going. Reaching into his shirt pocket, he pulled out a book that Naruto seemed familiar to Naruto. With an orange cover and the title Ica Ica Paradise, he finally recalled where he had seen it. Naruto's eye twitched once more at the relation of the book to the damn scarecrow. Hey, that's the book stupid Kakashi-sensei always reads. Jiraiya took note of the sarcasm and tone used by Naruto when talking about Kakashi but brushed it off. With a pervert smile he said, "Ah, so you've met a fan of the novel. My book must be quite popular." "You mean you're the one who writes that?" Naruto mentally sighed, "Of course. Then again, why am I wasting my time here?" Deciding to amuse the kid, Jiraiya chose his idiotic, fancy, and purely original way of introducing himself. "I am Mayuboku Mountain's monk of the frog spirits, also known as the Toad Sage, otherwise known as Jiraiya of the Sannin." At the end, he finishing his introduction with a ridiculous pose on top of the toad's head. A sweat drop forming on Naruto's head. But then Naruto recognizes the name of Sannin. Okay, never mind, my luck is still in play. Now how do I convince this guy to train me? Naruto once again decided to use his idiotic persona to do the trick. "Okay, so you're the Toad Sage now, will you help me train or not?" Giving Naruto a critical eye, he then gives him his response. "This is his kid. I owe him one for not being there for him. I guess I can. But I can't make it look too easy. And what would I get in return for this?" Inwardly sighing, Naruto thought about it for a minute until he came up with an idea. "Perverts will be perverts. And dear Kami, why do I have to do this?" Putting his hands into one of his favorite hand signs, he calls out, "Sexy no jutsu." In a puff of smoke appears one of Naruto's original jutsu for dealing with perverts. Naruto was surprised by Jiraiya's reaction. "All right, you have got a deal," Jiraiya yelled, holding up 2 thumbs up. "Now this is payment." Naruto's sweat dropped at this, again, and mentally gave a really heavy sigh. But he didn't really care as long as the Sannin agreed to train him. Although there is one condition to this agreement. Turning around, pushing his fingers together, and giggling like a schoolgirl, Jiraiya said his condition. "You have to stay like that when you are around me." Puffing out of his form in anger, Naruto glared at the old man. Naruto raged inwardly and outwardly, "Damn perverts. I knew it. You are a pervert. I am not just any old pervert. I'm a super pervert." Sighing at his future teacher, Naruto gave Jiraiya a blank look. "At least he agreed to train me." "So are you going to train me or not?" Naruto asked with an annoyed tone. Sighing in defeat, the Sannin finally dropped his side of the argument. "Okay, that's settled, let's see what this kid can do." "Fine kid, I'll oversee your training and help you as I am able." Grinning from ear to ear, Naruto cheered out loud and he went to continue his training. "Finally, I can start working. But we are gonna move to a better location for your training," Jiraiya said. "This place is too packed for the training I am going to give him." Naruto smirked. "I know just the place." After several minutes, Naruto reached training ground 56. Jiraiya looked around and whistled at the destruction. "Wow, someone did a number on this place." Jiraiya looked at one of the felled trees and bent down. "This feeling. Is this wind chakra?" Pushing the thoughts for later investigation, Jiraiya called out to Naruto. "Okay, brat, get back to your water walking and I will point out what I can." Taking a seat down further away from the river, Naruto once again tried it with a tired mental sigh. "Hello, water," and then he fell in. Again, Naruto pulled himself onto land and took off his jacket and shirt. It was getting heavy and very annoying. After a while, Naruto decided to leak some intel onto why he was having this problem. If this Sannin lives up to his name, he'll know how to fix this problem. Damn it, I can't even control my chakra anymore. Fucking snake bastard. Jiraiya perked up as shivers went down his spine. Orochimaru? That's not good. Snake guy. Naruto nodded, mentally cheering. Good, I got his attention. Yeah, his skin was pale white and his eyes were yellow and he had long black hair. Orochimaru it is. Walking over to Naruto, he stood over him and looked down at him. What did he do to you? Naruto shrugged. I was fighting him in the forest, and he sort of grabbed me and stabbed me in the gut. Jiraiya's eyes widened ever so slightly. Tampering with Kyuubi's seal. I'll have to take a look. Hey kid, I want you to channel your chakra again, but this time hold it, and don't step onto the water. Pretending to be confused by the request but not looking to disobey the Sannin, Naruto began to channel his chakra. Jiraiya watched Naruto's stomach. So this is the Kyuubi's seal. First time I've seen it in person. Wait, what is this? The 5-prong seal. On the even seal makes an influx blocking chakra from correctly moving. No wonder this kid can't control his chakra. Jiraiya sighed. Okay kid, I'll fix you up. Close your eyes and get ready for pain. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Jiraiya, not waiting for Naruto, slammed his fist into Naruto's stomach. Naruto coughed. OWW, that hurt. Naruto doubled over on the ground and gasped for air. Jiraiya stepped back and nodded. That should do it. Naruto looked up and glared. Playing his part, Naruto yelled out, "What was that?" Jiraiya rolled his eyes. Just do the water walking exercise again. Naruto stood up angrily, but mentally he was grateful to the Sannin for alleviating his problem. Naruto could fully feel his chakra again. But for some reason it felt different. It was as if the chakra was supercharged. Felt so powerful, as if he could blow up all of Konoha with it. Naruto breathed slowly in and out and then stepped onto the water. Sure enough, he got it down. Yes. Naruto turned around and gave Jiraiya the thumbs up, saying, "Thanks, pervert." Jiraiya's eyebrow twitched. "Shut up, brat." Okay, well, whatever boy, keep up your training until you can't walk on water without falling, and maybe I'll teach you a cool jutsu. Good, he got it down. Maybe, just maybe, he can surpass you, Minato. Motivated at the prospect of learning something new, Naruto stepped onto the water once again and let his chakra stream out. But this time, instead of just letting his chakra just sit there, Naruto tried lowering the amount of chakra he used. At first he almost fell in, but when Naruto accidentally placed his chakra in certain places, he found out he stood afloat. Interested, Naruto decided to lower his chakra usage while at the same time test out different places of placing his chakra. Slowly but surely Naruto felt himself use less chakra to keep him afloat. After an hour and a half, Naruto's chakra gave in and Naruto fell in the water panting. Jiraiya smirked as he watched Naruto climb up the side and onto dry grass. Jiraiya stood over Naruto and hoisted him up. Okay, brat, time for the technique. Naruto nodded tiredly. I better pay attention. All right. Jiraiya hoisted up a summoning contract and explained him the basics of it. Naruto listened thoroughly, repeating it to himself to ensure that he got it correctly. Naruto sighed as he searched for usable chakra. I can't use this technique if I don't have any chakra. Wait a minute. What about that? Naruto thought about using his newfound ability. Maybe it was like a bolster that provided him chakra. No. Jiraiya is watching me, I can't. Another source. Another source? Oh, I see. Naruto looked up briefly at Jiraiya and back down at the summoning contract, his eyes widening at his realization. He wants me to use the Kyuubi's chakra. Jiraiya looked at Naruto and smirked as he saw the epiphany look Naruto had on his face. So he figured what I wanted him to do. Naruto stood up and took a deep breath. In his head, he mentally cried out, "Give me chakra, you fucking fox." 1 second passed by. 3 seconds passed by. Then Naruto felt a sudden rush of energy. Naruto noticed something as he was getting the energy. It felt similar to feeling he got from his new ability. Did this mean that his ability came from demon chakra? No. As Naruto felt the Kyuubi's chakra, this chakra was too malevolent, too wild for it to be the chakra he had felt earlier. Naruto pushed his thoughts for another time and went through the hand seals. Later, Naruto lay in his apartment and sighed. Okay, the Toad Boss will help me. So that's a bonus, but what about this feeling? Naruto raised his hand and looked at it. The moonlight shone on it. I know it's not the Kyuubi's chakra because it feels too different. Naruto sighed. There was only one place to go. The library.
Nin librare.
Naruto quietly crept into the Nin section of the library and looked around. He needed to find something on elemental chakra. If the chakra that came bursted into him was elemental chakra, then he would have to investigate. Well, forbidden things call for forbidden action. Naruto put his hands into a familiar hand seal. Kagebunshin no Jutsu. A few pops later and 10 Narutos appeared. Moving quickly, each of the Narutos moved to a different section and started searching for scrolls or books on elemental chakra or something similar. Naruto does know that Kagebunshin does save memories. After 3 hours, the original Naruto went back to his apartment. Only then did he allow his Kagebunshin to dispel. As predicted, Naruto fell onto his bed, out cold from the heavy process of information. Next day, Naruto had talked to Jiraiya the day before and Jiraiya said he had to do something for 2 days so Naruto should practice on his own. I have 2.5 weeks left. I better make them count. Naruto thought. Naruto created 8 Kagebunshins and divided jobs among them. He had 4 Kagebunshins work on water walking, 2 Kagebunshins spar each other, while one observed their mistakes, and finally Naruto had 1 Kagebunshin enter the new state. Naruto watched as the Kagebunshin closed his eyes and concentrate. After half a minute, the Kagebunshin opened its eyes. Its eyes were golden. Naruto nodded, signaling that the Kagebunshin had indeed entered the state. Now then, if Kagebunshin can transfer information, can it transfer this? Naruto pondered the question for a while but finally decided that it was better to experiment. Dispel yourself, Naruto commanded. The Kagebunshin did so and suddenly Naruto felt the rush of entering the state. As he felt the world slow down and his energy rise, Naruto laughed. So it works. Naruto turned to the other Kagebunshins who were still diligently doing their assigned chores. It seemed that the state from a Kagebunshin only transfers to the original. Interesting. Naruto allowed the state to fade and his eyes turned back to blue. Naruto waited for the pain to come but it never did. What the? Then why did it do this? Was it because the state came from the Kagebunshin? Unlikely. Naruto's eyes widened. Of course, when Jiraiya undid whatever that snake bastard did onto his stomach. Did that mean he could use this form without repercussions? Naruto sighed. That was for a later time. Naruto sat against a tree and dispelled his Kagebunshins. Naruto winced at the stabbing pain on his head but quickly shrugged it off. Alright, I know that the state I go into creates wind chakra around my hands. I believe it speeds up my reaction. Sort of works like a chakra pill. But why? Naruto pondered the thought. The chakra felt more like the Kyuubi's but nothing like it. The Kyuubi's chakra was much more potent. Wait, that's it. If the chakra was more potent, then it would mean he could use a super small amount of chakra to power a larger jutsu. But how was this possible? He had never heard anything like this. It's like the RIC. Naruto's mind clicked and fit in the pieces. I know that the seal purifies the Kyuubi's chakra into my own. That is why I have a ridiculous store of energy. It takes out its malevolence. The demonic part of it. It doesn't take out its potency. The chakra I regularly use is my natural chakra. But I have an overabundance of that. The purified chakra that comes from the Kyuubi, I haven't touched that. I probably didn't know how. So if I'm correct, by entering this state I am accessing the purified chakra. Naruto thought over this theory. And the more he thought about it, the more it made sense. And Naruto paused, thinking about the incident in the Wave Country and the fight against Orochimaru. Because I am entering a state of heightened emotions, I access that chakra subconsciously creating. This. Naruto went over to the river and the smallest sliver of chakra he could cut down. He pushed the sliver of chakra into his feet and stepped onto the chakra. Naruto's eyes widened as he stopped onto the water without a problem. Not only was he stepping on the water like he did in his regular state, the water felt solid. Normally with his regular chakra he actively measured his chakra balance, but now he didn't even need to. The chakra went exactly where it needed to be. I am not forcing it to go there, so what is happening? Naruto took a couple more steps and then stepped off the water. Is my body subconsciously putting where the chakra needs to go? Deciding to experiment, Naruto stepped onto the water without pushing any chakra. Sure enough, he stood on it like he did on land. Amazing! Naruto looked down into his reflection and another question popped into his head. Then what about my eyes? Once again it was time to hit the scrolls. Naruto entered the library, this time a half an hour after everyone had left it. Naruto did not want to cause an overlord since he needed to think hard. Okay, first up, color septum. Naruto scourged the library on anything with color reference. He dug through several scrolls and finally he found the thing he needed. /N. Thank you, partner, for learning chemistry. Okay, so light is referred from how much energy is concentrated RO is there. The more energy, the closer the wavelengths are. And the closer the wavelengths, the different colors on the visible spectrum. Okay, blue is over there and red is over there. Then why is yellow over here? Of course, since the purified chakra is more closely related to the QB, it will have more energy than regular. That must mean that my purified chakra is going to my eyes, which is why it is changing colors. Naruto bit his lip. But what did that mean for him? Okay, review what I know. The purified chakra from the QB is accessed through heightened emotions. My body subconsciously calls it and puts it where it needs to go. My eyes turn yellow due to the chakra going into my eyes. Wait, my eyes? Of course, because my eyes are being infused with chakra. I can see things slower. Wait, no. Naruto paced across the library floor. Okay, why do I see things slower? I know that it has to do with chakra going in my eyes, but what does it do? Naruto sighed and looked up. And if sent by Kami, Naruto's eyes were attracted to a scroll called Reaction Time. Naruto mentally thanked Kami and grabbed the scroll, drinking in its contents. Naruto sat down and sighed as he tried to intake the information. Okay, so the chakra in my eyes help send signals to my brain faster than normal. Similar to the Sharingan but not white. I can't memorize things, so I can't copy ninjutsu. I probably still can't see Thorug Genjutsu. Damn it, that would have helped. Naruto got up and brushed his clothes. Okay, I know that my chakra is just raising my body's potential, but doesn't that mean my body will get used to running on that chakra? Naruto's reasoning was sound. If a person stayed on soldier pills too long, they would get addicted, which was why people used soldier pills sparingly since the properties were hard to wane off of. Think, Naruto, think. Why you are not addicted to it just yet? Naruto looked at his hands and the answer hit him like a ton of bricks. Of course, most of it's transferring into my natural elemental affinity. Wind chakra. This was the answer. He had figured it out. Naruto smirked as he thought about it. Okay, because I am using wind chakra, I need to know how to use wind jutsus, and Naruto looked around at the hundreds and hundreds of scrolls. What better place than the library? This time Naruto did create Kage Bunshins and had them scourge the area for anything related to wind. 2 days later, Naruto panted as he stood in the middle of the field. All around him were dozens and dozens of trees that were cut in many places. Naruto had practiced on them yesterday to master the basics of using wind. What interested Naruto was not the slicing and cutting of the wind, but what many wind masters could scarcely believe possible. Using wind to control pressure. Yes, it was amazing. Naruto had heard hints and pieces of it in the many scrolls his Kage Bunshin had read. Some of the experimenters of wind had tried to concentrate wind. They said that they were able to put high-pressure winds on certain areas, hence creating futon, great breakthrough, but that was not the point. One master even tried doing the opposite and releasing pressure. The result, he created a high-sped technique. Naruto already had 3 Kage Bunshins practicing that. The possibilities were endless. Naruto wanted to create thousands upon thousands of Kage Bunshin to start practicing, but if he did that, then he would be in a coma till the finals, and that was a no-no. Naruto settled for only 50 of them. He divvied up the work to 20 on the basics and the rest on different techniques. Interestingly enough, Naruto had created the trough for a new river. It was about 8 feet wide and 3 feet deep, and it reached for about 28 feet away. It's powerful, but it can't last far away since the compression needs to be continued. Naruto sighed as he bent down to examine his destruction. It's usuable. Why was Naruto creating such destructive techniques? To defeat Neji, that was easy now with his new state. Naruto was preparing for something else. Unlike most of his Genin class, Naruto could see tension. He understood why the Sound Nin tried to attack his team. He saw that the Sand Genin were far beyond Genin level, so what was the point of trying them out? It had to be much more than simply showing off. Plus, why send a mentally unstable kid to an ally's home? It was really suspicious. And with the appearance of Orochimaru, this made Naruto think, what the hell was going on? Simply put, Naruto already had a theory. On what was happening, he just needed confirmation. If his theory was wrong, then he could use the techniques against Gaara anyways, since they were extremely explosive. Naruto took a deep breath in and once again entered his state. Naruto opened his eyes and started feeling for threads of chakras. He needed these threads to control the wind, manipulate it to its will. Naruto paused for what seemed like hours but was only a second. Naruto pushed the pressure of the air away from his body. At first it felt like lifting a house, but slowly and surely he lifted it off himself. Almost there, Naruto thought. From the scrolls he had read, he had come to the conclusion that 2 inches away from the body was the optimum distance. As soon as estimated that the pressure was being held 2 inches away, Naruto decided to test out what would happen if he lifted air pressure. Naruto ran around the field, which was about 1 mile. In a minute, he moved so fast that a huge gust of wind followed. As Naruto stopped and looked at the swaying trees, Naruto's body shook with glee. With it, I can move at full potential. Naruto's eyes widened and he immediately turned and jumped at the sound. Naruto saw a familiar set of robes jump back quickly as Naruto struck the ground, using the wind to create induced pressure, making his punch so heavy that it made a 3-foot deep crater. Whoa! Brat, you got something interesting, Jiraiya said, smirking. Naruto stood up and glared at the man. How long have you been watching? Jiraiya smirked. Since you made the Kage Bunshins. Naruto glared even harder. Damn, I didn't even sense him. Naruto turned around. Fine. You can watch but don't interfere. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. OH, but don't you want help using your wind chakra? Naruto whipped around and ran at Jiraiya, who jumped back. Naruto growled at the man. How did you know? Jiraiya smirked. Because it's my affinity as well. It was Naruto's turn to raise an eyebrow. Okay. But do you even know what I'm doing? Jiraiya nodded. Pushing wind in multiple ways to manipulate atmospheric pressure. You could literally create a glove out of nothing and make it heavier than a 10-foot boulder. Naruto nodded. Jiraiya walked past Naruto and looked at the different Kage Bunshins diligently working on their tasks. Ignoring Jiraiya. What you have here is manipulating wind to create a bullet-type jutsu. Naruto nodded once more. I am already practicing them with Kage Bunshins. It is difficult to manipulate them and it takes time. But I believe that with time I can reproduce them easily. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. Big words. Naruto shrugged. If I put my mind to it. Jiraiya laughed. No, I meant big words from a stupid ninja like yourself. Naruto moved forward to punch Jiraiya, but the Sannin had already jumped out of the way. Jiraiya noticed one thing though. You aren't ready to control pressure completely, so you can't block physical things. Sure, you can create bullets, scythes, or even a good OL gravity pressure. Jiraiya pointed over to 5 Kage Bunshins, concentrating wine so hard that it was literally condensing the particles around it. But since you can't dodge a kunai without losing your balance, you suck. Naruto's eyebrow twitched. I can't help that, no one teaches me. Jiraiya's eyebrow also twitched. That's why I am offering Tio help you, brat. Naruto yelled back. Thank you, you idiot pervert. Jiraiya returned the favor. You're welcome, brat. They crossed their arms and looked in opposite directions. After a few seconds, they started laughing. Jiraiya was the first to stop. Okay, brat, let's start with blades. How many can you make? Day of the Chunin exams. Naruto sighed as he once again put on his orange jumpsuit and Konoha headband. As Naruto was zipping up his jacket, he looked at the scars on his neck and sighed. Flashback. To say there was quite a change to the training ground was a huge understatement. It looked like someone had taken a gigantic Hokage mountain-sized butcher knife and slashed and hacked their way through it. Afterwards, 42 hurricanes or more came rolling in and blew the trees every which way. And afterwards, several thousand flash floods came in, overflooding the river and making it impossible to know where the river ran before them. There were huge gash marks on the ground, so wide and deep they looked like a very narrow and miniature ditch. After a couple days, Naruto and Jiraiya threw out the acting and just worked. No more talking, no more bickering, no more nothing, just train and get the job done. You could say they bonded more closely this way. Jiraiya understood Naruto's drive and respected him for that. Naruto understood Jiraiya's vast experience and was humbled by it. They quickly gained even ground and expanded upon it. And so their relationship built around improving Naruto's skill, Of course, they had some fun jabs at each other's morale, but they were really focused. I am going to create a seal to store the heightened chakra into it. This will allow you to use the chakra without repercussions to your body. Jiraiya said, looking down at Naruto, who was doing handstand push-ups on his hands, his legs straight up in the air. Naruto bent his arms and held that position. What do you mean? I haven't felt any repercussions. Well, dash. Jiraiya cut him off. You felt immense pain everywhere on your body, as if it were on fire. Naruto pushed up, straightening his arms. How did he know? Yeah. But wasn't that the seal Orochimaru put on? Jiraiya sighed as he sat down on the ground. That was partly the reason, but trust me when I say this, I use a form similar to your golden eyes. While it does not come from a chakra I can easily call on, like you, it does raise the potency of my chakra by several times over. Naruto took a deep breath in and bent his arms again. So, what is the repercussion? Jiraiya sighed. Do you know about chakra withdrawal by the Akimichi? Naruto straightened his arms once again. No, what is it? It forces chakra to go to a purer state. It is a secret pill that serves to make chakra more enhanced by changing the body's chemistry. Could be seen like opening the chakra gates. Naruto paused midway as he was bending his arm. Opening the gates? I see. But that means, if I use my state too much, then my body will go through withdrawal since body isn't used to the chakra. Jiraiya shrugged. Yes and no. Over time your body will get used to it. But the downside is that sooner or later your regular chakra, well, you won't be able to use it anymore. Naruto froze. He pushed off the ground, flipped in the air, and gracefully landed on his feet. Naruto turned to Jiraiya questioningly. Why? It will be so unpurified. Well, that's not it. Okay, put it this way, your body will only use the purified chakra. Naruto looked down in deep thought. That still left a lot of questions open. Though his body did subconsciously cut down the chakra to a manageable size, it still wasted some. Could he raise his chakra control to a point where he could use it perfectly? No, that was too much to expect. That's where the seals come in. Naruto looked up. Jiraiya took out an ink and paintbrush. The seals will store the chakra and allow your body to handle both the chakras. Naruto's eyes widened. How? Jiraiya shook his head. I know you're smart, kid. You did just figure out your new ability by yourself, but sealing, it's way beyond your league right now. Maybe later, but first let me put it on you. Naruto relented and nodded. Let's do this. Later. Naruto woke up. His whole body was in pain. He didn't even try to open his eyes as his body seared with pain. It felt like 100,000 knives had been plugged into his body. Don't move, brat. Naruto opened his eyes painfully and looked to his left where the voice came from. Jiraiya was sitting over him, smoking from a pipe. Naruto reached for his throat. Did it work? Jiraiya scowled, and after a moment, sighed. No. Flashback end. Naruto rubbed the scars. They twitched off and on ever since they had healed. Jiraiya said that something about the purified chakra's activity with his body. Jiraiya actually explained it pretty well so that Naruto could understand it, or at least part of it. Jiraiya had theorized that the purified chakra was pooling into one area, and that area just needed to be confined and controlled, similar to a dam with a really big faucet. The only problem was, it wasn't the case. When Jiraiya had put the seal and started to activate it, Jiraiya immediately noticed something wrong and reversed it. Of course, the damage had been done and the purified chakra's momentum was lost, causing Naruto's system to go berserk as the regular chakra and purified chakra clashed like two opposing tsunamis. Jiraiya fought tooth and nail against Naruto's potent chakra for 2 hours, and it ripped through Naruto's body metaphorically and literally. It seemed that it was too late for the pool to be made. The purified chakra was already piggybacking all of Naruto's regular chakra. When Jiraiya tried to gather it, the purified chakra went the opposite way. That caused all sorts of problems that would have killed anyone other than Naruto. After that, Jiraiya told Naruto to never attempt any sealing. Jiraiya knew that Naruto was thinking about learning seals on his own, so Jiraiya had made Naruto swear an oath that he would not learn sealing without his help. Naruto accepted the oath and left the subject aside for a later date. Instead, Jiraiya drew up alternative plans for Naruto. Jiraiya said to save the purified chakra for the last and only use it as a last resort. Since the purified chakra had the capability to damage his body, it should be dealt with properly. Jiraiya even went so far to say that Naruto wouldn't even need it against Neji but probably Gaara. To that Naruto said, "Flashback. Cut the bullshit. I know about sand and sound invading," Naruto said, looking Jiraiya straight in the eye. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean? Is he bluffing or?" Naruto sighed. "Orochimaru came in and attacked us. I don't remember much about the encounter, but I do know that later the sound tried to kill us." Jiraiya was silent. "If you don't want to tell me, fine. But don't tell me that conserving my purified chakra is just to save for later in the fight. I know why you want me to save it." Jiraiya chuckled. "Damn brat. You are really smart. Like Minato. Could always tell what I was holding back." Naruto shrugged. "Now then, can you please tell me what you know? Or do I have to figure everything out for myself?" Jiraiya looked down at Naruto and nodded. "Here's what I know." Flashback end. Naruto had learned a lot. First, Jiraiya had one hell of a spy network. After Sandaime told him to come back, Jiraiya immediately called in contacts close by. They had all told him the same thing. Sound and Sand had allied and were preparing for something. Obviously this was going to be huge, and hidden alliances meant sneak attack in the shinobi world. Sandaime was already preparing for the imminent. "Ah! It's too early to go to the stadium," Naruto thought while taking his eyes off the mirror and past reminiscences. Naruto got up and walked down around. Many people were already at the stadium, so not many people were in the streets, or at least people who had time to recognize the Kyuubi brat. Naruto just lazed around. It would be an hour till he had to get to the stadium, and Naruto knew every back street there was, so it wouldn't be a problem for him to get there on time. Finally, Naruto wandered away to a very familiar training ground. Naruto sighed. It was still the same. The memorial to honor the dead, those 3 posts that people would get tied to. Pathetic. Naruto walked over to the post and looked at the one in the center. His post, the post he was tied to. It was ridiculous to think he had been tied to it, but hey, that was needed at the time, so be it. He needed to be an idiot. He needed to be a stupid, bratty kid who just yelled his lungs out and spouted out he was going to be the Hokage. That would be no more. Oh no, he would fuck that all away. Fuck being an idiot, that was the past, he needed to live. Fuck being a stupid, bratty kid, he wanted to prove himself, he was tired of people looking down at him. Of course, in this village where most of the population hates you, Naruto still knew that there were some people that believed in him. He wouldn't let them down. He wouldn't let Gigi down. He wouldn't let her down. She had watched to him and believed in him. Yeah, when people said he was a dead last, she silently hoped for his success. Yeah, it was good to have a person like her on his side. Even if she didn't express it directly, it was good to have her on his side. Unlike the rest of the villagers that hated him. The people who threw trash at him, the people who beat him up and called him a demon, these were the people who he would blow away. It was his life. He didn't care what the hell anyone thought of him. He would prove to them all. He was Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto bowed his head as if in silent prayer, vowing to let no one down. Naruto felt another, familiar presence behind him. Naruto turned around. "Hinata, I know you are there." Naruto heard a sudden eep. Naruto sighed. "Come out, Hinata." Hinata, slowly but surely, walked out towards Naruto. Hello Naruto-kun," Hinata said nervously, looking away and doing her ever-so-cute pose. Naruto smiled. "Thank you, Hinata." Hinata jolted as if she had been shocked by electricity. What do you mean, Naruto-kun?" Naruto just kept smiling. "I wanted to thank you for believing in me." Hinata started to turn red. It was nothing, Naruto-kun." Naruto chuckled. "It was more than nothing. At times I didn't believe in myself. And then I gained hope. Well, an inspiration about faith in people from you." Hinata looked down. I too got inspiration to you, Naruto. I watched you as you struggled. I really dash." Hinata stopped, suddenly shocked at what Naruto had done. Naruto had leaned forward and pecked her on the forehead. Hinata made a new shade of red and then fainted. Naruto caught her and gently placed her on the ground. Naruto put his hands in a familiar position. A Kagebunshin popped in and picked up Hinata. Naruto gave it its orders. Take her to the hospital. When you are sure she is safe, dispel yourself. The Kagebunshin nodded and jumped off. Naruto sighed and after a moment jumped off to the stadium. She will be safe now. I don't have to worry. And she won't have to see what I'm going to do. 10 minutes to the start of the finals. Genma looked at the lineup in front of him. Okay, let's see. We got a couple Konoha brats, some sand brats, and we still missing some people. Genma looked down at his sheet to confirm who was missing. The Uzumaki kid and the Uchiha kid. What to do? Sorry I'm late. Genma turned and looked behind him. It seemed the Uzumaki kid was here after all. Genma nodded. It's okay kid, you fine? Just go stand over there. The Uzumaki kid nodded. Genma felt something odd. Didn't they say he was some kind of hyperactive kid? This kid seems dull. It was indeed true. Naruto was not acting like his boisterous happy-go-lucky self. He was quieter for one, and his face did not hold a goofy smile but rather a serious and dead-on look. A determined face like always, but it held an edge to it as if to say, don't FNG mess with me. Shikamaru looked over to Naruto. The lazy side blew it off as determination and training. The genius side of him, well, he is definitely standing taller, isn't smiling, acting troublesome, interesting genjutsu. No wouldn't do that, traumatizing event. No would have mental and physical deficiency somewhere. Now what could be up? Shikamaru pondered the question but gave up for a later date. It was far too troublesome right now. A few more seconds. Genma waited while biting his senbon. Now then, I just hope these leaf genin can wear out those sand genin. I don't want to have to waste my time fighting some brats before I can help Hokage-sama. Genma looked up towards the Hokage who nodded. All right, Genma said in a loud voice. Let's begin. The crowd hushed, looking forward to the matches to come. Genma reached inside his shirt and pulled out his sheet. He flipped it open for the genins to see. This is the tournament list. Naruto's eyes widened slightly. That sound guy is missing from the sheet. Either resigned or dead. Did Gigi send Ambu to kill him? No, that would be too risky. Must have been an accidental or hushed-up killing by the same side. Or there would be a huge public fuck-up now. Naruto brushed the thoughts away. Less genins to kill then. Now then, Neji and Naruto stay here. Rest of ya, get up to the second floor. Genma jerked his thumb towards a tunnel way leading to the second floor. Naruto, deciding not to waste time, moved a couple paces back, away from Neji. Naruto faced Neji and waited for the signal. Now then, do I want to end this quick or do I fight him? On one hand, I can beat him easy and conserve chakra for later on. That would allow me to save normal chakra for a mass Kagebunshin and then use the purified state. You know, I should really get a name for that state. Anyways, okay, back to focus. If I beat Neji now, that'll make some people suspicious of me. Can't have that. Now, on the other hand, I could slowly and subtly beat Neji. Of course, that'll take more chakra, but then again, I can easily use him. My golden eyes state, yeah, that's a good name during the invasion. I'm gonna have to use it anyways to stop Hoka Dash. Naruto snapped out of his thoughts when he saw Neji charge. Dash, Naruto said while jumping back. Naruto turned his head towards Ganma and growled out, hey, did you even say start yet? Genma shrugged. Yeah kid, I did, you were in La La Land for a while. Naruto rolled his eyes and then turned his attention back to Neji. Old school it is then. Neji sneered at Naruto. You should give up. Fate has decreed that I shall win this battle. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Is fate your bitch or something? Neji blinked. Naruto shook his head. I mean seriously, fate tells me this, fate decided this. Man, do you have fate on a fucking payroll or something? Neji glared and charged, palms already charged with chakra. Naruto weaved through the many palm strikes. Neji was fast, but he was a snail compared to Jiraiya. Naruto ducked under a strike to his chest. He crouched low into a horse stance. This is an actual stance from Taekwondo, my partner told me, and used a jab to Neji's stomach. Neji flew back and hit the ground hard. Naruto smirked. Pretty slow there, maybe you should pay off some more god too. I think that'll be better against me since luck's on my side. Nay. Neji got up coughing. That last punch hurt, but he had taken worse from Gai-sensei. You arrogant fool. You cannot win against fate. Naruto rolled his eyes. Hypocrite, man oh man. Naruto looked down, scratching his head. How am I going to explain this to you? Naruto started walking forward towards Neji. Neji, suspicious, got into the Juken stance and waited for Naruto's approach. Naruto just kept walking, as if he didn't even notice Neji's aggression. Naruto walked closer and closer, until he was in perfect striking distance for Neji. Naruto sighed once more and said, "Fate is for those who are blind." Neji's face twisted in rage. He moved forward while calling out, 8 trigrams empty palm. Naruto smirked. Okay, concentrate chakra to your feet, and release and burst as you move your ankles. Naruto recalled the simple yet amazing technique made by a man that was called 9 Dragons. I will do a crossover later with the Breaker a manga. Please read the series, it is very good. As soon as Neji came in close ready to strike, Naruto had vanished as if into thin air. Neji already had the Byakugan up and ready, but he couldn't find Naruto anywhere. That only mean one thing. Neji spun around him and dodged the kunais that were speeding towards him. Wah, that's pretty good intuition there, Neji-kun, Naruto said while sitting on the branch in the air. Naruto was tossing a kunai in the air and catching it as it fell. Neji glared at Naruto to be directly in the back of his blind spot. That meant Naruto knew. But how? Naruto kept throwing the kunai up and kept on catching it. Neji-kun, let me tell you something. Neji cut him off. I do not need a lecture. You know nothing of pain. Naruto caught the knife and did not throw it up. Naruto's eyes narrowed and his voice became hard. Tell me what you know of pain. Neji complied. Neji spoke of being branded with the seal. He spoke of losing his father. All the time Naruto listened patiently. When Neji had finished, there was a hushed silence. Naruto sighed and jumped down from the tree. Naruto's hair was covering his eyes. You are right, that is pain. I will not deny you the right to call that pain. Losing a loved one, that hurts. Being branded inferior, that hurts also. But you are still far away from even be swallowing in self-pity. There are many out there. Naruto paused as his memories flashed through his mind. That have dealt with worse and got through. Naruto sighed for the last time. That is why you lose. Naruto vanished. Neji's eyes widened. Where is he? I can't see him. Behind, Neji tried to use Kaiten, but his body suddenly froze. He couldn't breathe. Why couldn't he breathe? There wasn't any air. He needed air. Shit, he was blacking out. Gasp. Air suddenly came back to Neji and Neji dropped down onto his knees and hands gasping. Naruto stood behind him looking down at him. Naruto closed his eyes and raised his hand and called out, flock of knives. Neji tried to stand up, but suddenly he felt something brush against his body. Felt weird, he felt light. It was as if he was really dehydrated. Neji looked down at his hands. There was cuts on them. Tiny little cuts that started to bleed red. How did he get those cuts? What happened to him? But fate. Neji fell to the ground, bleeding and unconscious. Naruto just stared at his opponent. As soon as he saw that cuts on Neji start to bleed, he yelled for medics. The medics rushed towards Neji as quickly as possible. They didn't even wait to bring him away as they immediately started treating Neji, trying to close some of the wounds. One of the medics called out, "He'll be fine, the cuts are very shallow but there's a lot of them." Only then did Naruto walk silently away to the tunnel. As soon as Naruto entered the tunnel, Naruto sat against the wall and fell on his butt. Naruto only hoped Neji could forgive him. He got so caught up in his rage. Naruto looked up at the ceiling and sighed. Only an hour or so till it started. Naruto got up and walked upstairs. The wind followed him. Naruto watched Shikamaru's match. Now that is what I call strategy. Naruto watched as the jacket expanded Shikamaru's shadow to force Temari around. Naruto watched as Shikamaru slowly but surely retracted his shadow and then, bang. A huge flash appeared over the whole stadium, blinding Temari. Naruto averted his eyes. Everyone else in the stands had looked directly into it and were now covering their eyes with their hands in pain. It would have been a very funny sight if anyone had seen it, but oh well. Anyways, the flashbang as Shikamaru's secret weapon, or well, his clan's secret weapon, blinded Temari and everyone else, while allowing him to expand his shadow and capture her. And so it went. Ha! Genma asked incredulously, his senbon threatening to fall from his loose lips. He looked as if he had been hit with a 3-ton pan on the head, and then a horde of hot-looking girls each took a turn kissing it. Or not, but that was what it looked like. He was in the middle of laughing at the same time, dazed. It kind of looked like he was constipated but was reading a funny comic. Wha, Temari stuttered, her eyes wide and her mouth dropped open in shock. Shikamaru was half tempted to tell her she'd catch flies if she didn't shut it. What did you say? That's right. You heard me, Shikamaru said lazily. I quit. It was fun and all, but this wouldn't last much longer anyway. I'm almost out of chakra. In fact, I think I've got enough to hold this for another 10 seconds. Tops. I thought up 540 possible ways to finish this, but none of them would work. What? Temari asked, still dumbfounded. You mean that, after all that talk about not losing to a girl, and after all the trouble you gave me, you're forfeiting? What the hell was wrong with this guy? She had never met such a friggin' lazy guy like him. Must I repeat myself? Shikamaru retorted rudely, his shadow retracting from her form. There, you happy? I couldn't fight back even if I wanted to. You win. Shikamaru rolled his eyes, and then proceeded to stare at Ganma, who was still trying to figure out what the hell had happened. Genma started slowly, as if the words refused to leave his lips. His eyes were still wide as he continued, trying to force the next phrase into the air. Winner, Temari. Naruto chuckled at Shikamaru. He had plenty of chakra left. Naruto knew for a fact that Shikamaru was bluffing about his chakra. Of course, there was the question why. If Naruto had to guess, it would be to conserve chakra for a battle up ahead. Damn, I am lucky I have him on my side, Naruto thought with satisfaction. Now then, where is that fucking sensei and Sasuke? Everyone tensed as a whirlwind exploded a few feet from Shikamaru, kicking up a thin cloud of dust. Leaves that had not been there before danced about the high-speed winds, some crumpling under the pressure. In a quick burst, the winds dissipated, revealing 2 figures back to back as the leaves slowly fell to earth. The first person was tall, nearly twice as much so as his shorter companion. He wore navy blue under a green flak jacket, a mask hiding most of his face. A Konoha Hittite was slung over his left eye, hiding the socket beneath. His light gray hair spiked up, as if defying the laws of gravity. One of his hand was snugly held in his pocket. The other one tightly held a very familiar orange book. The second person, well, boy, was no more than 13 or 14 at best. His bangs were long and parted to frame his face, easily reaching to the very edge of his jawbone. His dark eyes were observant, flickering about the stadium as a small smirk quirked at the right side of his lips. His raven black hair spiked backwards at the back of his head, kind of like the hind end of a chicken. He wore a black shirt and had several bandages around his arm and his leg. It seemed he had done some serious training in the last month. Naruto sighed. Well then, it's almost time to get the show on the road. Flashback. How are we going to counter it? Naruto asked, staring at Jiraiya intently. Well, he was staring at him upside down. Naruto was placing his hands on the ground and using the wind to hold him steady. It had only been a minute and Naruto could feel the constraints of the chakra getting to him. It wasn't that he was running out of chakra, but more of the fact that controlling the wind chakra to exactly 1 centimeter from the ground constantly from your hands is very, very difficult. Jiraiya scratched the back of his head. Like I told you, Sensei is taking care of the coordination of the village, but that is not I am worried about. Naruto fell down. He lost grip of the wind and it flew from under him. Damn it, Naruto cursed, that was the 5th time he had tired it, and he was still not getting any closer than he had first started. Naruto rolled onto his back and looked over at Jiraiya from his position. What are you worried about then? Jiraiya paused and then opened his mouth. Flashback cut. The younger of the 2 figures looked up, his expression remaining mostly neutral at the blonde. Naruto understood that Sasuke held no hard feeling against him. No, not even hard feelings. Naruto believed Sasuke held Naruto as a friend. Naruto respected that. Naruto was not that blind to hold grudges. Though he was still miffed about Kakashi not training him, he understood that he benefited from training with Jiraiya much more and Sasuke gained stuff from Kakashi. Naruto nodded to Sasuke, giving a small smile. Sasuke gave a small smile back. It was a message of rivalry and of friendship. Feeling a pair of eyes on the back of his head, Sasuke turned slightly to look behind him. Gaara's imposing figure stood in the stands, his eyes stony and dark, as if he were staring at his next prey. Naruto's eyes narrowed. Jiraiya had warned him about this guy. If he were to fight him, go Golden Eyes automatically. Jiraiya said with the Golden Eyes Naruto was easily Jounin material. Of course Naruto lacked the experience and the tactics of a Jounin. Naruto could easily make that up with his creativeness and his diverse and extremely destructive yet precise wind techniques. That reminds me, I still have to work on creating. Naruto's thoughts trailed off into a special little technique that would require tons times tons squared of calculations. But that was besides the point. Naruto just needed to bid his time until he could start their plan. Sasuke flinched for a second as Gaara's face split into an evil and maniacal grin, one that threatened to crack his head in half. Sasuke took a deep breath and he repressed a shiver. This guy was beyond creepy, but he knew that this crazy guy in front of him was strong. An opponent that would drive him to his limits. After this challenge, he would fight Naruto. Sorry, Kakashi addressed the examiner, scratching the back of his head sheepishly. We got kind of sidetracked. He's not disqualified, is he? Genma rolled his eyes. The Hokage decided to extend the time. Kakashi smiled. Thanks. Naruto sighed as he looked down at scene play out in front of him. Genma looked at the two competitors with amusement. This was probably the match for the tournament. Begin. Sand busted out of Gaara's peanut-shaped gourd, like a snake that was finally free of its prison. Sasuke immediately jumped back. He would be watching what his opponent would do from afar. He had heard what happened to Lee. This guy would be dangerous to take lightly and without any planning. Essentially, other than sand manipulation, the rest of his opponent's skills were a mystery to him. Ugh! Gaara grasped his head in pain, muttering, "Don't be so angry, Kasan. That blood I gave you earlier, it was disgusting, but I promise, this blood will be so much better." What the? Sasuke's eyes widened slightly. What the hell is he talking about? This guy is insane. As if the pain was a passing thought, the sand was once again moving in the calm facade it had originally started in. Gaara's empty teal eyes glaring at him from rings of black. It was like staring the devil's eyes. The redhead's brow furrowed as his lips drew tight. His arms folded in his typical fashion. The sand was calm, floating around the boy smoothly. It formed a perfect circle around him. "Come," Gaara uttered lowly, his voice dangerous. Sasuke noticed that the sand was subtly twitching as if calling for blood. In a blur, Sasuke dashed towards his opponent, kicking up a trail of dust as he moved. Naruto's eyes widened as he saw Sasuke move in. Is he crazy? He'll be killed. Sasuke flung two shuriken, watching as the sand automatically rose up and grabbed them out of the air. There's that automatic sand response Kakashi told me about. Sasuke glared at the sand as it started to rise. The sand morphed into a copy of Gaara, glaring at him with the two shuriken grasped in its fingers. It exploded outwards and Sasuke leapt up, tossing two more of the throwing stars as the Gaara clone tried to use his previous ones against him. They collided with each other and fell to the ground. Sasuke landed, punching a hole through the doppelganger, the sand grasping at his wrist. He brought his other hand up in a palm strike, blasting the sand clone's head to bits. He rushed forwards again, aiming a punch at the redhead's face. The sand rose to block, but Sasuke vanished, reappearing behind Gaara. To his opponent's shock, he landed a solid punch on the Suna shinobi's left cheek, sending him flying. The sand formed a cushion for Gaara, standing him back up as it repaired the damaged section of sand armor. "That speed," Guy remarked in surprise. He turned to his eternal rival, "Kakashi-san, you?" "I did," Kakashi nodded. "I focused on the fight happening below. I had him imagine how Lee would fight and copy it. Needless to say, he picked it up quite well." "I see," Guy said seriously. "But you do realize that pure taijutsu won't be enough for this, don't you? Even my brilliant pupil couldn't beat Gaara-san with taijutsu alone." "Taijutsu isn't all I taught him," Kakashi remarked lightly, revealing no secrets. Sasuke-kun and I are very similar people. Guy looked down at the scene, his mind working on what Kakashi could mean. In a blur, Sasuke was upon him again, landing another punch. It hit and he continued, lifting himself and Gaara into the air as he went. A second punch, an elbow to the gut, a knee to the solar plexus, and a palm strike to the left chest. Sasuke jumped back to avoid another sand swarm attack. He moved around and behind Gaara. Sasuke swung his leg out to strike Gaara, but all of a sudden Gaara's sand armor reached out and grabbed his leg. Sasuke's eyes widened as suddenly a huge mess of sanded shot upwards and struck downwards in a huge wave. Sasuke quickly took out a kunai and slashed the sand, freeing his leg. Sasuke jumped back and the sand crashed into the ground harmlessly. Gaara turned around slowly. The sand swirled, forming an orb around him as he moved his hands into a single seal. There were several surprised gasps in the crowd, mainly from the team of sand ninja that Gaara called comrades. That alone drew Naruto's attention as an ominous feeling settled into his stomach. Jin, Saru, Hibi, Saru, Gaara chanted within the orb, hands locked in a hand seal. Sand trickled upward and formed an eyeball that stared out at Sasuke. Jin, Saru, Tori, Tatsu. Sasuke scowled, glaring at the orb in front of him. This could create some problems. He had no idea what Gaara could be doing inside there, nor could he find out what the orb of sand could do. Being smart, Sasuke decided to test what the sand could do against an attack. He tossed a shuriken towards his foe, watching as a spike of sand shot out from the sphere and destroyed the small throwing weapon easily. His scowl deepening, Sasuke dashed towards the orb with a frontal charge. Blood trickled down Sasuke's cheek, fist, and left leg, spikes of sand protruding from the orb, just barely having missed impaling him. He had come far too close to losing a body part there, and he would have if it hadn't been for his Sharingan. He jumped backwards, doing several flips. Sasuke kept moving backwards until he attached himself onto the arena wall so he could have a clear view of the field. I guess I have to use that technique, Sasuke told himself. Kakashi warned me to only use that as a last resort. Damn, there is no other way. Chidori it is, then. Reassuring himself that it was the right choice to do, Sasuke flashed through 3 quick hand seals, bracing his left arm with his right hand. Chakra gathered, quickly turning into a blue lightning that fizzled loudly. The sound of 1,000 birds chirping filled the area as Sasuke crouched on the wall, prepared to make a fast dash. Guy turned to Kakashi in shock. Kakashi-san, you didn't. I told you, Guy-san, Kakashi said in a firm monotone. Sasuke-kun and I are very similar people. But Kakashi-san, that jutsu? The green-clad man asked seriously. Kakashi nodded, never taking his eyes off the match. It was the only way I could think of that would get through that boy's sand defense. He replied. Now Sakura, Ino, and all the other genin around them were looking at the two jounin. Still, Guy continued, it isn't something to teach a genin, he said, a frown marring his face. Kakashi glanced at him in annoyance. And that thing you taught Lee wasn't? He said irritably. Guy got a pained look on his face and said no more. What jutsu, Kakashi-sensei? Asked Sakura. Kakashi just looked at the girl and gave her one of his smile. Things, just wait and see, Sakura, he said, then turned his attention back to the match as did all the genin. Naruto's eyes widened as he looked at the technique. High concentration of chakra in the form of lightning chakra. What the hell did he practice electric manipulation also? Naruto gritted his teeth. Just when he thought he had an advantage, it was killed off already. This is true for Kishimoto's way for Naruto. Then, to the eyes of the roaring crowd, Sasuke became a blur as he ran full speed down the wall, a trail of destruction left in his wake. As he hit the ground, he continued forward, kicking up a cloud of dust and debris. The crowd roared even louder as Sasuke closed in on his opponent, his Sharingan allowing him to dodge the spikes that shot towards him. With only a fraction of resistance, Sasuke's hand cut through the barrier of sand surrounding Gaara, passing quickly through the sphere and striking the red-haired boy within. All was quiet as the crowd waited with bated breath for the result to show itself. What's this? This warm moisture? Gaara's voice asked, confusion and fear running rampant. Blood? Is this my blood? An ear-splitting shriek rent the air, the cry of a dying man. Naruto winced at the noise. Has he ever seen his blood? Naruto thought with disbelief. Naruto's eyes widened as he felt something go over his eyes. He was getting really sleepy. What was going on? He felt so genjutsu. Naruto immediately sent a burst of chakra throughout his body. Jiraiya had taught him how to do a genjutsu delay technique. By pushing chakra up and down the body forcefully, you could keep your mind active long enough to dispel the genjutsu. While it was not a way for Naruto to dispel genjutsu, it gave Naruto time. Naruto immediately called on his hyperized chakra. A huge torrent of chakra flowed around Naruto, and the wind, noticeably, picked up around Naruto. Naruto blinked once, and his once blue eyes now had changed into golden ones. Flashback. You can't even dispel a simple genjutsu, Jiraiya yelled, skeptical of what he was seeing. Jiraiya had run Naruto into the ground, through several trees, a couple hills, and a small river, and he was still making Naruto do more. Naruto lay on the ground panting. Sweat was beating down his back in waves. His muscles screamed revenge, and he had half the mind to fall asleep and go into a coma. That was beside the point. Naruto groggily stood up and looked up at Jiraiya tiredly. I can't help it. I just can't manipulate my chakra fast enough to make a burst. It was true. You see, the one problem with Naruto's chakra or chakras is that since there were so many types, albeit the others in small quantities, the passageways got clogged. This caused problems for Naruto when is trying to move chakra to certain places, specifically away from his head. Jiraiya paced back and forth, his face scrunched up in deep thought. It looked like he was constipated and reading a difficult book at the same time. And yes, I have tried that. It doesn't work. It makes the book 10 times harder but shitting much easier. Jiraiya's eyes widened in epiphany. That's it, your natural chakra movement. Jiraiya whipped around to face Naruto, who was still panting, tiredly. Go into your hyperstate. Naruto looked up wearily and raised an eyebrow. But you said not dash. Jiraiya waved his hands. Just do it for a second. Naruto closed his eyes and opened them. He had successfully gone into his state. Jiraiya then did several hand seals, and Naruto waited for the genjutsu. It never came. Naruto looked up puzzled at Jiraiya. What happened? I didn't feel anything. Jiraiya smirked. So my theory is right. Since your body moves your hyper chakra where it needs to be, when you are in that state, genjutsu is utterly useless against you. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Is there any bad side, or is this on a silver platter? Jiraiya shrugged. There could be a possibility that moving of chakra away from your head could slow your reaction, but that would be a fraction of a second. Naruto nodded and stood up again. Okay, what's next? Flashback cut. Naruto smirked and turned as he saw several nins release the genjutsu. Naruto noted that the Haruno girl had successfully dispelled the genjutsu. Naruto sighed. It was time to put on the blindfold. Naruto reached into his orange jacket and pulled out a black cloth. He tied it around his eyes and breathed in slowly. All right, time to get to work. Naruto jumped towards the spectators' stands to fight. Sakura ducked down scared as she heard the battle go around her. Damn it, what is going on? Sakura looked up and saw Guy and Kakashi fighting back to back. It was amazing to see two of the elite nins to fight. Sakura was about to speak out when suddenly a sound nin appeared in front of her. The nin looked at her and without a word raised his kunai. Sakura flinched. Blood splattered. Sakura opened her eyes to see blood covering her. She looked at where the nin had been to see that he had been decapitated. Sakura jumped back in her chair, trying to get as far away from the bleeding body as possible. Holy shit, holy shit. Sakura repeated in her head like a mantra. Haranu, get up, you are a nin. Sakura looked over to her right to the voice to see Naruto. Sakura eyes narrowed. What are you to tell me, dash? Suddenly a nin appeared behind Naruto. Naruto looked dash, she never got to finish. Naruto whipped around and hammer-fisted the man. His fist, as if a sword or a drill, cut its way through the nin's arm and down his side. The nin fell screaming as he clutched his torn side. He would die 23 seconds later from blood loss. Sakura shook slowly. Is this Naruto? Is this Dobe? Sakura looked up and saw something strange on Naruto. Naruto, your eyes. Naruto looked at her, or well seemed to be looking at her. What do you mean, Haranu? Naruto asked quickly. You have a blindfold behind you. Naruto ducked a sword swipe from a sand nin. He pivoted on his right, left, and elbow smashed into the nin's gut. The wind chakra, which was spinning around his arm, drilled its way through the man's skin and cut up the nin's liver and stomach. Naruto turned back to Haranu as if he had not just killed two people. It's a new fashion statement. Naruto deadpanned as if it were the simplest thing in the world. Flashback. What the hell is this? Naruto said, looking at the blindfold. Jiraiya rolled his eyes. I put special seals on it to enhance your senses. Naruto looked at Jiraiya bemused. Jiraiya sighed. It's simple. When a person loses an ability, his other parts have to compensate. With the blindfold, it will make you blind, and it will send the chakra towards the other parts of your body. Naruto stared at Jiraiya. Jiraiya eyebrow twitched. What, it's true? Naruto sighed. I guess I have to trust you. Flashback cut. Sakura eyebrow twist. That is the most ridiculous thing I ever heard. Naruto was tempted to say, what about Kakashi's late excuses? When Naruto felt a nin to the right of him, Naruto spun around to back fist the nin when the nin shouted, Naruto, it's me. Naruto stopped his strike and pulled it back. What is it, Kakashi? Kakashi looked at Naruto strangely. I will ignore the blindfold for now, but I need you to go after Sasuke. Kakashi summoned a dog and told the two to get Shikamaru and go after Sasuke once more. Naruto rolled his eyes under his blindfold. One boy is not going to save this village, just like you cannot change the world on your own. Naruto felt a chakra pulse above and immediately grew worried. That was not right feeling. Kakashi, what is happening over on that roof over there? Kakashi weaved under a punch and then slashed the attacking nin's eyes out and looked to where Naruto was looking at. There is a barrier jutsu. I believe the Hokage is in it. Naruto's face blanked for a second and then it scrunched up in rage. Naruto growled out, damn it, that senile old fool. He is going to get himself killed. Naruto turned to Kakashi and Sakura. Go on ahead, I am going to do something. Naruto, this isn't dash. Shut up, Naruto growled, turning away from Kakashi. And with that, Naruto jumped towards the roof. Naruto used the wind chakra to propel him towards the roof. Naruto landed on the roof and sensed 4 chakra signatures to his left in a line and 4 chakra signatures in a square on the roof. There were 2 very faint chakra signatures in the middle. Naruto guessed that was the Hokage and Orochimaru. Naruto reached for his blindfold and lifted it up slightly so he could get a look. Alright, it's a barrier jutsu. I have to break it then. What are you doing here, Genin? Naruto turned to the left and saw an Umbu in white clothes, a captain, talking to him. Naruto turned back to the barrier. The closest one to him was a fat man with orange hair. How unlucky of him. Naruto spoke in an affirmative tone. When I create the opening, jump in and support the old man. The Umbu raised his eyebrows behind his mask. Excuse me? Naruto closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Flashback. What do you mean the old man is going to die? Naruto screamed at Jiraiya. Jiraiya looked at Naruto with an impassive face. After a few seconds, Jiraiya sighed. Sensei is going to sacrifice himself to kill Orochimaru. That is what I believe Sensei is going to do. I've known Sensei long enough to know that he is willing to sacrifice himself. Naruto paced back and forth furiously, and oh, he is the fucking Hokage for Kami's sake. He is strong enough to kill Orochimaru without dying. Jiraiya scoffed. That would be true 10 years ago. Now, I just don't know. Naruto dropped to the floor, his hands holding up his head. Then what the hell do we do? Jiraiya at this smirked. We foil Sensei's plan. Flashback cut. Concentrate chakra in a spherical pressure between your hands. Allow it to pressurize as small as you can. Concentrate chakra to maximum density as possible. Use wind chakra to suck out air. With restriction gone, allow chakra to compress even further. Naruto quickly went through the list of instructions he had derived from a scroll on pressurization and gravity. And finally, Naruto pushed his hand together, but it stopped suddenly. A wall on both sides of the churka appeared in front of him. Naruto opened his eyes, and in front of him, swirling around in wind, was a black orb, a vacuum. Naruto smirked. It worked. The intense friction caused by the wind moving against each other at such a high pressure caused vacuum to form. Normally it was just dissipate, but if you added chakra to it, not only would the vacuum hold, it would create heat. Enough heat to melt through a mountain like butter. Naruto shakily raised the ball of vacuum up to the direction of the orange man. The vacuum was so powerful Naruto's body automatically compensated by pumping chakra to retain the pressure and keep Naruto from blowing himself up. The orange-haired man looked skeptical at the jutsu. He could only use this move once during the golden eye state. He didn't have enough control over the hyper chakra to cut the cost of the jutsu more than once. Naruto stepped forward, pushing the highly condensed orb of vacuum. It shot forward like a raging missile at the orange-haired man. The orange-haired nin looked at it in surprise. He tried to dodge, but it was too late. The orb impacted the barrier, went through it and hit the man. The nin screamed in pain as he clutched his head. Steam rose off him, and suddenly his body burst into melting pieces of flesh and blood vapor. The barrier flickered once, twice, and then it briefly fell. The sound 4 or well, the sound 3 now. Eyes widened. Sakan yelled out, "You can't get over there." Another body suddenly appeared out of Sakan's body. Yukon ran towards the other side as fast as he could. Luckily, the Umbu made it into the area, long before Yukon even reached halfway to where the orange-haired nin was. The Umbu captain shouted out, "Turtle, Lion Geo, take out that nin over there." 2 Umbu immediately jumped off to hold off or even kill you. If they could stop Yukon, then they can bring in more nins. The Umbu captain turned back to the Hokage, who were just starting to fight. The Hokage threw a shuriken and flipped through several hand seals. Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Suddenly the shuriken multiplied into dozens of spinning blades. Orochimaru smirked and placed his hands into a certain seal. A forbidden seal. The Hokage eyes widened. That seal is... Orochimaru raised his hand. Fur dash. Hokage Shiki Jijuin Jutsu. Hokage Style Force Retirement Jutsu A/N. Okay, I know it's not for this purpose, but hey, I'm gonna bend the rules a bit. Suddenly 9 wooden pillars surrounded Orochimaru. Orochimaru's eyes widened. Damn this jutsu. Orochimaru jumped out of the spot and faced the now group of 3. Tora landed near the side of the Hokage. "Hokage-sama, we are here to help." Sarutobi nodded. "Alright then. It looks like I can live today." Sandame's eyes briefly turned to the young boy cause of this. Naruto looked into Sandame's eyes and smirked. Then Naruto jumped away to go after Shikamaru and Sakura. Naruto sped through the trees as fast as he could. Well, okay, that's not true. He was not using his golden eyes state. Why? Because he had to save it. How else was he gonna fight Gaara? Naruto hoped through the boughs, adding chakra to his feet as he went. He would have plenty of chakra to spare when he got there, of course, but time was all that mattered. For all he knew, Sasuke could be dead and Sakura would die with him. Even though he did not want them as teammates doesn't mean he didn't value human life. He was treated lower than shit, but at least these guys actually looked at him and questioned him on how he was doing. It felt nice to be actually looked at other than a demon, other than some freak. Naruto gritted his teeth and pushed off another tree branch, launching him even further after Sasuke and Sakura. Now you all are wondering, how could he even find them? Simple really, he was feeling their chakra. Or at least the chakra spikes. Jiraiya had told him that they needed to work on his sensory, even just a bit. Because when Naruto didn't have the blindfold on, he couldn't sense anything. Not true, of course, but Jiraiya liked to make his insults harsh so that Naruto would be more determined to prove him wrong. So what Jiraiya did is have Naruto. Flashback. Naruto took in a deep breath and waited. He looked straight ahead and resisted the temptation to turn around. Any second now it would come. Naruto heard a rustle but didn't react. He knew that would be a fake, a bait if you would. Naruto relaxed his muscles that had tensed up at the noise. It wouldn't help him if he tensed up. Now then Naruto eyes widened as he felt the wind tickle his back and he back flipped immediately. A horde of sticks with very pointy edges flew under him. Naruto smirked as he watched them hit a tree on the other end of the field. Naruto's glee formed the success wouldn't last long. Naruto's eyes widened as he felt the wind tickle his right side. Naruto shifted his body and glared at the approaching sticks. Naruto lashed out with both his arms. Futon, air rift. Suddenly, as if a magic wall appeared, the sticks seemingly bent around Naruto, avoiding him by centimeters. It was as if the sticks were all afraid of Naruto, and all of them stayed away from him. Naruto had learned in his readings that it was easier to divert something than it was to stop it completely using wind chakra. Naruto fell to the ground and stood still. He reached out with his senses trying to feel for the enemy. Left? No, just a falling leaf. Behind? Naruto slowly lifted his right leg. Tentatively, as if in the middle of a minefield, Naruto placed it gently behind him. Naruto allowed the ball of his feet to touch the ground, but he kept the hell up, just in case he needed to spring off. Naruto allowed his chakra to reach through the edges of his fingers. It would be easier to create sharper wind blades from the edges, since the finger was smaller than the arm. Naruto held his breath. Naruto felt something to his back. I was right. Naruto moved forward to buy time and then jumped out to his left. He placed the palm of his hand on the ground. Using his hand and arm like a lever, he turned and slashed outwards with his right arm, sending out a slash of wind chakra. Naruto's eyes widened as he saw rope hanging from a tree. A trap. Shit, a decoy. Naruto turned around. He was too late to react. Naruto was hit very hard on the head by a heavy rock. Naruto fell to the ground, clutching his head. Ow, 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 ow. Fuck you, Jiraiya. Jiraiya came out laughing. In his hand was another stone. He tossed it up jokingly and mockingly. Naruto stood up slowly, rubbing his forehead. Asshole. Jiraiya rolled his eyes. It's not my fault you can't sense my chakra signature. Naruto glared and then muttered. Like I can sense someone who has a level of a Sannin. Jiraiya rolled his eyes. Anyways, let me teach you a trick for sensing chakra spikes then. Naruto looked up, his face mixed with confusion. Chakra spikes. Jiraiya nodded. Every time you use a jutsu or chakra for that matter, you are sending an echo out to the world. Of course it gets weaker as it goes out, but if one is good enough, you can censor a jutsu about 3/4 of a mile out. Naruto's eyes widened. Whoa! Jiraiya nodded. Then Naruto blinked. But you probably can't do that, huh? Jiraiya's eyebrow twitched. Jiraiya reached up with the rock in his hand ready to throw. Naruto flinched back. Naruto felt a finger hit his forehead, pushing him roughly on the ground. Damn it, Jiraiya. Jiraiya laughed heartily. End flashback. Naruto allowed a faint sliver of chakra to go out and circle around him. The chakra flickered as it went to the left of him, about 30 degrees to be specific. Naruto turned in that direction and started jumping. Chakra reacts with chakra. That is a rule and law of life, just how people interact with people. Though not many people know this, Jiraiya had theorized that chakra was a binding force throughout the world, and it was what kept the human body running. Of course, it was obvious since one person can die of chakra exhaustion, but there was meaning behind it. The notion that everything had chakra meant that you could react chakra with nature. Jiraiya had told Naruto it could be possible to use that chakra form nature. Naruto smirked. Jiraiya did have some pretty crazy skills then. Naruto felt that chakra spikes grow larger, and his sliver of chakra react violently. There is something demonic ahead. Naruto pushed even harder to get here. Sasuke. The Uchiha. Gaara cried out, raising his sand claw to take one final swipe at the Uchiha. Sasuke, well, he was cringing in pain. He had just used another Chidori, but he had used the curse seal as well. Immediately, Sasuke knew he had to suppress it. Kakashi had said that it would degenerate his skill and lead him to be a mindless slave. It forced a different chakra on him, reacting with his own to make him addicted or used to the tainted chakra. Sasuke could then guess on his own. If he used the curse seal, he would get power, yes. But it wasn't his own power. Sasuke looked at the sand claw, his approaching death. His memories flashed through his mind. He saw when he was a child. He saw the Uchiha massacre. He saw going to academy. He saw teaming up with Naruto and Sakura. He saw the Wave Country. He saw the Chunin exam. He then saw something different. He saw becoming a Chunin with Naruto and Sakura. He saw fighting his brother with Team 7. He saw living his life, a better, happier life. Too bad he wouldn't get that life. Sasuke looked as the claw came closer and closer, as if in slow-mo. Sasuke gave a thought. Only if I had a bit more time to do all those things.
No.
Sasuke's eyes widened. Gaara turned slightly, his eyes widening. Several kunais came out and struck out at Gaara. Gaara blocked with his sand arm and jumped back. He growled at the newcomer, saliva dripping down his mouth like a hungry wolf ready to feed. Sakura dropped down next to Sasuke. She held out another kunai and held it bravely at Gaara. Sasuke panted in relief but then noted something that made his gut dropped. Sakura's hands were shaking. Shit, she can't do anything. She will just get herself killed. Sasuke gritted his teeth and got up slowly, using the tree as support. Sasuke panted out, Sakura, get out of here and get help, I'll hold him off. Sakura's eyes turned to him briefly. Sasuke could see her worry. But Sasuke, in your condition you'll... Sasuke already had sucked up the pain and faced Gaara. Don't worry, what matters is Konoha. Gaara had enough of the talking and charged forward ready to strike. Futon. Force stomp. A huge gust of wind pushed everything down. Sakura and Sasuke, who were on a bough, held on to it for dear life. Gaara, on the other hand, was in mid-air and fell 40 feet crashing into the ground. Of course the sand covered him but the impact still hurt horridly. After the gust of wind had died down, Sasuke and Sakura looked up, their eyes widening as they saw their savior was. Naruto was standing proudly on a higher branch. His arm folded in a tight bunch and his leg was smoking, probably from using the jutsu before. Naruto looked down glaring at Gaara who was trying to stand up. Sasuke felt his muscles relax. He had a chance to live then. Naruto. Naruto glared as he watched Gaara stand up. A Jinchuriki, like me. A brief wave of sadness and yet relief passed through Naruto. It was lightning to the soul that you now know you were not alone in the world but at the same time to fight your own kind. It really was complicated. Naruto reached into his jacket and pulled out his blindfold. He would have to go all out on this one. Gaara looked up and saw Naruto and grinned. You are the one that makes my blood boil with excitement. Naruto put on his blindfold and sighed. Naruto drew strength from his resolution and a, now familiar, burst of energy erupted within him. Naruto looked down at Gaara, or at least seemed to be, sighed once more. Gaara, why do you fight? Gaara glared at Naruto hungrily but still answered the question. I fight to prove my existence. Naruto nodded slowly. As do I. Sakura and Sasuke's eyes widened as they listened in. But suddenly Naruto disappeared and then reappeared next to Gaara. But I also fight for my friends. Gaara's, Sasuke's, and Sakura's eyes widened. I didn't even see him. Naruto took a deep breath and said in a monotone voice, while raising his arm, Futon Dragon Claw. Naruto brought his arm swishing down. There was a howl like piercing wind. Several trees fell around Naruto. Sasuke and Sakura had to jump several trees back to stay on a tree that was not cut down. Sasuke gritted his teeth as he saw Naruto's power. How did he get so powerful? Naruto turned around and sighed. I am sorry, and he whispered softly. Brother. Naruto started to walk away but suddenly something erupted behind him. Gaara erupted from the trees, his claw outstretched towards Naruto. Don't be sorry. Yusti. A mad grin covered Gaara's face. Finally he had a person who would satisfy his existence. Naruto leaned backwards and allowed the punch to go above him. Gaara had leaped when he was trying to strike Naruto, so his momentum and carried him forward towards Naruto. Naruto waited for just a second and then back-flipped. His foot directly connected towards Gaara's face and shot Gaara upwards. Gaara spit blood as he flew up. Naruto gritted his teeth. I guess, I do have to stop you then. Naruto disappeared, and suddenly multiple Narutos appeared. They were all around Gaara as the seemingly stuck Gaara in one area and then faded away like a ghost. They were not Kage Bunshin but after images. Gaara cried out in pain as the wind chakra cut away his sand armor and cut some muscles and tendons. Of course they will be reattached later. Naruto appeared back on the forest floor, looking away as Gaara fell to the floor. Naruto spoke a few words. Futon, Storm Rage. Suddenly blood spurted out from Gaara's arms, legs, and even stomach. Temari, who had been watching from afar, could not take any more. Gaara! She cried as she made a desperate dive for her brother. Temari had brought out her fan and swiped at Naruto. Naruto had already sensed her and raised his arm. As soon as the slicing wind had reached Naruto, it dissipated harmlessly like a gentle breeze. Temari didn't have time to be in shock that her jutsu did not work. She jumped around Naruto and went to Gaara's side. She opened her fan in a defensive position and positioned her body between her and Gaara. Temari glared at Naruto as she cradled Gaara's bleeding body against her own. She didn't care that his blood stained her clothes, he was her brother. And that was what counted. Gaara, are you all right? Temari asked in a hushed whisper. Gaara's sand form had long dissipated after the futon. Storm Rage. Gaara was still conscious but in deep pain. I'm fine. Let's get out of here. Temari nodded and hoisted Gaara onto her shoulder. She still gripped her fan and glared at Naruto. Naruto just kept looking away, already knowing what was happening. Gaara, Naruto called out. Gaara looked at the Nin that had defeated him. Mixed emotions played through his mind. Naruto looked up to where Sakura and Sasuke were. When you understand that there are people you need to fight for, you can gain true strength from that. Strength that I gained as well. Naruto turned his back to Sasuke and Sakura and faced Gaara. Naruto removed his blindfold and Temari gasped at what she saw, and Gaara's eyes widened. Naruto smiled. You will gain power beyond your imagination, and an existence that will last through the ages. You will not just have to be a Jinchuriki. Gaara's eyes widened even more. The gears had clicked, piece of the puzzle finally settled in. He understood what Naruto had told him. Comprehend the meaning behind it all? No. But in time he would. What Gaara understood now was that here was a living proof of Naruto's explanation. Naruto, a fellow Jinchuriki, had drawn strength to protect. Temari didn't bother staying any longer and jumped away with Gaara. Sasuke and Sakura hoped down towards Naruto. Sasuke asked very slowly, jealously rising in his gut. How did you do that, Naruto? Naruto turned his blue eyes towards them and smiled. It comes from being different. Naruto turned back towards the direction of Konoha. Come on, we need to go back to Konoha. The old man is probably waiting. Hokage's office 2 days later. The Hokage's office was in shambles. It was simply destroyed. Okay, Tat's exaggerating it, but Naruto had never seen the Hokage office this messy. Usually the old man was a neat freak. He had folders labeled with specific code words for every document or topic. His bookshelf as alphabetized on every shelf. Now it was a mess. It was like an elephant had decided to party in the room and then brought over a couple of bears and coyotes too. The walls had several slashes all around. The old man's precious bookcase was now broken and books ripped and strewn every which way. There were several cracks in the ceiling and huge holes in one part of the room. Now what happened? Simple. During the invasion some Nins decided they should take some of Konoha's secrets. Well, they didn't think rigged. You see, the Hokage had anticipated that. And he had his Umbu make a perimeter in the Hokage tower. And then they would slowly expand outwards. Only problem was that the Sandaime miscalculated how many Nins would try and attack the tour. But the Umbu got their job done, so Ti really don't isn't. T-matter. The only thing that stayed in his place is the mahogany desk that the Hokage would rest behind. And once more the old man sat in his place. Naruto looked straight at the Sandaime and the Hokage looked straight back. No words were said for a while. There was no need. After a few seconds the Hokage chuckled and Naruto broke into a large grin. The Hokage cleared his throat and said in a clear but serious voice, I will save the celebration for later. But I heard from Jiraiya that You have gained something. Naruto nodded. I have attained Hyper Chakra form, the purified chakra of the Kyuubi. The Sarutobi blinked and then nodded. He had expected it being one of the possibilities of infusing the Kyuubi into Naruto. He didn't know exactly was the true cause, but he could be sure it was not the Kyuubi's influence. Then, the Hokage then turned to look outside the window and called out, "You can come in, Jiraiya." Sure enough, the white, spiky-haired Nin came through the window. "Jobrat." "Hey, sensei." Naruto nodded and turned back to the Hokage. "I'm assuming you are just gathering us here to have a debrief?" The Sarutobi nodded solemnly. "I am choosing my successor." Naruto's eyes widened, but Jiraiya's face remained neutral. Jiraiya had already known this was coming. "It's Tsunade, isn't it?" Sarutobi nodded. "How did you know?" Jiraiya scratched the back of his head and sighed. "Let's see. First of all, you are going to need someone who is able to provide morale. Why not one of the Sannin? But you can't choose me since I need to maintain the order of my spy network. So the only choice is Tsunade." Sarutobi nodded. "Good, you still have a head in you." Jiraiya scowled indignantly. Sandaime ignored his fuming student and turned back to Naruto. "So what do you think, Naruto?" Naruto blinked out of his shock. "What do you mean?" The Hokage chuckled. "Well, you and Jiraiya are going to go find Tsunade." Naruto blinked once more and looked at Jiraiya. Jiraiya shrugged. "Sure, why not? I can continue where we left off." Naruto immediately brightened and nodded furiously. "Yeah, I'm all for it." The Hokage held up his hand. "Now wait just a minute. We still have to rebuild Konoha to a proper state before we declare a successor." Naruto's face turned into confusion. "What do you mean?" The Hokage sighed. "For now we rebuild. Trust me, Naruto. You may not understand the political aspects, but you should understand the tactics. What happens if you play a new card when you are losing and the enemy is expecting something flashy?" Naruto nodded immediately. "If we try to show our strength too soon, we'll lose our advantage." The Sandaime smiled. Naruto was a quick thinker. "You will both leave in 2 weeks." Naruto nodded and hopped off to his apartment. Sarutobi turned to Jiraiya, amusement sketched onto his face. "So, why were you late?" Jiraiya chuckled, or well, giggled pervertedly. "Well, I was tailing the kid earlier today, and I caught him doing some research potential action, so I decided to give the little kid a little nudge in the right direction." Sarutobi giggled pervertedly too. "Oh, tell me all the details." Naruto opened the door to his apartment and took off his jacket. He threw it on the floor and stretched his tired limbs. It was 8 o'clock at night. Oh man, he was tired. Naruto looked over on his bed and raised his eyebrow. There was a set of clothings there, just lying ready to be used. Naruto walked over and held up the top article of clothing. It was a black jacket. It had several straps on the side, ready to hold scrolls or even a blade. Could be zippered up, and it even had a hood. Naruto gripped the side of the jacket and noticed it was denser than usually. "It's light, but it feels like a Chunin vest." Naruto placed it down and spotted something pocket out from one of the inside jackets. It was a neatly folded letter that was addressed to him. Naruto raised an eyebrow at it but opened it with curiosity. "Yo brat." Naruto could already figure out who sent it to him. "These clothes are for you." Naruto rolled his eyes, that much was obvious. "I understand you have a thing for the Hyuga girl." Naruto blinked. He had a crush on Hinata. Naruto thought for a moment. Well, she was cute and she did support him a lot even if she didn't show it openly. She was pretty cute when she would shy away. Naruto shook his head out of these thoughts and turned back to the letter. "I even saw you kiss her." Naruto blanched. "Oh shit. That's right, he kissed Hinata. Oh shit. Holy shit, how was he going to explain to her? He wanted to make her faint so he could take her to the hospital. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit." Naruto paced back and forth, his mind racing a mile a minute. "Okay, slow down, Naruto. First of all, think it through. How am I going to explain to her? I can probably brush it off maybe. Avoid her? Say it was just a dream? Damn it, so many complications." Naruto palmed his face in agitation. Naruto turned back to the letter and continued reading. "So I made you this jacket. Now before you got and think what the hell does this do for me? Well, use this to try and get to know her. I've put seals on it so that not even the Byakugan can see through it. Of course, this won't block your chakra signature, but it'll cover your identity to talk to her. Naruto smirked as he finished the letter. Damn it, Jiraiya, I'll have to kick you in the ass later. Naruto grabbed the black clothing and pulled it on. Hinata. It had been 2 days since she had found herself in the hospital. She had remembered talking to Naruto and him moving towards her, but that was it. Every time she thought of the memory, she would blush heavily. Hinata decided to take her mind off things and try training again. Of course, this may not be the best idea. Hinata didn't want to be in her clan's house right now. What is a lady doing out here in the middle of the night? Hinata spun around surprised. She looked over to a patch of trees on a small hill. There was a man clad in all black clothes. He was sitting down at the base of the tree, his back snug against the trunk of the tree. Hinata couldn't see his face because the shade covered it completely. Hinata was about to get into a fighting stance when she saw the Konoha headband hung proudly from the man's belt. The most interesting part of the picture was the tea set the man had next to him. Obviously, he was waiting for someone, since there were 2 cups sitting neatly on a small table. The teapot itself was on a small burner next to the table. Hinata approached the man slowly. Good evening, sir." The man nodded. Hinata would have guessed he was smiling due to his body language. "Sit. I do not have a partner to sit next to anymore." A realization hit Hinata. This guy must have lost a partner in the line of duty during the battle. Hinata cautiously walked forward and sat down. The man nodded in gratitude and poured 2 cups. "So what is your name?" the man asked.
Ashinata.
Hyuga Hinata said out quietly. She slowly reached for her cup. The man nodded in approval and sipped his tea. A very strong clan. Hinata nodded slowly. "Why yes, at least some of them are strong to those like me aren't." The man bowed his head. "Ah, I didn't mean to bring bad memories. Please drink, it will help you relax." Hinata nodded. She took a small slip. It was good. It had a strong mint taste to it. At first it was bitter but sweetened as she swallowed. "So Hinata-san, why are you out here late at night? Training the night away?" the man asked, tilting his head. The light shone oh so slightly on the man's face. Hinata could make out the edges of smooth and clean skin. Hinata looked away and sighed. I am very weak. I am a disgrace to my clan." The man snorted. "You a disgrace? Who told you that?" Hinata looked down. "My father." The man sipped his tea and then said solemnly, "You father is a fool then." Hinata looked up, eyes widening. Did this man know who he was insulting? "You are a nin, maybe not the best, but definitely not the worst. The Hyugas are strong, yes, but they have their weaknesses." The man refilled his cup and looked at Hinata. "What you need to understand is that every nin has a proficiency in something. What you need to do is find it." Hinata looked at the man with grasping eagerness. Here was someone who was not insulting her, not telling her she was a disgrace. Kurenai-sensei never insulted her and always encouraged her, but she never gave her hard facts. The man sipped his tea once more before continuing. "No nin started out perfect. They all had flaws. Only the great persevere." Hinata nodded, listening the insight with humbleness. The man sighed as he put his cup down and Hinata blinked. I am rambling again." The man turned back to Hinata. "Please, tell me about yourself? It is unrespectful to lecture someone when you know nothing about them." Hinata paused for a bit but then nodded slowly. She proceeded to talk about some parts of her life. From feeling sadness of Niji's tragedy to losing her mother. Felt talking about these things. All the time, the man would nod and calmly sip his tea. After a while, the man held up his hand, stopping Hinata. "We have wasted the day away. I am sorry for keeping your time, miss." Hinata blushed and nodded. "I am sorry, sir. But sir, what is your name?" The man chuckled. "Ah yes. My name I forgot to tell you, didn't I? You may call me Kira." Hinata smiled and nodded. "Thank you, Kira, for listening to me." The man nodded and started to put away the tea set into a scroll. Hinata pouted and asked, "Sir, will you be here again?" The man paused and then answered, "I will be here for the rest of this week and the next, every night at this time, before I have to go on another mission." Hinata nodded. "Then may I come here again?" The man nodded. "Yes, you may." The man paused and chuckled. "It is not like I own this field anyways." Hinata giggled and nodded. She turned around and started walking away, a little more upbeat than before. She turned around to find the man had disappeared. 7 days later, the man and Hinata had grown in good companionship. They talked a lot about the going-ons of Konoha. They never pried into each other's personal lives like the first night they had first met. They would only talk about their own lives. Hinata walked happily towards her team meeting spot. They would meet up there and then report to the Hokage for the next rebuilding process. Kiba, Shino, and Kurenai noticed a change in Hinata for the past few days. Kiba turned to Kurenai as he saw Hinata walking happily in the distance. No longer did she put her arms together and nervously walk. She let her arms fall to the side and walk gracefully. Although she still shied away from the crowd, she still walked with a bit more confidence. "Sensei, I'm pretty sure I am not the only one who noticed that Hinata is different." Kurenai nodded, still looking at Hinata. "Yes, I've seen change too, but I don't know why." Shino lifted up his glasses up the bridge of his nose, by pushing it with his finger, and said, "Should we follow her afterwards to discern the cause of the change?" Kurenai and Kiba stared at Shino. After a second, Kurenai shook her head. "It is not a bad change. Hinata is growing and that is what counts." Team 8 turned back to their arriving teammate. Naruto. Naruto number 1 hammered the last nail into the house. Naruto number 2 placed several rows of tile on the roof. Naruto number 3 carried lumber to be cut by the carpenters. Naruto #4. Let's skip this part, shall we? Naruto, and yes, this is the real Naruto, passed a bucket of cement to Sakura, who inlaid it on several brick molds. The process was silent but went well. There was still the overbearing awkwardness of expressing the confusion, the jealousy of Naruto's newfound power. Sasuke and Sakura were working on rebuilding a portion of the street which was banged up by an explosion tag attached to kunai. For the past week, Konoha was filled with countless surges of emotion from the villagers and shinobi alike, but also joy. They have come out of the invasion quite well. There were some who had lost a dear family member or close friend, were weeping or trying to find some ways of venting their sadness, and others having drinks and toasting to a better life and renewed happiness. "Are you sure what you're saying?" Sakura asked in disbelief. How could Sasuke even begin to consider such a thing? I mean, if it were true, wouldn't we have heard about it sooner? "I'm sure, Sakura," the Uchiha growled dangerously. He was very quickly losing his temper to Sakura's insistence on not believing his theory. "How can it be a bloodline?" she asked. "I mean, Konoha has nearly as many blood limit users as Kirigakure. A bloodline that powerful wouldn't have stayed hidden or unknown for very long." Sasuke looked away and sighed. Sasuke considered her words and realized he was correct. A bloodline that could empower the user to be many times that of his original strength would most definitely not be kept hidden. Konoha, or any other shinobi village, would have been trying to flaunt its strength. Plus, neither of them had ever heard of such a bloodline, having once studied Konoha's supply of limits in the academy. Also, all bloodline limits were famous in way, shape, or form. If Naruto's was indeed a bloodline, then it probably would have held more prestige than even the Sharingan or Byakugan. "And why wouldn't we have heard about it sooner?" she persisted. She didn't want to believe it, refused to believe it. Sasuke sighed once more and lifted a heavy stone. "Fine, it's not bloodline. Let's just get back to work." Kakashi himself watched from a distance. Of course he helped out, but he kept tabs on his genin. He had heard that Naruto had defeated the Hyuga genius without too much trouble. Kakashi had asked the Hokage about a report on Naruto's new abilities. Well, since the Hokage was there, it seemed obvious that the Hokage could gain some analysis. The Hokage simply told him to ask Naruto. And when Kakashi told about Naruto's disobedience, the Hokage just waved him off and said that if Naruto hadn't broken down the barrier, he wouldn't be alive today. The Kakashi couldn't come back to that. Now Kakashi was extremely interested in Naruto's new Abelites. He wanted to ask him, but Kakashi couldn't. That same awkwardness arose. How did Naruto gain so much power to defeat a Hyuga? Kakashi had also heard from Sasuke and Sakura that he had totally overwhelmed Gaara. Now that was definitely fish. It was not like he wasn't proud of Naruto's growth, but this was ridiculous. Kakashi called out to his team. "Alright guys, I think that's enough for today." He then took his book and started to walk towards his Genin. His team landed in front of him. They were a bit dirty from the debris, but overall they were clean. Kakashi cleared his throat and said, "Let's go out to eat." Naruto scratched his head and said, "Well, sensei, I kinda have to go somewhere later." Kakashi raised an eyebrow. "It's my treat then." Naruto sighed. "Sorry sensei, I need to go." Kakashi did an eye smile. "Well, we haven't had a team meeting for a while, so why don't you just send a Kage Bunshin to do it for you?" Naruto blinked and then smiled. "That's smart, sensei. Here I go." Naruto made a Kage Bunshin and then it ran off. Naruto turned back to Kakashi smiling. "Okay sensei, let's go." And so Team 7 went. Sasuke watched as Naruto walked happily next to Kakashi and Sakura. Naruto was his teammate and he wouldn't want anyone else fighting by his side. Sasuke clenched his fist. But why? Why was he so weak? Naruto improved leaps and bounds and he was nowhere near capable of fighting him. "Oi Sasuke!" Sasuke snapped out of his thoughts and turned to Naruto. "Huh, what did you say?" Naruto rolled his eyes. "I was thinking we could spar. I need some help on my taijutsu." Sasuke blinked and then nodded slowly. "Ok." Naruto smiled back. "I found a really cool fire jutsu in the library. If you help me with taijutsu, I'll give you it to you." Sasuke blinked. "Eh?" Sasuke thought of the image of Naruto scrooging through the library and then couldn't help himself. He doubled over laughing. Naruto blinked and then grew mad. "Hey, why are you laughing?" Sasuke waved his hands and calmed himself. Sorry Naruto. Just that, the image of you going to the library is too funny." Naruto vein pulsed violently. "Why?" Sasuke laughed once more. "Well, you are the dobe." Naruto rolled his eyes and looked away, pouting. Sasuke let his jealousy brush off. The dobe was still the same ol dobe, even if he was stronger. At a random restaurant, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and Kakashi sat at the booth to get served. Naruto had to go to the bathroom before the waitress came. Naruto came looking satisfied. Naruto said he wasn't hungry, so the rest of Team 7 ate their food. Now usually team eat-ins are full of laughter, talking and joyous stuff. A party, right? Not so. You see, Team 7's conversation was... It wasn't until Kakashi cleared his throat did the silence break. "So, I am glad that all of you survived the invasion, but I heard some pretty interesting things. I haven't gotten a full mission report, so why don't you give it to me now?" Naruto scratched the back of his head while smiling. "Well, sensei, I already gave my report to Sandame, so yeah." Kakashi shrugged and turned to Sasuke. "All right then." Sasuke detailed the account of his adventure against Gaara. He talked about Shino helping him and him fighting for his life against Gaara. Kakashi made mental notes on him using the third Chidori. That meant he must have used the curse seal. Sakura then intervened and told the story from there. She talked about Shikamaru being the distraction and finding Sasuke. She distracted Gaara and then said Naruto showed up. There was a pause, an awkwardness in the Satoatan. Kakashi finally turned to Naruto, who had rested his head on his arms. He looked quite bored. "So Naruto." Naruto perked up and looked at Kakashi. "Yes, sensei." "Well, what happened when you entered?" Naruto shrugged. "I came in and kicked his ass. That's it." Kakashi raised an eyebrow. "Oh right, but how did you do it?" Naruto tilted his head. I kicked his ass." "What do you mean?" Kakashi sighed. "I heard from Sasuke and Sakura," tilting his head towards them as he said their names, "that you used several high-ranking jutsus." Naruto blinked again. Well I got those from the library too." I found them and they seemed really easy, so I used them. Easy, Sasuke blurted out. You destroyed 20 trees with one swing of the arm, Naruto shrugged. I overloaded it with chakra. Not true, Naruto thought, but then he mentally smirked. But you could say that my hyper chakra. Sakura then entered the conversation once more. Then what about that blindfold? Naruto shrugged. It helps me focus. Kakashi sighed. Naruto, what I think they are trying to ask is how did you get to your level right now? Then Team 7 saw a noticeable difference in Naruto's body language. He grew tense, his fists clenched, and they noticed his face had something they didn't see very often. No, they haven't seen it ever? Naruto's face was contorted in disgust and pure rage. How did I get to my level? Naruto said with a dangerous low voice. Kakashi mentally swore. The situation was getting out of hand. Naruto got up from his seat. I trained my ass off. I had to go look for help. That is how I got stronger. Kakashi tried to call out to him. Naruto ignored him like he did in the stadium. Leave me alone. Kakashi stood up as well. He as team leader had to control his soldiers. Naruto, I know you may not like sharing your secrets, but that had opened an old wound. Oh yes, Sasuke can keep his fucking secrets and you can go train him. But you leave me out of it, huh? Naruto growled out in a low voice. Sasuke's eyes widened. Kakashi tried to speak again.
Naruto I'm.
If you even dare say you are fucking sorry, I will ask Sandaime to take me off this team. Naruto growled loudly, practically yelling now. Now the whole team was standing up. Naruto clenched his fist. You are a fucking pathetic teacher. All you have taught us is tree walking, and you sent us into the Chunin exams. Kakashi tried to speak but lost his voice. Here it was. His student ridiculing him. Naruto, please. Calm down, Sakura tired to alleviate the situation. Naruto scoffed. This is a waste of my time. And Naruto turned to leave. Kakashi reached out. Naruto, we are not done. You may leave the team, but I am still a higher-ranking Nin. And I am Naruto looked over his shoulder and glared. Shut up. You pathetic excuse for a teacher. And then Naruto turned into smoke. The rest of Team 7 were now thoroughly surprised. When did he? Naruto. Naruto paused as he sipped his tea. He felt a sudden rush of anger and a deep agitation as he received the memories of his Kage Bunshin. Is something wrong, Kira-san? Naruto looked up and waved his hand. I'm sorry, it is nothing. Just an old memory passing. They had been talking about their teams. Naruto, of course, had made a fake team, though he based it heavily on Team 7. Hinata bowed her head.
Achaim.
Naruto chuckled, you have to stop apologizing. It is not your fault that I remember these things. Besides, it is good to reflect on the past. Hinata nodded but spoke up. But still Naruto sighed. Hinata-san, please, you have to gain more confidence. Or how else are you going to ask out this Naruto boy of yours? Hinata turned a very beet red. Naruto laughed silently. Yes, she had told him about her crush on Naruto. It was very enlightening. Well, he had choked on his tea when he heard about it. And that night he had wild dreams about he and Hinata going out on dates and actually being together. And no, it was not that stuff, you perverts. And so the night went. 3 weeks after invasion. Naruto waited at the gates of West Gate. It was time to leave and Jiraiya had finally come around. Naruto, you could say, was now a solo chunin. Yes, he did get promoted. But why was he solo? This is what happened. Kakashi, immediately after Naruto had dispelled his Kage Bunshin, went to the Hokage office and reported this disobedience. The Sandaime was well aware of it. Naruto had given Sandaime the full and complete report of what happened, from getting rejected by Kakashi to fighting Gaara. And on this one, the Sarutobi agreed with Naruto. Favoritism is not the answer. Not when you had other option. Sure, Sasuke needed to train against Gaara. But Naruto was still your student and you should not just pass him off to a different teacher just because you though he had no chance of winning. Of Karu's, Sandaime could see Kakashi's reasoning, so he left both of them off the hook. But when Kakashi told him of Naruto's disobedience once again, Sandaime had to do something. He called Naruto into his office the next day. Naruto explained his side of the story and the Sandaime made the solution. Naruto would be taken off Team 7 for a period of time and be placed under the apprenticeship of Jiraiya. And now Naruto was leaning against the gate, smiling like an idiot. Why? Because there was an accident. No, it was not bad, and yes, it was extremely good. Naruto happened to run to Hinata purely on chance, at a familiar training ground. Hinata actually held a decent conversation. She didn't stutter as much and she spoke in a louder voice. Naruto listened to her talk about her training and Naruto nodded and told about his own. She went to get her kunais that she had thrown when she fell over. Naruto caught her and she blushed red. She turned her head to say thank you. Well, their lips said hi. Hinata was knocked cold right there. Naruto stood there blushing for a minute, Hinata still in his arms. He then made a Kagebunshin and carried her to the hospital again. Now Naruto was reminiscing the scene over and over again like an idiot. Brat, did you get laid or something? Naruto jolted and turned around glaring. Shut up, Jiraiya, and no, I'm too young, you fucking pervert. Jiraiya, clad in his regular attire, rolled his eyes. Well, stop smiling like an idiot. Naruto turned away. Whatever, let's go.
Oj, bratkacz.
Naruto turned and held up his hand instinctively, and flew a balloon filled with water. Naruto stared at it and looked back at Jiraiya. What is this? Jiraiya held up his own balloon. It'll help you learn the Rasengan. It's an A-rank jutsu. Naruto shrugged. I have plenty of A-rank jutsus. What's so special about this one? Jiraiya smirked. It has the possibility of combining the perfect spatial recomposition and elementally recompose. Naruto froze. He had come over the topic. Recomposition was the shaping of chakra outside the body, like a breathing technique like Katun, dragon missile, or a hand technique like Chidori. And there were the elemental recompose, which was the elemental manipulation. For a jutsu to have a chance of having the perfect of both of these. That was... Don't fuck with me, Jiraiya, there is no way. Naruto said, staring at Jiraiya in disbelief. Jiraiya shook his head. Guess who used this? Naruto paused but answered in a firm voice. I see now. The Yondaime created the technique. Jiraiya smirked and nodded. Oh yeah, it still needs the elemental recompose, but we can work on that later since you can easily use elemental chakra. Naruto nodded. And so they walked. For an hour later. Done, Naruto yelled triumphantly. Jiraiya blanched and watched as it was true. He had showed Naruto twice on how to do it. First as an example and second as a request. Jiraiya stammered, how the hell did you do that? Naruto smirked as he watched Jiraiya's face quiver from disbelief. Well, at first I noticed the water moving in multiple ways, which meant you were creating a disturbance in the chakra. Then Naruto grabbed another water balloon from the pack and held it up. But if it was just pushing out, then the chakra would not hold together, so it would not fit the requirement for a spatial recomposition jutsu. So I asked for it again. Then I noticed the water pushing out not all at once, but in multiple spots and at random intervals in random places. Naruto then spun his chakra rapidly in multiple and random circles. The balloon popped. That's when I theorized that the chakra spun the water. From there, I just experimented. Jiraiya's jaw dropped to the ground. This kid's reasoning ability was too much. After Jiraiya had recomposed himself, Jiraiya sighed. Damn kid. You are a genius. Why are you the dobe again? Naruto rolled his eyes. Hated class. Didn't pay attention. Jiraiya laughed. He had done that too. Several miles away, two figures watched as one of the Sannin and a Jinchuriki interact. One held a wrapped sword. The other had red eyes. They both wore black claks with clouds on them. The Akatsuki were here. Sasuke. He was pushing himself as hard as his body could possibly go, dashing about the top of a narrow rock formation. Sasuke was having a mock battle with a single Kagebunshin while exercising his shuriken aim at the dozen rocks he'd just thrown high into the air. He had pestered Kakashi to teach him. After much arguing, Kakashi relented. Sasuke knew it may have something to do with favoritism, and he felt sorry towards Naruto. Him leaving the team made a gap. A very huge hole appeared during boring missions and training. There was no more whining, no more yelling, no more competition. All those things were a constant in his daily life. He expected it, and now it was all gone. Sasuke stuck out as he saw several stones coming at him. So far he'd hit 8 of the 12 with his remaining 4 shurikens still in his hand, ready at a second's notice. As Sasuke was searching for the remaining stones, his bunshins darted in. Ducking under the bunshin's kick, he planted one chakra-infused hand on the ground to aid in his following kick to the bunshin's unprotected back. Sasuke struck downwards with an axe kick, but the bunshin rolled out of the way while throwing a rock at him. Sasuke had to spin backwards, losing sight of the bunshin. Dropping his foot back to the ground to get his balance, Sasuke launched himself up into the air once more and hurriedly cast a pair of shuriken after the bunshin. The only problem was the bunshin wasn't there anymore. As he was descending to the earth, he felt the presence of his bunshin behind him. "Fool!" his own voice said from behind him. Sasuke had only enough time to glance back before he saw the bunshin's fist coming at his face. It was instinct alone that had him ducking under it, only to see the bunshin's knee approaching his face. Raising his arms, Sasuke just managed to block the imaginary attack before thrusting a powerful punch into the bunshin's gut. It was destroyed instantly. The exercise done, Sasuke let the adrenaline sag out of his body. Dropping to his knees, his panting was extremely heavy. His body couldn't stand the abuse he was forcing upon it, but he'd ignored it as best he could. He had to get stronger. Sasuke didn't wish to remain as the second best of the Rookie 9. Naruto had easily defeated Gaara. He was getting so far behind. How did he become this weak? No, how did Naruto get so strong? If the Do could do it, then so could he. No, he tried to tell himself. I can do more. With renewed determination, Sasuke dashed forward to restart the exercise. Naruto. 2 hours, a friggin' 2 hours he had been waiting. Naruto frowned deeply. His face was contorted into an expression that could only be called that of pure and honest annoyance. He said that he would be back in a few minutes. And Jiraiya still wasn't back yet. "Where are you, you damn pervert?" Naruto growled out of irritation, kicking out at the nearest bit of furniture he could reach. Naruto found himself rapidly descending into an extremely agitated mood. After he had finished the first step of the Rasengan, Naruto had said that he wanted to move on to the second step. Jiraiya shook his head and said to wait. Naruto yelled at him saying that he should get it done as soon as possible, but Jiraiya had argued that he needed to focus on his mental speed. Naruto blanched. Jiraiya had said that mental speed was quick thinking on the battlefield, and Naruto had very little to none. Of course he used his intuition, but dear Kami, he was stupid. Naruto of course tried to give Jiraiya a nice little present with his leg, but Jiraiya easily smacked Naruto in the back of the head. So Jiraiya said to image train. Start from 1 opponent and then work his way up to 5, since that was the maximum of any nin could fight, unless you were some freaky nin or umbu level. Naruto paced around the hotel room, his chakra spiking each time he was feeling particularly murderous towards the sand nin. Okay, well, not murderous, just annoyed as hell. Anyways, Naruto had finished going up to 5 and used a lot of people. Jiraiya said it was better to use different combos of people he had seen fight. That way he could be adaptable and fight different levels. So Naruto used a swordsman and a senbon user. Then he went to his old team. And then he went to a couple sound nin he had seen earlier during the invasion. The first few times he really couldn't think of anything to use or even where to start. Of course he could go into Golden Eyes state, but that would take time. He had put a handicap on himself not to start in Golden Eyes. Jiraiya had promised that they'd leave very shortly, claiming that he was getting some pretty good leads on the whereabouts of Tsunade they were looking for. Though when he found the time to get such leads, while fraternizing a pretty lady he had just met, was beyond Naruto. Naruto sighed and laid down on the bed in annoyance. What now? He was stuck here waiting for someone who probably won't even show till later tonight. Naruto allowed his chakra to relax and spread around his body. It had been doing this ever since he had activated Golden Eyes state. His chakra would disperse and settle around his body like water. Before, it had kept circulating his body so he couldn't feel it unless he wanted to use a jutsu. Now it felt like dead weight, like it was holding him down. Naruto allowed some of the chakra to mold out in a beacon. It wasn't like a normal chakra barrier that sensed out people, it was the chakra echo, or at least what he called it. He had started to modify the chakra radar, which Jiraiya had given him. He sent presences outside of the door. Naruto blinked. He had almost thought it was Jiraiya, but then why would there be two? Naruto's mind started to race. After years and years of avoiding mobs, avoiding attacks by angry civilians, Naruto always thought fast. It could be room service? No, that's impossible. What about Jiraiya bringing in a friend? Unlikely. He said this would be a secret mission. Naruto chakra echoed once more. This time he added a bit more chakra. You see, like his other chakra radar, it allowed him to see how much chakra was there, but instead the faster it came back, the larger the amount of chakra. And Naruto put a fair bit of chakra into this echo just to be accurate. He had already measured Jiraiya's bounce and several others. He had compared their levels and determined a suitable measuring system. For Jiraiya, it took only 3 seconds for a bounce back. For Kakashi, it took 9 seconds. For these guys, it took only 5 seconds. Naruto's palms started to get sweaty, and his body started to tense. These were definitely not your run-of-the-mill nins. Naruto could probably match up to Kakashi in a straight fight, but he couldn't even touch Jiraiya, not even if he used Golden Eye's state. Naruto shakily got up and started to approach the door. There was no way these guys would come in here for a social visit. He had to escape. Naruto took a deep breath and sighed. Now what to do? Naruto thought, his mind already coming up with a plan. Sasuke. Sasuke walked to Kakashi's room, still contemplating Naruto's growth. How did he get so strong? It seemed practically impossible. But he knew that Naruto, as a hard worker, could he been training secretly. In the Chunin exams, Naruto showed amazing feats that Sasuke didn't even think possible. Could he do this as well? Sasuke entered the room and saw something interesting. For Jounins in the room, Asuma, Kurenai, and Guy, but Kakashi was resting in his bed. What the hell was going on? Sasuke looked around with curious eyes. Why is Kakashi resting in the middle of the day? Why are all the Jounins in his room? The Jounins didn't answer but looked away. Sasuke's eyes narrowed. What the hell? Then there was a sudden rush of feet. Sasuke turned around and another Jounin rushed in yelling. Is it true? Itachi has come back and he is hunting Naruto? Sasuke's mind shut down for approximately 1.2854762967265453 seconds. Kurenai sighed and muttered stupid at the Jounin. Sasuke's mind rebooted and he started running as fast as he could to find Naruto. The Akatsuki, a blue-skinned man with shark-like teeth, looked at the door with some annoyance. They had just arrived there, but Itachi was waiting to knock on the door. Yo, Itachi. What are you doing? Open it up. Itachi nodded. My apologize. My eyes were acting up. Kisame grumbled and looked away. He knew about Itachi's eyes. When you had a partner, even in a criminal organization, you got used to them. Whether you hated them or not, you got used to their presence, a constant in life. Itachi knocked on the door and then waited. Naruto. Naruto heard the knock and thought to himself, that's the K. Naruto grabbed the handle and swung it up. Finally, he practically yelled. Why'd you take so long, you stupid pervert dash? What a disappointment Naruto had when he yanked the door open to find himself staring up into a familiar pair of dark eyes. A scowl formed on his face almost instantaneously as his bright, hopeful eyes darkened irritably. Sharingan, he thought rapidly, his heartbeat quickly sped up. In his agitation, he failed to take into account the slight but obvious differences between his former teammate and this young man. Before the stranger could say anything, Naruto growled out, Buzz off, Sasuke. I'm not in the mood for your crap. And then he promptly slammed the door in the man's face without a word more. And then Naruto promptly disappeared into a puff of smoke. Kisame. Outside, on the other hand, Kisame blinked at the sudden entrance of the target and the exclamation. Well, that was interesting. I like this kid, Kisame said with a toothy smirk to Itachi. He's got spunk. Itachi didn't respond. He merely stared coldly at the closed door for a moment. Taking a small step back, He sent a vicious kick into the flimsy wood and easily split it in two as it went careening inward. An empty room with an open window greeted them. One quick gaze around the room confirmed to the Uchiha that their target was gone. Kisame blinked as he walked into the room. With an almost hesitant smirk, he said, "You didn't have to kick the door down." Itachi made no reply. "HN. Slippery little brat, eh?" Kisame remarked, quite enjoying the sight of the normally unflappable Uchiha in such a temper. "Kisame," said Itachi, calm once again, "we must pursue him now while he's still alone. We can't afford to cause another scene." "Not yet anyway," Kisame thought with a feral version of his toothy grin. "Oh yes. This job was getting interesting." Kisame turned to leave when he noticed something. He smelt burning fumes. Kisame spun around towards and looked around for the source. There was nothing there. Kisame looked up and his eyes went wide. "Oh shit." Itachi looked up as well, his own eyes widening. There were 4 explosive tags on every end of the room. Boom! Naruto. Naruto's eyes narrowed at the sound of the explosion. He was running in the direction he had seen Jiraiya going in. He had no glint of hope that the explosion even scratched the 2 nins. Maybe annoyed them and make them disoriented for a few seconds, but nothing more. Naruto pushed more chakra into his legs and pushed off. Okay, it'll probably take 15 seconds for them to catch up. Do I try and hide or do I burst out my chakra for Jiraiya to find me? He couldn't decide because he had to jump back to avoid a huge smash from a wrapped sword. Naruto jumped back and threw 2 kunais. The blue-skinned man's partner came in and easily blocked them. Naruto cursed and jumped back, immediately reaching into his jumpsuit for his blind fold. Damn it, okay. Time to burst out my chakra. That was pretty clever with the explosive tags there. But we can't have you running around now, can we? The large blue man said with a chuckle as he lifted the large thing off his back. As soon as he had lifted it, he swung the large object towards Naruto. Although he had jumped back as soon as the hand had even started to move, he barely evaded the smash. He's fast, Naruto thought. I need to use the golden eyes state so that I even want to stand a chance till Jiraiya gets here. Naruto wrapped the blind fold around his eyes. The 2 nins looked in amusement and curiosity. Kisame turned to Itachi slightly. So, he knows how to fight a Sharingan user, but I wonder. Kisame lunged at Naruto, swinging with his right hand. Does he fight well? Naruto bent down and rolled to the right side. Kisame's swing went wide and struck away from Naruto. Naruto pushed his left hand on the ground and then chambered his legs. He then pushed off, allowing his right leg to fly up and his left leg to follow. Naruto's heel hit perfectly on Kisame's nose, and then Naruto pivoted on his left hand and pushed his body weight more to the right. His left shin came crashing into Kisame's throat, sending him back. Kisame tumbled to the ground coughing. That little fucker. Itachi sighed. That is why you shouldn't underestimate your opponents, Kisame. Kisame just muttered something incoherently and got up, dusting his cloak. At this time, civilians were now running left and right, screaming on the top of their lungs. I just hope this is enough to find me, Naruto thought as he started to go into his golden eyes state. 2 seconds passed and then the Sharingan user suddenly spoke up, although his voice wasn't aimed at either his partner or Naruto. It's been a long time, Sasuke. And from behind them, Naruto saw someone who definitely shouldn't be here. The newcomer growled out, voice filled with hate, loath, lust to kill, Uchiha Itachi. Well, Itachi's partner suddenly spoke. This is really an interesting day. This is the 2nd time I've seen another Sharingan today. I will kill you, Sasuke continued, his eyes now filled with red, and 2 tomos in his eyes. And suddenly Naruto was reminded of what Sasuke had said before. About the man he had to kill, how that man was his brother. The Naruto came to his senses and yelled out, Sasuke, what the hell are you doing here? Sasuke ignored him. Shut up. Naruto, get out of here. This is my fight. Hey, the same Sharingan as you, and he seems to be familiar with you, Itachi-san. Who is he? Kisame asked as he looked over his shoulder. He is my younger brother. Oh? I heard that you had wiped out the entire Uchiha clan. You let one live. Damn it. This is not the time and place for a fucking family reunion. Naruto thought with anxiety building in his gut. If it was just him, Naruto could take care for himself, at least till backup came. But with Sasuke, the idiot, this would get a hell of a lot harder. Sasuke growled out as he went through several hand seals. I have lived all these years. All these years I have been surviving. Electricity started to build up in his hand. Sasuke looked up, rage filling his eyes. To kill you, the Chidori bursted to life. Naruto tensed. That idiot, you can't use Chidori on people of this caliber. Sasuke charged at Itachi. Kisame took a couple steps back to let Itachi deal with it. Sasuke charged at amazing speeds but not fast enough. As soon as Sasuke lashed out with the Chidori, Itachi grabbed it and pushed it to the side. Sasuke and Itachi met eyes. Sasuke was about to punch. Itachi noticed and started to twist his arm but then sensed something behind him. Itachi ducked as Naruto lashed out with a roundhouse to Itachi's head. Itachi dashed away from Sasuke and Naruto, facing them with amusement. So the both of you against me. Kisame rolled his eyes. Let me handle this, Itachi. It'll be easier. Sasuke growled. What are you doing, Naruto? Naruto didn't respond but instead disappeared. The Nin's eyes widened. Kisame then felt something behind him. Naruto was now behind him, his hands crossed. Naruto stepped forwards, swinging his hands towards either side of him, yelling, Futon. Impact wind. Kisame was launched forward suddenly and crashed into a shop. Itachi eyes widened. Now that was a technique. Itachi didn't have time to think as Naruto disappeared again. Itachi jumped to the side, just as Naruto reappeared shouting, Futon, Dragon Windmail. Itachi was lucky to have dodged because where he was standing was now cut into mince pieces. Itachi glared at Naruto. This is not what we heard about the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. We need to report this. Okay, that's it, brat. I am chopping of your limbs. There was another explosion in the shop, which Kisame had been launched into. Kisame stepped out, his face looking completely murderous. Naruto looked, or well-faced Kisame looking totally disinterested. Naruto, what the hell? How did you get so strong? Sasuke said while jumping back, preparing another Chidori. Naruto sighed. A story for another time, but we have to deal with these guys first. Kisame ignored Sasuke and charged at Naruto, raising his sword. Naruto tensed, ready to use another wind technique, but then he saw something that made him want to palm his face. Sasuke charged straight at Itachi once more. Itachi instead did several hand seals, and Naruto recognized those hand seals. Itachi called out quietly, Katun, Grand Fireball. Kisame swung but hit the round once more. Kisame turned around ready to strike once more, but no one was there. Sasuke's eyes widened as he saw a huge fireball come at him. He couldn't dodge. Was this how he would go down? Not killing Itachi, not becoming a great Nin. No. Futon arrow spin, a cloud of smoke appeared everywhere. Kisame and Itachi looked in surprise as the smoke cleared. Sasuke was no on his butt, looking in shock at the person before him. Naruto was in front of him, having blocked the fire with the technique. Sasuke stuttered out, and Naruto dash. Kisame gave a hearty laugh. Sasuke whipped his head towards Kisame. Kisame kept laughing and yelled at Naruto, mocking him. Oh, that's rich. Saving your fellow Nin, huh? But it looks like it doesn't work so well with you. Sasuke looked back at Naruto in fear. Naruto's body started to shake as he put his right arm down. It was fine, not a scratch on it. But then Naruto put down his left. It was black, charred, by third-degree burns. And Naruto? Oh, Kami, your arm. Sasuke started to shake. His friend was going to die because of his stupidity. He was going to die. No, Kami, no. Please. Naruto's body shook as he fell to the ground, groaning in pain. Sweat started to pour off his body. Fuck, that hurt, Naruto thought. Kisame moved forward. Well, now that's dealt with, let's bag him and bring him back. What the hell do you think you are doing to my student? A very chilling voice came about. Itachi and Kisame were instantly on guard as a new Nin came down. Naruto shakily used his right arm to take off his blindfold. He turned to his left and smiled weakly. "Hey sensei, what the hell took you so long?" Jiraiya didn't respond, but simply glared at the Nines in front of him. Itachi glared right back. "It looks like our time here is done." Kisame looked at Jiraiya carefully. "Let's go." Jiraiya knelt down towards Naruto and took out some bandage to wrap his arm. "I will let you two go this time," Jiraiya started to say. But then he turned and glared at them, murderous intent pouring off him, his eyes now like a demon. "But next time I will kill you slowly." Without a word, Kisame and Itachi disappeared. Sasuke trudged up to follow, but then he stopped as he heard Naruto groan. Sasuke turned around with worry. It was his fault. His fault that Naruto was hurt like this. Jiraiya was already bandaging Naruto's arm and using a healing jutsu to repair some of the tissue. Sasuke knelt down next to Naruto. "What the fuck were you thinking, brat?" Jiraiya growled. Sasuke looked up and saw that Jiraiya was addressing him. Sasuke felt the anger, the loathe emanating from him. It was suffocating. Sasuke stuttered out, Itachi, I heard that he was Dash." "No, you idiot. Why the hell would you use Chidori against someone like Itachi?" Jiraiya roared. Sasuke flinched. It was the highest level technique I learned." Jiraiya shook his head. "You do not even know the basis of the technique. It is an assassination technique, not a frontal confrontation. And even then, to use it in a frontal assault against an S-rank Nin is asking to be killed." Sasuke glared back. "Then what was I supposed to do? Just watch as they take Naruto. Just watch as the person I need to kill is standing right here." At this, Jiraiya smacked Sasuke across the face with the back of his hand. Sasuke tumbled back at the force of the blow. Jiraiya picked up Naruto, bridal style as to not agitate the burns, and said with a fury unparalleled, "You are a failure as a Nin. You can't even analyze a situation properly and make the right decisions to win. Your recklessness will get your teammates killed, and one day you will be killed when they stop sacrificing themselves for you." Sasuke's eyes widened. What was he becoming? He was a failure? Was he really that blind not to even...
Oh Kami.
Sasuke looked up at Naruto, whose unconscious face was contorted in pain, and then he looked up to Jiraiya and said, Is he going to be able to use his arm again?" Jiraiya glared at Sasuke, who flinched in fear of being struck again. Jiraiya eased only a fraction. "I am going to find the best medic in the elemental lands. If she gives her consent, then yes." Sasuke started to speak. "Can I calm Dash?"
No, Jiraiya growled.
"You have done enough. Go back to Konoha and reflect on why you made Naruto get injured in the first place." Sasuke wanted to speak but chose not to. Instead, he turned around slowly and walked away slowly. Jiraiya didn't even bother watching Sasuke leave. Instead, he immediately ordered another room in a different hotel. As soon as he got into a room, he put several fortification seals and privacy seals. Jiraiya then unwrapped Naruto's hand and saw red chakra bubbling out of Naruto's burnt arm. It entered the burnt areas and started to regrow the cells, then to nerves, and then to veins. Jiraiya had expected this, but it was going far too slow for his liking. Jiraiya rewrapped the arm and then took out another ink and brush. He wrote down several seals on the bandages to control the flow of the Kyuubi's chakra and to keep the bandages from breaking down. Jiraiya bit his lip as he finished the seal. It'll hold, but he needs a real doctor. 2 days later, Naruto trudged along the road, his bandaged, left hand limp at his side. Jiraiya was walking next to him, going through several scrolls. Naruto's right hand held a balloon. He was on the second step of the Rasengan. He had been trying to pop the balloon for 4 hours and still no effect. Jiraiya had carried him a couple miles away towards their destination. When Naruto had woken up. Flashback. My head, Naruto thought as he sat up shakily. Naruto groaned as he felt his left arm twinge in pain, or at least the elbow twinged in pain. Naruto lifted his arm and looked at it. It was all bandaged up. What happened, Dash? Then it hit him like a ton of bricks. The cloak-wearing Nins, the trap, the chase, the fight, Sasuke butting in, him saving Sasuke and getting burnt because of it. Naruto lurched over in pain. Naruto looked at his hand and then noticed something strange. No. Wait a minute. Naruto glared at his arm for a moment. Then his eyes grew wide and he started to shake. No, this can't be happening. Naruto, are you all right? Naruto looked up shakily at Jiraiya, the conclusion fully dawning to him. I can't feel my left arm. Flashback end. Naruto sighed once more and looked up toward the road. I will get stronger. Naruto focused chakra once more and the rubber balloon was ripped to shreds. Here we go. Unknown location. Orochimaru looked at the papers in front of him with intense scrutiny. This was not good. He had been working on his little project for many days and was nowhere near the point of success. He needed knowledge. Not the knowledge of jutsu, seals, or something like that. He needed the knowledge of medicine, human physiology. He had doctors, yes, but they were nowhere near the level he needed. The cards were stacked against him, and it would take too long to learn all the material himself. He needed someone who could process the data easily. Kabuto was good, yes, but even he wasn't good enough. He needed someone who had enough control to move chakra through the nervous system and chakra pathways like second nature. Orochimaru sighed while leaning back in his chair. It seems I really have to call in an old contact, Orochimaru thought, all the while thinking how to get her to join his cause. Orochimaru-sama, Kabuto said while entering the room slowly. Orochimaru smirked and turned around. Kabuto, we are going on a road trip. Naruto. Naruto looked around at the town. This is Tanzakagai. Naruto asked himself, staring at the lively area in front of him. It seems that most towns have some similarity to Konoha. Naruto thought. This reminded him of the Blue District in Konoha. He had often run through there to escape his capturers. Since it was so busy, it was easy for Naruto to lose people in there. Naruto jumped up on a roof of a house to get a better look. Jiraiya followed suit. So Tsunade should be here, Naruto thought with some amusement. The last town they'd been in, they'd only missed Tsunade by a day, so hopefully they would finally catch up with her in this latest town. Jiraiya had been away talking to his contacts, while Naruto was running for his life from S-Class Nines. Yes, Jiraiya did inform him on who was coming after him. Naruto had thought about it for a couple days but shrugged it off. Well, shrugged it off in the sense that he didn't want to think about it. He did not want to fall into a sense of despair, knowing that someone was coming after you for the thing you imprison. And considering that the people coming after you were S-Class missing Nines. That really didn't help either. So Naruto put his mind into finishing the Rasengan and forming and improving his techniques. Naruto surveyed the scene and sighed. Hey Jiraiya-desh, Naruto froze. He felt something was off. There was a huge echo of chakra nearby, where chakra had been used. Naruto turned to the west and saw a huge building collapsed. Jiraiya looked over to where Naruto was looking at and nodded solemnly. Let's go. Once they had arrived, they were shocked at the scene. A large area had been affected by the carnage. Natural disaster might have been a believable excuse for the destruction that had occurred, but such wasn't the case. The castle was all that had been razed to the ground, so the culprit could only have been a summoned animal of some sort. The huge amount of chakra residue that was there attested to the hypothesis also. With this kind of destruction, I say someone was looking for Tsunade. Taking out a monument probably needs a high-level jutsu or a summon, Jiraiya said calmly, a frown on his lips. But Tsunade wouldn't use her summon to mindlessly destroy, and the only one I know who would know how to search for Tsunade would be Orochimaru. Naruto finished for Jiraiya. Jiraiya nodded. But why would Orochimaru be searching for Tsunade? Jiraiya mused out loud. Orochimaru, Naruto mused out loud, remembering the snake freak. Oh, how badly he wanted to shove a wind chakra empowered first through that bastard's gut. The memory was mixed up though, the emotions running too high when he'd been told. He was a leaf Nin, but then he betrayed us and became a missing Nin, right? Naruto asked. He had researched in the library. He had usually dropped into the library and researched before he went to meet Hinata as Kira. Naruto gritted his teeth. This wasn't good. First he gets attacked by S-Class Nins, and now their target was being hunted by another S-Class Nin. Why was the shit hitting the fan in buckets? We should get going. Jiraiya nodded. Jiraiya nodded once more but then sighed. But it's too late in the day to do much of anything. So let's go eat some dinner, huh? Naruto glanced at Jiraiya in confusion. With a developing crisis like this, why the hell would it be time to eat? Right? But can we at least not go to a bar again? Naruto sighed, while following Jiraiya back the way they had come. He had stopped arguing with the pervert, or well on some things. He knew that Jiraiya wasn't as crazy as Jiraiya portrayed himself. But hey, that was some personality Jiraiya had created.
No.
Jiraiya stated. Ah, Sensei, they always have horrible and icky food at the bar. Why the hell are we going to the bar anyways? Replied a pouting Naruto while jumping down to the ground. It was already getting dark. Jiraiya rolled his eyes. Because Tsunade might be there, Jiraiya retorted, while walking under the cloth hanging at the door of the bar. Jiraiya scanned the inside and his eyes caught something. Jiraiya! Tsunade! What are you doing here? They said in unison. Drinking. Looking for you, came simultaneous replies. Jiraiya and Naruto had just walked into a bar that looked halfway respectable. To their immense surprise, Tsunade was sitting at a booth with a bottle of alcohol in front of her. Her black-haired companion, Shizune, sat next to her with a small pink pig in her arms. The four all had mirror image expressions of shock. Naruto immediately shook out of his shock and immediately began analyzing Tsunade. Genjutsu over her obviously. Her chakra is still active. Interesting, Jiraiya said she had been out of the game for several years. Most nin's chakra would have slowed or dulled in that time, but hers is still active. I wonder why. Naruto thought with some interest. Geez, this is a day of reunions, isn't it? Tsunade said as she tossed back another serving of sake, her blonde hair moving over her shoulder. She looked worn and slightly rumpled, her eyes not quite focusing as they should. What do you mean? Jiraiya asked, even though he was pretty sure what she was talking about. Naruto glanced towards Jiraiya and then caught on. Jiraiya was simply moving with the conversation, waiting for the right time to break the news. That bastard Orochimaru decided to pay me a visit. Tsunade took another drink. Jiraiya stopped and looked up at Tsunade. Naruto blinked and his eyes narrowed. Orochimaru was here. Tsunade nodded. Yep. But she didn't say anything further. Both older Nins sent warning glances to their younger counterparts to tell them to shut up. Jiraiya, on the other hand, looked at her straight in the eye and sent her a message. We will talk later. Jiraiya cleared his throat and said, anyways, we need to talk about Sensei's orders. Tsunade snorted. Why, is Sensei getting ready to retire? Yes, and that's why I'm here. The council voted you in as the new Hokage. Jiraiya had slid into the seat in front of Tsunade. Naruto sat next to him, observing the conversation. The black-haired girl on the right of Tsunade and Tsunade herself choked. It wasn't every day you were told this kind of news. Che, who in their right mind would want that shit job? Tsunade snorted into her alcohol. Naruto blood ran cold. What the hell gave her the fucking right to say that? Watch what you say. Naruto growled. Jiraiya gave a warning glance to Naruto, but Naruto ignored it. Who are you, twerp? Tsunade gave him the squinty eye.
I'm Uzumaki Naruto.
And I will not have you stepping on the name of the Hokage. Naruto stood up and glared at Tsunade. Get down from there, idiot. Jiraiya yanked him back down again. What do you think the Hokage is? It's a sad job, I'll tell you. You send people out to die every day, but you still smile at them. You tell families they'll come back, but you know they won't. Tsunade sneered at him, though her voice shook at the end. Naruto looked her in the eye with a firm determination. A Kage is a leader of a village. He or she has the responsibility to send soldiers to their deaths if necessary. There is no question. It is the hardest job in the world, but it is the most important one. The Kages represent order and leaders of the world, and it is an honor to be called one. Being Hokage does nothing but shorten your life. Every single Hokage died for that worthless village, and even more people died trying to become Hokage. Tsunade gritted her teeth, eyes distant. So, everybody dies sometime, right? At least they died doing something important. They died so that other families could still sleep with their kids, so that a son or a daughter would still have a home to go to. Naruto growled across the table at the blonde. Humph, you're an idiot, and I won't do it. Only fools become Hokage. Tsunade picked up the bottle of sake at her elbow and downed the rest of it in one big gulp. There was a gust of wind and a spike of chakra. Naruto yelled while raising his right arm. "You bitch!" Naruto's eyes started to tinge gold. Bam! Naruto flew into the counter on the opposite side of the restaurant. Tsunade and Shizune went wide-eyed and stared at Jiraiya. Jiraiya was at his feet glaring at Naruto. "You idiot! How the hell do you think you can fight in your condition?" Naruto got up shakily. "Even with one arm I can still fight," Naruto retorted. Tsunade and Shizune stopped at this. "One arm?" Tsunade turned to Jiraiya. "What does he mean, one arm? He still has both his limbs." Jiraiya sighed and looked at Tsunade with a bit of resignation. Regret etched across his face. "His whole entire left arm is dead. It's one of the reasons why I went to find you." Tsunade was now interested, her old medical background ready to tackle a new case. "What's wrong with it?" Jiraiya yelled at Naruto. "Get over here and don't cause a fuss." Naruto staggered back to Jiraiya. Jiraiya glared at him and pushed him down into the booth. Jiraiya grabbed Naruto's left arm and pulled back the sleeve. Tsunade and Shizune looked at the bandaged arm. Jiraiya spoke in a quiet voice. "Let's just say, some missing Nines decided to pay Naruto a visit. They burnt his left arm, leaving third-degree burns." Tsunade's eyes widened. Jiraiya ignored her reaction and continued. "A certain fox healed his arm, but the nervous system and chakra system are still null." Tsunade bit her lip and thought. "Interesting, a case of foreign chakra reconstruction. I've heard of it before but never seen it. Well, it is only theoretical, but in the case of a new limb added onto a person, a medical nin with high skill must guide chakra back through the chakra system. This will allow the chakra to activate the chakra nodes and nervous system." Jiraiya looked at Tsunade analyzing the situation. He could always tell because she would grip her right hand when she thought. He allowed himself to have a small smile. "She still got it." Tsunade grabbed Naruto's arm. Naruto didn't even flinch. It's not like he could feel anything anyways. Tsunade took a deep breath and thought to herself. "There is no blood. There is not blood." She sent a pulse of chakra through the arm to see where the chakra nodes are. There about 7 of them. That's a lot, but they are all in perfect areas. The QB did a good job in recreation. Tsunade placed her right hand on Naruto's shoulder and sent another pulse of chakra. The chakra slivered down through Naruto's arm, in a river flow through Naruto's chakra nodes. Tsunade smirked as she already memorized the pattern. Then sending a torrent of chakra, Tsunade guided chakra through the first node. Naruto twitched. He felt his chakra shift involuntarily towards his left arm. Tsunade felt a flood of chakra rush to follow her chakra to the first node. Tsunade then moved her chakra to the second node and so on. It was like a game of follow the leader. She finally moved her chakra to the final 7th node where her left hand was. She moved her chakra back into her hand and let of Naruto's arm. With Naruto's chakra ready rushing down, Tsunade had no doubt that the chakra would flow properly now. Well, that was interesting development, Tsunade thought. She was already reviewing what she had done so she could record for later research. She didn't have much field work in reattaching limbs, but this was certainly an amusing start. Naruto's arm twitched once more and he felt a flooding feeling in his hand. Naruto looked at his left hand and focused on it. He felt his chakra move through it. It's back. Everything is back. Naruto thought with glee. Naruto tried to grip his hand into a fist. Slowly but surely the hand closed into a fist. Naruto smiled. Naruto turned to Tsunade. He didn't smile, but he did have a serious face on. "Thank you for fixing my arm," Naruto said while bowing his head slightly. Though Naruto was still annoyed about Tsunade tarnishing the name of the Hokage, Naruto did know when to be humble. Tsunade leaned back and nodded. "Just because I did that doesn't mean I'll be Hokage." Naruto sighed. "I wasn't expecting that. How about this? Let's make a bet." Tsunade raised an eyebrow. "Tell me first, then I'll agree. How about we fight? And if you don't win, then you come to the Konoha and become the Hokage." Tsunade chuckled. "Okay, brat, let's see what you got." Naruto smirked right back. "But let's do it later. You're drunk and I just got my arm back." Tsunade shrugged. Whatever you say, brat. How about this? I'll give you 1 week to prepare. Naruto smiled wide. Why, thank you. In the end, the two parties went their separate ways. Suanda was musing what to do with Orochimaru. At a hotel, Jiraiya looked at Naruto and sighed. What are you thinking, Naruto? Naruto looked at Jiraiya with a raised eyebrow. What do you mean? Jiraiya looked at him with a resignation and a bit of annoyance. Okay, a lot of annoyance. You are facing a Sannin. Naruto nodded. I noticed. But with the technique I am developing, I can win. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. Does it have to do with the Rasengan? Naruto nodded once more, smirking all the while. It's not adding elemental recomposition if that's what you're thinking, but it's a much more effective means of delivering. I have also noticed that my golden eyes state adds a little more kick to the Rasengan. Jiraiya was now interested. Oh, tell me all about it. 6 days later. Shizune sighed a little. She didn't want Tsunade to lose, but she didn't really want this blonde boy to lose either. She was also worried about Orochimaru. The Snake Sannin had said that he'd give Tsunade a week to think over the deal, and the week was up tomorrow. Shizune wondered if Tsunade had arranged the bet to end tomorrow on purpose, or if she'd simply not been thinking about that. She didn't know what to do. Shizune turned and saw Tsunade enter the room. Tsunade-sama, please, I know you are thinking about Orochimaru's decision, but please don't accept it. Suanda looked at her dejectedly. Shizune, I am your superior. Shizune got in a fighting stance. I will fight you if I must, but I will not allow you to dash. Tsunade had already stuck Shizune in the gut. Remember who you are talking to, Shizune. Shizune fell to the floor out cold. Tsunade walked away silently out of the room. Naruto and Jiraiya. Jiraiya panted as he dodged another one of the Rasengans. This was ridiculous. To be pushed this far from just a Genin. Well, okay, a Jinchuuriki, but still, for a Sannin to be pushed this far, that was something. Jiraiya reflected on what Naruto had done with the Rasengan, and Jiraiya had to admit, it was one hell of an idea. In the form of destructive power, it was definitely A or even S-class level. In the form of everything else, it made the technique overall S-class. Jiraiya jumped away again, and Naruto crashed through the ground where Jiraiya had been, leaving a 5 feet radius smocking hole. Naruto looked over, his eyes still golden. For many days they had practiced chakra control in the golden eye state, and Naruto was getting it down. Of course, he was nowhere near using vacuum orb more than once in his golden eye state, but it was getting there. Jiraiya raised his hands to stop. That's enough. Rest up for tomorrow, you seem to have the approach down. Naruto nodded and closed his eyes. The energy rushed back to the center of his chakra core. All the strength left him, and Naruto fell down to one knee panting. Jiraiya walked over and grabbed Naruto's arm, pulling him up. Up you go, Jiraiya cheerily said. But then Jiraiya got serious and said, Are you sure you can combine this with the other things you showed me? Jiraiya said while looking at all the other craters, broken trees and crumbled rocks. Naruto nodded. It's a simple matter of using them in order, and if I put them all together dash. It's a one-hit kill. Jiraiya finished for him. The next day, Naruto was up and at M for the fight. Okay, no, he was nervous as hell. This could end up in 2 ways. Both ending S would have bad consequences. But that wasn't what was disturbing him. He was thinking about his team, his old team to be exact. Why did he act like an idiot? If he had acted normal from the start, could he have been better? Could he have gained some recognition? Naruto was now on the roof looking up at the sky. The sunrise was always great. In Konoha, he would wake up really early just to watch it. Of course, that was why he was always late to class, since he had to run down the Hokage monument just to get to the academy. Hey Naruto, come on, we need to go meet up with Tsunade. Jiraiya called from the base of the hotel. Naruto looked down and nodded. He jumped down and landed neatly next to Jiraiya. They started walking due west. Naruto then realized something. Hey, how do you know where Tsunade is? Jiraiya shrugged. I keep tabs on everyone with my frogs. Naruto shook his head and mentally grumbled. If you kept tabs on everyone, then what about me and the S-class Nins? They started to keep walking when they saw someone running towards them.
Jiraiya-sama. Naruto-kun.
Shizun cried. Jiraiya and Naruto were instantly alert and sensed for threats that might have tailed Shizun or be hunting her. When they felt none, they relaxed only a fraction and waited for Shizun to arrive. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow at Shizun's distressed state. What's wrong? Shizun panted out. Tsunade has gone to meet Orochi Dash. Before she even finished, Jiraiya had grabbed Shizun and started running. Naruto was already running towards a series of chakra echoes. Echoes with a lot of power behind them. Tsunade. Tsunade looked at the two Nins in front of her and bit her lip. Orochimaru smirked. So Tsunade, what's it going to be? Tsunade closed her eyes. This is it. Tsunade launched herself forward at Orochimaru, her fist raised. Orochimaru and Kabuto jumped back just in time. Tsunade's fist hit the wall and debris flew. Orochimaru glared at Tsunade with loath. You bitch, how dare you betray me? Tsuanda looked at Orochimaru and smirked. I was never on your side to begin with. Tsunade charged once more and Orochimaru and Kabuto continued to dodge. They kept dodging around till they reached a small opening. Tsunade was not even breathing hard, but Kabuto and Orochimaru were not forced to do anything yet. Tsunade looked around and mentally prepared. Here they could use their techniques full out, without having to worry about any debris or bystanders. Fine, if it's a fight you want, it's a fight you'll get, Tsunade. But I wonder, are you in any condition to fight? What with that pesky phobia of yours? Orochimaru bit down on his own lip and watched as Tsunade froze. Her eyes glued on the blood trailing down his chin from the self-inflicted wound. You won't scare me, Tsunade forced out, dropping into a stiff stance. Her eyes still focused on the blood. Oh, is that so? Kabuto, you can deal with her, Orochimaru said while smirking. If he could have Kabuto slow her down, he could easily take her prisoner. Kabuto shot towards Tsunade, bringing his hand up in an attempt to get at her neck. Tsunade dodged, but barely, and tried to return a punch to his jaw, but the motion was slow and jerky and Kabuto easily avoided it. Kabuto jumped backwards and threw two kwanis. Tsunade leapt to one side and charged forward. She lashed out with a roundhouse kick to the face, but Kabuto ducked. Using her momentum, Tsunade kept spinning and then pushed off with her pivoting leg. Her left leg lashed upwards and connected with Kabuto's face, sending him flying up. She stepped forward and gave a heavy punch to Kabuto's stomach. Kabuto was sent flying back, but the punch racked Kabuto with coughs, one of them calling up blood to fly out and spatter on Tsunade's face. She screamed and choked, taking several hurried steps backwards before slipping and falling onto her knees. She wiped furiously at her face to get the specks of blood off. In her distraction, she didn't see Kabuto slowly but surely heal himself and start moving towards her. That fear of yours is quite unfit for a nin of your status, isn't it? That's too bad. Once you were the greatest healer in the world. And now look at you, a doctor cowering at the sight of blood. Kabuto's voice mocked her, but she'd stopped listening, too concerned with the blood on her skin. He raised a hand and coated it with deadly-looking green chakra, thrusting it towards Tsunade's unprotected neck. Kabuto was about to step forward and strike when he felt something. Futon. Impact wind. Kabuto was sent flying back. Naruto jumped forward in front of Tsunade and glared at Kabuto. Orochimaru and Kabuto stared briefly at Naruto's eyes. They were golden. Naruto had already pulled his trump card against them. With someone of Orochimaru caliber, he would need it to fight him. Well, that is if Jiraiya needed help to kill Orochimaru, of course.
Tsunade-sama.
Tsunade looked blearily towards Shizun, still shaking slightly because of the blood. Shizun leapt to her side, trying to wipe off the blood. So, Orochimaru, it's been a while. Orochimaru's smirk grew wide. Yes, it has, Jiraiya. Jiraiya walked next to Naruto and glared at Orochimaru. I will kill you. Orochimaru gave a hearty laugh. Oh, and I remember our last encounter, you said dash. Enough small talk, growled Naruto. Jiraiya, I will leave Orochimaru to you, until I take care of his lackey. Kabuto laughed. Oh, I'm touched. You're dedicating your time to me. Naruto sighed and scratched his head as if he was doing something troublesome. No, I just want to kill the easy one before I move on to the big fish. Kabuto stopped laughing and glared at Naruto. Naruto just gave a wide grin back. Orochimaru stared at the exchange with some amusement and then turned back to Jiraiya. Well, let's see. Orochimaru swiped blood from his mouth and then did several hand seals and stamped the ground. Jiraiya's eyes widened and grabbed Shizune and Tsunade, moving them back. Two snakes, the kind that invaded Konoha, appeared and hissed at Jiraiya. Jiraiya was about to go through several hand seals when Naruto yelled, "Save your chakra, sensei." Jiraiya looked over at Naruto and then met eyes briefly. Jiraiya understood what Naruto meant and let his chakra circulate back into his body. No need to waste chakra. Naruto raised his left hand towards his right shoulder and gathered chakra. Wind chakra started to spin furiously around his arm. The chakra became so dense that the wind seemed to be visible around his arm. Naruto called out while swiping downwards at the two new summons. Futon. Force Sword Edge. A huge gust of wind appeared everywhere. Shizune clung onto Tsunade to protect themselves from the intensity of the wind. Even Jiraiya held up an arm. After 3 seconds, the wind died down. The snakes were now cut up into bits. Their remains poofed out of existence. Naruto smirked. Force Sword Edge actually didn't cost that much chakra, just control. To be able to stack layers on layers of wind chakra on your arm, while keeping it sharp was difficult, but with the control exercises that Jiraiya had given him, it seemed like spreading butter on bread. Orochimaru glared at Naruto with a huge amount of loath. If this boy was on his side, he could destroy Konoha with a sweep of his arm. But since the boy was stuck in Konoha's ideals that he must be destroyed, Orochimaru leapt towards the boy, ready to kill him. Your opponent is me. Orochimaru's eyes widened and he blocked upwards. Jiraiya launched a brutal axe kick towards Orochimaru, sending him into the ground. Naruto. Naruto smirked as he saw Jiraiya kick Orochimaru into the ground and turned his attention toward Kabuto. So, what's it going to be, eh? Naruto asked, mocking, while reaching into his orange jumpsuit for his blindfold. Kabuto glared at Naruto and then leapt forward, not allowing time for Naruto to get ready. Naruto ducked under a punch and then leapt to the left. He pulled out his blindfold and put it on. Okay then, how about this? Naruto disappeared. Kabuto's eyes widened as he tried to sense Naruto. Futon. Rift. Kabuto felt pressures around his body. He felt like he was being squeezed in all directions. Kabuto let out a blood-curdling scream. Suddenly it stopped and Kabuto fell on all fours, panting like mad. Aw man, I was going to have you squeezed into a little blood ball for what you did. Naruto whined a couple feet away. Kabuto reached into his pocket for a soldier pill. For what I did? Naruto nodded. Yep, you hurt Tsunade, and that's a no-no for any Konoha nin. Kabuto swallowed the pill and stood up. What does Konoha have to do with this? Naruto gave a mad grin. It is a nin's duty to protect their Hokage. Tsunade listened to the conversation with a reminiscing mind. How many times had she heard the title Hokage? First her brother, then her boyfriend, and now this boy. Hokage. Hokage. Why was she going to be Hokage? Did she deserve it? What about her brother who wanted to be Hokage and died? His dreams, her dreams. Should she become Hokage? For them, should she become Hokage? Tsunade's shaking slowly started to stop. Naruto then called out, Kabuto, I am going to kill you, but be honored this is the first time I used this technique full out. Kabuto braced himself for another attack. Naruto disappeared. Kabuto looked around rapidly for any signs of the blonde. Left, right, behind him, underneath, but Naruto was nowhere to be seen. I'm up here. Kabuto looked up, his eyes widening. Naruto was standing in mid-air, as if he was standing on the ground. How? Kabuto breathed out. Naruto laughed. If you can control pressure, then it is easy for you to concentrate the air particles around you. So now, Naruto reached out towards Kabuto with his left hand and sent chakra down. Kabuto felt his body pushed to the ground. He tried to stand up, but then his knees were snapped in two. His bones were now sticking out of his kneecaps and his blood flew in streams out of his leg. Naruto smirked and raised his hand above his head. You know, I experimented with this technique and found an interesting combo. Chakra started to spin in Naruto's right hand. It's finally complete, and I have to admit it's pretty destructive. Naruto smirked. The spinning chakra came to full height, and in Naruto's hand, 2 feet in radius, was a rapidly spinning Rasengan. This is my Judgment Rasengan. Naruto fell suddenly as the floor of air suddenly disappeared under him. He accelerated towards Kabuto, the wind pushing him. He reached forward with his right hand, fully extending his arm. D. A huge explosion ripped the grounds and smoke flew. Jiraiya. This is my Judgment Rasengan. So you have brought it out, huh, Naruto? You must be pissed, Jiraiya thought while ducking under Orochimaru's sword. Orochimaru jumped back and saw the explosion and shook with fury. You bastard. Jiraiya gave a laugh. This is why you do not mess with my student, Orochimaru. Jiraiya mocked. Orochimaru glared at him and then did several hand seals, then melted into the ground. Jiraiya watched him go and then ran towards Tsunade. Naruto. Naruto walked out of the smocking crater. That had taken a lot out of him. He had taken of his blindfold and let his golden eyes fade. Naruto staggered towards Tsunade, who had stopped shaking and was standing there, smiling. Naruto smiled back and said, So Tsunade, are we gonna have our fight? Jiraiya appeared on the scene and smacked Naruto in the back of the head. Rest, you idiot! Naruto glared at Jiraiya.
EV87.
Naruto sneezed on Jiraiya. Jiraiya spluttered and hit Naruto again. You idiot, why did you sneeze on me? Naruto yelled back. I didn't have a jacket on while you were training me. Hey, I helped you finish your combo. I know. Thank you. You're welcome. Now stop yelling. All right. The two paused, their breathing hard. Tsunade and Shizen looked at the exchange, giggling furiously.
Hey brat.
Naruto turned towards Tsunade. Yes. I'll be your Hokage. Naruto smiled. Jiraiya rolled his eyes. Let's go home, people. Konoha. Things in Konoha were shaping up for the most part. Well, okay, for the most part was actually 98% of the population was now going back to their regular biz of working. All except a couple people with lost family members and shops, etc. Team 7 was also part of this situation. They had lost their team member suddenly. Now one would think to replace that team member, but a fresh new batch of genin would not come out until 2 months. Sandaime had already handed out Chunin vests, but Sakura and Sasuke did not receive one. The last Chunin vest remaining was actually Naruto's, but he had disappeared suddenly. The other teams were now going intensive training to prepare to defend the borders just in case. Team 7. Team 7, or what was left of it, was now sitting down at Naruto's favorite shop. The irony of it was obvious since Naruto was not with them, but you really had to feel sorry for Team 7. Since they lost one of their members, all of their training sessions became more one-on-one and missions became harder, since you didn't have any extra hand or several, since Naruto used Kage Bunshins a lot. Sakura was a mess of stress. In between not knowing why Naruto left, her sensei and Sasuke all acting depressed about it. She was wondering whether she should request to move to a different team. Oi, look who's here. Team 7, who were waiting for their order at the stand, turned around. Team 8 and 9 were right there looking at them with surprise. Kiba had called out with a voice of surprise and then smirked. Hey, so looks like the rookie 9 is all. Where's Naruto? Kiba asked with some confusion. Kurenai looked at Kakashi and then at Asuma. Both of them nodded. Kakashi answered to Kiba. Naruto left the team. Kiba's eyes widened and then quickly schooled his features. Shikamaru's eyes did the opposite and narrowed. He immediately started analyzing everything to understand why Naruto left, and it didn't take a genius to care about a friend. Choji almost dropped his bag of chips. Ino stopped trying to flirt with Sasuke. Shino raised an eyebrow and Hinata gasped. Kiba then started joking around, thinking it was some kind of prank. So did he leave cause it was too much pressure? I mean, come on, this is Naruto we are talking about here. There was only silence that returned Kiba's answer. With this revelation, many of the genins were bombarding Team 7 questions. Why did he leave? Did he quit being a ninja? Where is he? How long since he has left? Is he going to come back? Are you guys going to get a new team member? Kurenai cleared her throat and said in a loud voice, "That is enough." The Genin stopped at the order and looked at Kurenai expectantly. They wanted answers. Kurenai looked over to Kakashi to see if it was okay. Kakashi nodded. Kurenai then turned to the Genin and said, "I was informed by Hokage-sama that Naruto was promoted to Chunin and was taken under the apprentice of Jiraiya, one of the Sannin." There was a pause. And then, after a lot of shouting and annoyed Jounins and civilians, Kurenai finally got them to quiet down. "He left Team 7 for quite a while, and is now with Jiraiya. I don't know where he is though, so don't bother trying to look at him." Kiba shook his head. "There is no way an idiot like Naruto could be an apprentice of one of the Sannin." Sasuke shook his head and muttered, "Nope, he's pretty strong." Sadly, Kiba heard it and turned to Sasuke. What was that, Sasuke?" Sasuke blinked and looked up. "Naruto's pretty strong." Shikamaru stepped forward. "And you know this?" Shikamaru wasn't denying that Naruto was strong. But why would Sasuke acknowledge Naruto? Shikamaru's initial analysis of Sasuke was that he was a stuck-up bastard whose pride was the size of a mountain. And for him to recognize someone was like saying the Sandaime had pink boxers on. Sasuke looked away and ignored them. "I'm going home, sensei," Sasuke said while walking away. He needed more power. He was so weak. He needed power not later but now. He needed to use everything. But how? How could he gain power fast? Shikamaru glared after him. "I will need to investigate this, troublesome." Hinata all the while was in the back thinking about what the conversation meant. If Naruto had been gone for a long time, then when she talked to him he must have been of the team. But if that's true, then he seemed so much happier, or that's what she thought. Tsunade. The brat was late. Well, okay, he was sleeping off from his fight with Kabuto. She, herself, had slept later than normal. It wasn't every day you had to fight after a couple years of retirement. Tsunade had gone up and gotten some breakfast, and next thing she knew it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. She went upstairs to check on the kid's arm. She had seen it in action yesterday, but she was wondering about that insane version of the Rasengan. It was more like a cannonball than sphere. Tsunade had first theorized that the chakra pathway was overdosed with chakra from the regrowth, but that was impossible, or at least highly unlikely. So Tsunade decided to check it out. She opened the door silently to find the boy still sleeping peacefully. Both his arms were nicely tucked under the bed like he was in a coffin. His headband was on the old wooden dresser to his right, and his equipment and scrolls were messily stacked in a mountain formation on a chair. Tsunade went over to his bed and took out his left arm from under the covers. Tsunade pushed chakra in to check the reaction. Tsunade felt a rising jolt and she immediately let go. What the hell was that, Tsunade thought. That chakra was too powerful to be regular chakra. And it wasn't the Kyuubi's for sure. Tsunade moved forward again and this time touched Naruto's chest, right below the neck bone. This was a major conduit that many medics used to measure the chakra beat. If the chakra beat was extremely low, then they would have to start a chakra transfer. It was similar to a pulse, but it also told you how strong their chakra is, how much is left, and how much chakra the person had before. Tsunade placed her hand on the chest and sent a wave of chakra into his chest, but holding it there so she could see how Naruto's chakra reacts. Once again, the chakra was jolted by a huge potency. Tsunade pulled back to avoid another shock. I've never seen this kind of potency before. But how? It's practically flooding Naruto's chakra system. Signs would have shown this chakra rising. Then it clicked. The wind techniques, the judgment Rasengan, all of it was powered by this hyper chakra. Tsunade bit her lip. Jiraiya must know about this. Naruto was starting to stir. Tsunade retracted her hand and looked down at Naruto, who was slowly waking up. Tsunade schooled her features and smirked. Hey brat, you've been sleeping all day, get up. Naruto slowly and drowsily got up. Hi Tsunade-sama. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Sama. Naruto smirked back at her. You said you would be my Hokage, right? Naruto blinked. Tsunade nodded. And then she noticed something about his eyes. She kept her face straight as she analyzed what was before her. Naruto's eyes had turned golden. Naruto saw tenseness in her and blinked once more. And unknowingly, the golden chakra faded away from his eyes, giving him his regular blue eyes. What's wrong? Tsunade shook his head. Nothing. Tsunade turned away and started walking towards the door. Get up and do some light exercises with your arm since you need to get some muscle memory back. Just don't overextend yourself. Your arm is still healing. Naruto saluted her and said, "Yes, ma'am." Tsunade chuckled and walked out the door. As soon as she walked out the door, she walked outside to the Red District to find Jiraiya. Later. "So, why did you call me here?" Jiraiya said. It was 10 o'clock right now and Tsunade had actually found Jiraiya working in a cafe outside the Red District. He was writing several techniques into a scroll, so Tsunade dragged him towards a nearby bar. Tsunade sighed. "I examined Naruto's arm and found something interesting." Jiraiya's eyes widened ever so slightly. "So did she find out? And what did you found interesting about it?" Tsunade took a sip of her sake. "His chakra. It's totally different from anything I've encountered. What's even stranger is that I found not only that chakra but a lesser one. One that fits the normal potency of a nin." Tsunade took a sip before she continued. "Normally I would just scratch that out as the fucking fox's chakra, but I don't think so. If he had that much yokai in his system, he would be turning red any minute now." There was a pause. Tsunade knew Jiraiya knew what she was talking about and Jiraiya knew that Tsunade was just waiting for an answer. Tsunade decided anyways to ask anyways. "What is this hyper chakra? And why does Naruto have more of it than regular chakra?" Jiraiya gave a deep sigh. "The hyper chakra is a development that was predicted by Sensei and my other student." Tsunade nodded for him to continue. "Naruto's seal is purifying the Kyuubi's chakra, leaving extremely powerful chakra but with no malice or degrading affects. The only problem is that Sandaime never expected it to start right away. And the hyper chakra is slowly raising in quantity, past the normal chakra since it is so potent and harder to use up." Tsunade looked at Jiraiya confused. "Well, if that's true, shouldn't it just be controlled through Naruto's regular chakra? When I checked his major chakra vein, it seemed like his hyper chakra is the dominant chakra." Jiraiya nodded. "Actually, it's true. In the future, Naruto will only be able to use the hyper chakra." Tsunade whipped her head towards Jiraiya, eyes wide. "What? But shouldn't his chakra coils produce the regular chakra?" Jiraiya sighed once more. "It would have if the purification process happened before Naruto's chakra coil developed. In truth, it will be only a matter of time till Naruto's chakra coils start to produce the hyper chakra on its own, close to or at the same rate as the Kyuubi's purification, which I might add is pretty damn fast." Tsunade nodded. "Good for him. Looks like he'll be the next Yon Dash." "Maybe," Jiraiya said dejectedly. Tsunade looked at him strangely. "Why? Shouldn't having massive amounts of hyper chakra be good?" Jiraiya nodded. "That would be good if he could use it to produce any other jutsu but wind chakra." Tsunade froze. What do you mean?" Jiraiya placed his head on his hand as if he was too tired to hold it up. "His hyper chakra naturally transfers to wind chakra, so the potency of the chakra won't spontaneously combust his body." Tsunade stared at Jiraiya and didn't notice that her grip broke the sake cup. "So, there was a side effect." Jiraiya shrugged. "It'll get worse as it goes on. As he uses the hyper chakra more and more, he will lose even the basic techniques like henge since his chakra is just too strong to form the techniques. He'll literally overpower them." Tsunade raised an eyebrow. "Then how does he control the chakra for the wind techniques?" Jiraiya nodded. "His body automatically mediates it as long as he is in Golden Eyes state." Golden Eyes state? His eyes turn gold when he uses the hyper chakra. In minute notes, the chakra goes to his eyes and changes it to gold while speeding up his reaction. Tsunade sighed and rubbed her temples. "So, he can only use wind chakra." Jiraiya nodded. "And if he ever fights a fire user again, he has to be prepared." Tsunade gritted her teeth. This was definitely not the kind of news you want to hear about the person who brought you back from a state of depression. "So, is there any way for Naruto to prepare against a fire user?" At this, Jiraiya smirked. "Yep, there is. I know. A guy who specializes in the wind arts, exclusively." Tsunade nodded. "When can you take him?" Jiraiya shrugged. "Depends, I need to talk to Sensei first." Tsunade looked at him confused. "Why? Jiraiya shrugged. I need permission. It's complicated. Tsunade nodded. If it was Sensei, then it would be fine. Sensei was the all-time strategist of his time. Next morning. Oh, brat, come on, we need to hurry up. Jiraiya called out from the bottom of the hotel. Coming right down, and with that, Naruto jumped out of the window and landed in front of Jiraiya in a nice soft landing. Tsunade and Shizen smiled at Naruto. Naruto waved at them and brightly said, "Let's go." They all started walking towards Konoha. Konoha. Kage Tower. The Sandaime was now sitting at his desk as he smoked his pipe. He had already finished all the paperwork and was now thinking deeply. He had started to plan, or well started for the past few weeks. It was not for a retirement plan, but a master plan. This would be the only plan he made that would involve his death. The Sandaime smoked his pipe for 4 more minutes, thinking about who to include in the plan. It would have to be no more than 3, including himself. Sarutobi opened a drawer and pulled out a very old scroll. Jiraiya would be asking for this soon. Naruto would need it to have permission to go there. It was probably the only place that would be able to get Naruto the point where he needed to be. The Sandaime took out his pipe and put it to the side. Now he had to figure out how long he should stay alive. Hyuga clan grounds. Hyuga Hayashi was an observant man. Of course, with the Byakugan it was obvious, but no. This was about his daughter. He was actually quite interested in her change. She was becoming more and more confident. Ever since the end of the invasion, she has been staying out late. Also, she has become more outspoken and a bit more confident in her practice. At first Hayashi thought it had something to do with the war, but as she was staying out multiple times, it seemed that there was someone or something that was occupying her time. He would refrain from encroaching on her life for now. Besides, it was helping her. Konoha gates. Several people were at the gates. Why? Well, for a couple reasons. 1, the Sandaime had people on guard duty and genins were there to help out register people. It was near the time to come into the market. It was actually one of the high months of the year, other than the Kyuubi's festival, which is in a couple months. Quite a lot of people came. It just happened that Team 8 was here that day. They had the early shift and another genin team would come in to replace them. Surprisingly or luckily, the day that Team 8 was assigned was a very empty day. Barely anyone checked into the place to go in for the day. Hinata sighed. She hadn't seen Kira or Naruto for a while. It really sucked. Hinata put her hand on her hand and her elbow on the desk and sighed once more. This is boring. She heard a couple chuckles next to her. Hinata turned to see her teammates giggling at her. Hinata blushed and stuttered out in embarrassment. What is wrong? Shino, whose shoulders were shaking, pushed his glasses and said, You said all of our thoughts out loud. Hinata blushed. I said that out loud. Kurenai nodded. Yep. She smiled and said, Well, is it because of a certain someone? Hinata blushed furiously. Though Kurenai was actually referring to Naruto, Hinata for some reason thought of Kira and Naruto. Hi. There was a roar of laughter at the desk and the Chunin on top of the wall looked down with some confusion.
Oi, brat.
What the heck did I say about practicing futon jutsus while we're walking? You said I should practice every change I get, sensei. I know, but you don't have to go overachiever on me and make me repoud. Can't I just freaking practice in peace? Shut up, both of you. There were twin smacks and groans in pain. Kiba had perked up in the sound of the yelling and said out loud, Hey, that's Naruto's voice. Hinata immediately stood in a hurry and started brushing off the imaginary dust on her clothes and started to brush her hair out of her face. Kurenai watched as the girl she thought of her daughter was having a little boyfriend moment. Team 8 looked over to see a strange group coming over. In front was Jiraiya looking as disgruntled as Naruto since both of them were rubbing a very sore spot on their heads. A beautiful blonde woman currently occupied at yelling at the two for being idiots and the like was walking next to them. Finally, trailing a safe distance away, a young woman with short black hair, looking slightly worried, and carrying a pig in her arms followed shortly. Hinata beamed at Naruto, who was smiling with his eyes but scowling with his mouth when he was being scolded by the lady. Naruto looked at the gates and met Hinata's eyes at that moment. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise and delight. Naruto waved his hands enthusiastically and grabbed the blonde lady's hand and dragged her towards her. "Hey Naruto, watch it," cried the female blonde. Naruto ignored and kept running until he reached Team 8, who were looking positively confused. Naruto smiled widely. "Hey Hinata-chan." Hinata smiled back, blushing slightly.
Naruto-kun.
Naruto smiled and then turned to the lady. "Tsunade-sama, this is Hinata-chan. And her team." Kurenai's eyes widened. Tsunade as in Tsunade of the Sannin. Kurenai stepped forward and bowed slightly. "Tsunade-sama, it is an honor. My name is Kurenai Yuhi. This is my team Inuzuku Kiba, Abrum Shino, and Hyuga Hinata." Tsunade smiled back. "Pleasure. Naruto, you're back." All the teams turned back to see Team 9 standing there gawking at the situation. Naruto waved cheerily to them. "Hey guys, come here, I want you to meet the new Hokage." Team 9 blinked. You mean Dash?" Naruto didn't even let them finish. "Tsunade-sama is our Godame." Now all the people around there were shocked. They heard no plan for retirement from Hokage-sama. Team 9 came up and greeted Tsunade. Tsunade greeted them in turn and they started an idle chit-chat. Naruto turned around to look for Jiraiya, but to his surprise and suspicion, Jiraiya was gone, leaving only Shizune and the pig. Maybe he went to see Sandame. "Naruto, you're back." Naruto froze. That was a familiar voice. Hinata looked at her crush with a bit of shock. His face had turned suddenly indifferent, cold, and maybe even hostile. Naruto turned carefully towards the new source of needs, Team 7. "What do you want?" Naruto said in a cold voice. All chit-chat stopped as they stared at Naruto. They had never seen him like this. Sakura, who had first greeted him, was taken aback at his coldness and proceeded to go up and attempt to bonk him, screaming, "Is this how you treat us?" Naruto grabbed her hand and then twisted it. Sakura fell to her knees in pain. Many of the genins gasped while the Jounin's eyes narrowed. Tsunade looked at the scene with indifference. She heard from Jiraiya what had happened. Naruto said in the same cold voice, "I suggest you do not touch me, Haruno-san." Sakura's eyes widened in fear. "NN. That is enough, Naruto," Kakashi said while coming from behind Naruto, his hand on his shoulder, ready to move if Naruto made an attempt to attack Sakura. Naruto let go of Sakura, who pulled back her hand in shock. Naruto turned slowly with icy eyes at Kakashi. "And you have the fucking right to judge that because?" Kakashi's eyes narrowed as well. "You may not be under my command, but you are a genin, and I am your superior." Naruto chuckled darkly. "Well, if you put it that way, why don't we fight and see Dash?" "Naruto, that is enough." Naruto immediately stopped and faced Tsunade. He bowed waist down. "I am sorry, Tsunade-sama, I forgot my place." Tsunade shook her head. "It's all right, Naruto. I understand your situation." Tsunade gave a look to Kakashi saying, "I will have a long word with you later," and then turned back to Naruto and smirked. "I think your girlfriend is waiting." Naruto blushed. What do you mean?" "You know what I mean, Naruto." Tsunade smirk. "Hinata-chan is Dash," Naruto started to say. "Oh, I didn't say anything about Hinata-chan," Tsunade said with a little teasing voice. Naruto blushed even further. Tsunade pushed Hinata and Naruto together and said, "Off you two lovebirds go." Both of them were now blushing while they tried to walk away as fast as possible. Tsunade called after them, "Don't you go wild, you two." The teams watched them leave and then turned back to Tsunade, who turned serious. "I don't want this incident spoken to. I will deal with Naruto myself." But on the other hand, Team 7-inch Sasuke, who had been watching the situation from a distance with a lot of shock, Sakura, who was now up, and Kakashi, who had not even taken out his regular book, now faced Tsunade. Tsunade glared at them each in turn. "I will want to talk to you all later. I have heard some interesting things from Naruto." Sakura started to protest. "But that's only from Dash." "Did I ask for your opinion?" Tsunade growled. "If a teammate has even a little problem, then that leads to bad teamwork. All problems, even little ones, should be worked out." And from what I heard from Naruto, there are a lot of fucking problems. Sakura was silent and looked down ashamed. Tsunade sighed and started to walk to Hokage Tower.
Shitsune come.
Shizen followed after her Shursho. Naruto's house. Naruto sat down looking up at the ceiling smiling like an idiot. Okay, he was smiling just because it was his first date with Hinata, but hey, it didn't matter to him. Oh, Naruto. Naruto turned around to find someone at his window. Sensei, what the hell are you doing here? Naruto asked. Jiraiya opened the window and he didn't retort with a funny quirk or even an angry scolding. It was a business face. Naruto immediately shut up and looked at Jiraiya. Jiraiya said one thing. Follow me. Secure location. Naruto and Jiraiya entered the bunker, which Naruto never knew existed. The place was swarming with Umbu. Even if Naruto couldn't see them, he could see that there were at least 20 patrolling the area. Naruto walked through the metal doors, down several flights of stairs, through several other metal doors, and finally down a long hallway into a room. When Naruto entered it, he was surprised to find only 3 wooden chairs in the room, one of them already occupied. Naruto's eyes narrowed. And what are we here for, Sandame? The old man smiled. Something big. The door closed behind them, and the master plan was born. Months later, Sasuke was staring up at his own ceiling. What was he doing? He had been training and training, but he was nowhere near where he wanted to be. Sasuke got up to get a glass of water. Sigh, I think I'll ask Naruto to spar tomorrow. Sasuke thought. Naruto had changed a lot. He acted pretty much indifferent to them, but almost hostile to Kakashi-sensei. It showed a lot, and Sasuke was kind of sad to not have a person challenge him to a fight all the time. But it was only part of all the changes that Konoha was going through. The Sandame had finally retired, and good timing too, he was getting old and needed a full retirement. The new Hokage, Tsunade, seemed ready to reform and was doing a lot of it. Not just the military aspects, but also in the economy and political regions as well. She made lots of jobs for outpost work and branch villages. She said she wanted to expand the reach of Konoha. It was backed up by the Sandame and Danzo, so it obviously passed. Her political reform was pretty interesting. Instead of using the kind hand and neutral, she demonstrated Konoha's power by first eradicating 73% of all the bandit camps in Konoha. Only the large groups were left, and they were too afraid to do anything against the Nins. She even set up training regiments for Nins who wanted to improve. It was a time where Nins could join up and spar. Each spar would be handicapped according to skill level or to focus on an area of improvement. It seemed that Sakura was actually benefiting from it a lot since she was going through a lot of taijutsu pacing. Sasuke was about to reach for the glass when he was suddenly hit from behind and was knocked unconscious. Later, thank you Zesei. Sasuke groaned and thought, what happened? Sasuke found himself in his bed. Exactly how he woke in his dream. That was weird. Sasuke thought to himself as he got up from the bed. He heard a creak to his left and immediately tensed. He didn't fail to notice the 4 silhouettes that suddenly took form in the moonlight that came from the window. Who the hell are you? He demanded as he reached for a kunai. The sound 4, the 6-armed boy to his immediate right said quite proudly. I am Kadamaru. My name is Takeshi, the bulky one that stood next to first said. Sakan, the scrawny blue-haired boy said snidely. Tayuya, the red-haired girl said. Her expression seemed quite annoyed, like she was forced to be there. Let's see what you got, boy. Sakan lunged at Sasuke. Sasuke moved the side and swung out with his leg. Sakan grabbed his leg and flipped over. There's not much room in the house though, Sasuke, and jumped outside. He moved outside to face the 3 Nins facing him. Wait, only 3. Ducking his body to the ground instinctively, Sasuke narrowly missed the 6-armed Kadamaru swing at his head. Steadying himself on his hands, Sasuke kicked upwards into Kadamaru. Kadamaru was shot upwards into a tree. As Kadamaru collapsed on tree branch, impeded from the sudden pain, Tayuya and Takeshi rushed Sasuke simultaneously. Dodging around the kunoichi's punch, he hooked his arm in the loops of the girl's belt rope. Whirling around her back at very impressive speeds, he yanked her off her feet as he kicked Takeshi's knee joint. With extreme ease, he threw Tayuya into Takeshi. The force of her impact into the bulky boy was enough to send them flying. Sasuke smirked at his success. Sasuke felt a sudden danger and jumped up. There were several kunais thrown at where he was. Sasuke turned towards his attackers with shock. All of them were right there completely unharmed. His eyes flashed red as his Sharingan activated. But as they did, he noticed something strange about them. His vision, while the familiar crisp and clear eyesight equivalent to that of a hawk, was normal, it felt different. Everything was slowing down considerably, but why? His eyes felt strangely warm with a slight irritation in the retina. He pushed the feelings aside for later. Now he had to focus on the task at hand. For just a moment, the two sides stared at the other. Then Sasuke and Sakan sprung forward. Sakan faltered ever so slightly as he saw something surprising. 6 Tomo, 3 in each eye, glared back at him. His Sharingan has evolved already? But Kabuto-san and Orochimaru-sama said that he was nowhere near having that happen yet. Sakan thought. His faltered attack cost him a painful punch to the face. Sakan jumped back holding his nose. "You're going to pay for that," Sakan growled. Suddenly the dots covering his body began to grow and spread. Sasuke had never seen this happen with his own curse seal before. What was happening to his opponent's body? "Don't you dare, you stupid fuckface," Tayuya yelled, her own killing intent rising. As Sasuke glanced over at the girl, he felt the chakra of his opponent suddenly halt and then quickly recede to its prior level. What had she just stopped Sakan from doing? But he wasn't given the time to wonder as he realized that one of the 3 spectators had vanished. Too late did he notice the bulky guy rushing him from behind. Takeshi's fist connected solidly with Sasuke's jaw, sending him flying. He felt someone catch him by his foot and dangle him upside down. It took only a moment for him to realize it was Sakan holding him. But hadn't he just been injured? Well, Sakan said, once again amused. "I will admit that you caught me by surprise. You do have some potential. But Kimimaro had much more. I still fail to see why Orochimaru-sama is interested in you." Sakan threw Sasuke into a nearby wall, earning a pained grunt from Sasuke. That single word from Sakan's little speech caught Sasuke's attention. Orochimaru. "You know," Sakan said in an almost offhandedly way, "if you stay in this village, you will never reach your full potential because you'll always be playing little family games, meaning you'll always be weak." Forcing his numb limbs to obey, Sasuke forced himself into a sitting position. In front of him, he could sense the 4 minions of Orochimaru approaching him. If they attacked again, he'd be unable to defend himself. Against his will, images of Sakura, Kakashi, and even Naruto flashed through his mind once more. Damn it! If only I was stronger, Sasuke thought with regret. Tayuya stepped forward, tired of being a bystander. She took a grasp of Sasuke's hair and hauled him to his feet easily. What Sasuke saw was a mixture between a grimace of annoyance and a frown of disgust. But what she said drew Sasuke's attention. "Come with us," she said. "Orochimaru-sama can give you more power than you've ever dreamed of. Far more than enough to avenge your clan. We will give you till tomorrow to decide." Naruto. Naruto was eating his normal meal consisting of ramen, bread, and some carrots. There was a knock on his window. Naruto turned around and saw a very old but familiar scroll in the window. Naruto's eyes widened as he walked carefully towards the scroll. He opened the window and grabbed the scroll, taking it inside. Naruto looked over the title of the scroll and sighed. Naruto looked out to Konoha. "So, it begins," Naruto thought with some remorse. Hinata. Hinata walked down towards a familiar training ground. Kira had been back and around. He told her a couple things about his mission, but nothing too important. Well, what do we have here? A pretty Heim out once more. Hinata spun around and smiled at the new source.
Kira-kun.
Kira smiled at the honorific or familiarity of her speech. Kira motioned her towards him like always and got the teacups ready. Hinata sat down joyfully and smiled at him. "Kira-kun, I have something to dash." "Is it your little dates with your Naruto?" Kira teased. Hinata blushed furiously and nodded slowly. "Yep, how did you know?" Kira gave a hearty laugh. "It's kind of obvious to see your friend in the orange. You look so good together." Hinata blushed even further. Kira let his head land on his hand and his elbow to his leg. From what I see, he really likes you. Hinata looked up and blinked. Eh? Kira waved his hands. He looks at you with one of those lovey-dovey looks, and every time he leaves you he's smiling like a drunk idiot. He's in love. Hinata blushed even further. Kira-kun, that's mean. Stop teasing me. Kira just laughed at her, but inside he knew what he was saying was true. Jiraiya. Jiraiya looked at his notes and sighed. 10. It would take 10 fucking. There was a sudden gust of wind in the room. Jiraiya blinked. All the windows were closed. Jiraiya looked around and saw a fresh scroll on his table. Jiraiya's eyes widened at the meaning. Did they accept dash? Jiraiya shakily reached for the scroll and opened it. Sasuke. Sasuke was now pushed into a corner he did not want to be in. He didn't want to think about whether to leave the village right now. But this time it was a choice that he had to make. And the answer all stemmed from his desire for power, whether it was to stay with Konoha, his friends, or kill that man. But he had heard that Itachi was after Naruto. Wouldn't it be better to destroy Itachi and make Naruto and Konoha safe even if he would be branded a traitor? Of course he couldn't go off and run straight at Itachi, he needed power. He knew Orochimaru was one of the Sannin, so he certainly had the means to give Sasuke the power he desired should he go to Orochimaru. He would most certainly have years of uninterrupted training. It was something he could really use. What would he gain by staying in Konoha? Yeah, he could fight against Naruto and even train with him. Yeah, he could gain some power from Konoha, but there would be distractions. He might grow weak, grow soft to someone. And if Itachi came for his friends, he didn't know what he would do. He would rather know his friends were safe than being with them and live in constant fear of them dying because of incapability to protect them. There was also the deal with the curse seal. From what those 4 shinobi said, if he used the Juinjutsu in his present state too often he'd lose his free will. He'd become an uncontrollable killer, and the shinobi of Konoha would have little choice to either permanently seal away his chakra or kill him. But Sasuke truly didn't want to leave Konoha just yet, but he had to. But really, what did he want? What was this? His emotions twisted in his stomach. He wanted to go, but he didn't want to. He was so confused. What did he want? It was like something was compelling him, no forcing him to choose to leave. What was this? Slowly returning back to the land of the living, Sasuke felt something in his hand. It was a green leaf, the symbol of Konohagakure, his home, rested within his palm. He just stared at it for a moment. Once he did this, there was no turning back. There was no shortcuts, just him, but wasn't going to Orochimaru a shortcut? He had to go, but did he really need to? No, he needed to. He prayed to Kami that they would forgive him for what he would do. But it really didn't matter to him. He would come back to Konoha one way or another. He would come back either in chains or a coffin. It didn't matter to him, but he would come back. He had made his decision. He did not see a figure, with a large scroll on his back, watch him silently. The next morning, Naruto had woken up early that day. Today was the day. Today was the day and the last day of everything. Today, or maybe tomorrow, was the day he would die and be born again. There was no holes, no uncertainties, there was only a straight path to the end. That's what you get for a knock knock. Naruto open up ITS and emergency. Naruto opened the door to find Shikamaru breathing hard, which was surprising for him. Shikamaru, what's dash? Naruto was grabbed by the collar and dragged by Shikamaru. What's? Sasuke has abandoned the village with some sound means. We have to get him back. Naruto's eyes widened in shock, but on the inside he felt a dreaded anxiety approaching. It wasn't a dread that was felt from a friend leaving, but rather something to himself was approaching. Nothing would be the same, he would be forced onto a lonely path. He would lose everything. His own death was approaching. Naruto. Naruto raced through Hythe Forest after the Sound Four. It seemed they had found a replacement for the fat guy he had killed earlier. Naruto was in the head, Kiba right behind him, then Shikamaru, and finally followed by Choji and Neji. Naruto was in charge of this mission. Flashback. Naruto blinked as he listened to Shikamaru. I am in charge of this mission? Shikamaru nodded. Hokage-sama told us that you would be able to handle it and then shoved me out. Naruto nodded. Right. Naruto looked at his team. There was Shikamaru Choji, Niji, Shino, and Kiba. This wasn't a bad team, but against the people he knew they were fighting, he might as well be fighting on his own. Unless, Naruto smiled as he thought of a plan. Alright, let's hurry, we've wasted enough time already. Formation is Kiba and Shino will be leading, Niji in the back, Choji second to last, Shikamaru second, and I am in the middle. Move out! Naruto burst off like a rocket, and the Genin plus one Chunin ran after him, scrambling to catch up like dogs after their master. Flashback end. And now they were running at top speed after Sasuke and his captors. Kiba had picked up a strong trail and followed it. They ran pretty hard for a long time until they found themselves pretty close to the target. Naruto motioned them to slow down and prepare for heavy combat. This would not be easy. They were dealing with Umbu-level Nins. Naruto could probably take them on one by one, but he didn't have time for that nor the luxury. So he would use the drop-off method. First weaken the opponent and then have someone stall or defeat them, and it would continue on. The key to this method is have all of your men attack a single target, paralyzing or weakening the target severely. Naruto blinked as he saw them in the clearing. Naruto clearly saw the barrel right there. This was unexpected. No, not unexpected, rather, it was a setup. Naruto motioned for his team to move forward. All of them jumped down to attack the Nins. Naruto stayed behind to prepare for the backup. Though he had another reason also. I'll take care of these guys, Takeshi said. There was a quiet command in his voice as he saw the Nins come down. He also had another reason. His brother, Jirabu, was killed by a Konoha Genin or whatever, some blonde kid. Takeshi would avenge him by killing all of these brats, slowly. To his teammates, they all agreed with him. No one really cared about his personal motivation, but his unique ability to steal his opponent's chakra and add it to his own was a great method to weaken their opposition or eliminate it entirely. Well, catch up with us as soon as you're done feeding off their chakra, Kadamaru said as they turned to leave. We're gonna head out. The Genins tensed, ready to strike. Takeshi smirked and called out, "You are already in my trap, Dutan." Earth Dome. A huge dome erupted over the Genins, encasing them in a chakra-eating dome. As soon as Takeshi had done this, Kadimura grabbed the barrel with Sasuke inside and the rest of the Nins ran off. As soon as they were trapped in the dome, Kiba's eyebrow twitched as he saw that Naruto was not there with them. "Damn it, Naruto!" Kiba yelled from inside the dome. Shino sighed at his teammates' lack of patience. As soon as Naruto saw the dome encase his team, "Here we go," as he saw the Nin crouching down, sucking chakra from the dome. Naruto shot forward, a jutsu already covering his hands. Even if he wasn't in golden eyes, he still had enough chakra to use some high wind chakra. Futon. Dragon Claw. Takeshi's eyes widened as he tried to move out of the way. RG Takeshi yelled as he moved towards the side. Attentions of his comrades. Niji was staring at his hands in disbelief. "Our chakra is being sucked dry." Crack! There was a large sound that erupted behind Naruto. Naruto didn't even turn around because he didn't need to see it for himself to know that the dome had been somehow broken. So it's a stationary technique, huh? Naruto looked at the sound Nin with amusement. He may not have killed the guy, but he did significant damage. Takeshi's arm lay on the ground so scratched it looked like blood minced meat. Takeshi's face was contorted in pain, glaring at Naruto. "Good work, everyone," the blonde Chunin said, sneering slightly at Takeshi. "So you got out, you scum," Takeshi said, closing his eyes in pain. He would have to use the curse seal then. Kiba and the Choji both glared in response, instinctively dropping down in preparation for a charge. "All right, that's it," the dog boy yelled. "He's going down." Naruto immediately took care of the situation. "Shut up, I am in charge." Kiba stopped and glared at Naruto but followed his orders. Naruto turned to Choji and said, "Can you handle him? How's your chakra levels?" Choji gave the thumbs up, not taking his eyes off Takeshi. "He didn't suck out much. I still have my trump cards too." Naruto nodded. "All right then, take him out and follow us. But if you're injured, heal your wounds first." Choji nodded and started to charge his chakra. Are we leaving him behind? The Hyuga snapped. Niji was about to continue when Naruto turned, giving him a death glare. I don't remember asking my orders to be questioned. Choji can handle him. Let's move on. Niji stayed his thoughts and then nodded. Naruto moved forward and jumped around Takeshi. Shino, Niji, and Kiba followed afterwards. Shikamaru paused and said in a low tone, "We will leave marks for you." Choji nodded. Shikamaru jumped after the group. Takeshi saw them leaving and then started to charge them. "Oh no, you don't." But he was stopped by a huge fist. Takeshi was rammed through several trees and came to halt. Takeshi slowly stood up, glaring at his attacker. Choji glared right back and growled, "You won't be going after them." Naruto, considering what enemy we have, we will have to use an old parlor trick to get them off guard. Naruto looked back to the men he had with him. If I can eliminate one of them, then these guys can double team them. Naruto smirked. Okay guys, here is what we're going to do. Later, the remaining members of the Sound Four continued at a leisure and slow pace. It was a combination of them still being partially exhausted from their earlier use of the sealing techniques and giving Takeshi a chance to catch up after he'd crushed those pests. They were already several miles away when it started getting a bit worrisome when the last of them failed to return. Had something happened to the bulky bastard? Takeshi, he's late, Sakan remarked, hardly caring about his teammate's absence. Nah, Kidamaru said as he sensed a fast approaching presence. A familiar bulky body landed on a nearby tree limb, confirming his suspicion. He's already here. What took you so long? Sakan snapped. Their time limit was quickly catching up to them. If they stalled much longer, they'd be in some serious trouble with Orochimaru-sama when he'd be forced to change bodies with some he'd rather not. Sorry, Takeshi said as he rejoined their formation. It took some time to take those bastards' chakra away. Damn fat-ass, Tayuya cussed, also in a foul mood. Hurry up and carry that coffin. It's your job, inferior dickhead. Yeah, Takeshi said quietly. His answer instantly drew suspicious glances from all them. The only time they ever not heard the big boy not reprimand Tayuya for cussing was, Hey Takeshi, Kidamaru said, discreetly molding chakra. You're so obedient today. What? The imposter asked, a scowl crossing his face. I'm saying that I can't let you carry this coffin, Kidamaru said, turning to face the imposter. 2 of 6 arms quickly removed the coffin from his back, tossing it to Tayuya. Since you're not Takeshi. Scowling even deeper at the loss of his cover, the imposter quickly withdrew a kunai. He moved to stab Kidamaru, but the 6-armed boy easily caught the arm. Indeed, it certainly possessed nowhere near the same physical strength that the real Takeshi caught the coffin with ease and then saw something surprising. Kidamaru, watch out! Naruto erupted from the trees, kicking Kidamaru in the back, sending him flying into a tree. Sakan charged at Naruto in hopes of catching him off guard. But out from the trees, Niji came with a palm strike to his stomach. Sakan was also sent flying back. Tayuya glared at them and prepared herself. The Takeshi imposter puffed in smoke to reveal Shikamaru in his place. Good plan, he said. Naruto shrugged. Well, I guess it's time. Naruto smirked. The remaining of the Sound 3 tensed and then suddenly noticed something was crawling on them. They looked down on their body to find bugs crawling up their legs, sucking their chakra. Tayuya screeched as she jumped up to a high ledge. Effie. Kidamaru and Sakan both wiped the bug out of their legs and moved to a higher branch. Naruto disappeared, thinking one down. Tayuya looked up and saw the blonde in front of her. She raised her arms in defense. Naruto smirked. Wrong move. Naruto punched forward, crying out, Futon? Soul Crush. Naruto went below Tayuya's guard and straight into her chest. It indented into body, causing her ribcage to bend, but that wasn't the major damage. Naruto's Soul Crush was literally intended to crush the inner self, or in this case the internal organs. Naruto had based it off seeing the Hyuga's technique and some notes left by Wadari, a famous taijutsu and wind user. Naruto compressed air in the front of his hand. When he punched, he would pour wind chakra into the person's body. The chakra would not rip the inside but rather explode out with outstanding pressure. When Naruto had punched Tayuya's chest, his wind chakra went between her lungs and near her heart. The pressure it exerted on the lungs and heart ripped it, causing fatal internal damage. Tayuya coughed up blood, but blood also came out of her eyes and ears. She fell down lifeless. Naruto took the coffin on the ledge with him. Kidamaru and Sakan looked at the death in fury and tried to charge Naruto. Sakan was with 2 drills. Getsuga. Sakan covered both his hands, but he was still brutally battered by the move. Kidamaru was met with a palm strike to the arm, stopping him as his arm went numb. Sakan was now facing Kiba and Shino, and Kidamaru was facing Shikamaru and Shino. Naruto called out, "Okay, let's wrap this dash." Naruto felt something behind him. Naruto spun around and threw 2 kunai. The kunais were easily blocked and Naruto was kicked in the stomach, sending him flying back. Naruto blinked to see what hit him. It was another sound, Nin. But this time he had white hair. Damn, another one. This is not how I planned, Naruto thought. If this kept up, he would have to use Golden Eye's state much sooner than he had predicted. I will take Sasuke from here, the white-haired Nin said. Kidamaru blinked and smirked. Okay, we'll take care of these brats, Kimimaro. Naruto glared. Guys, handle these guys. I'll handle white boy over here. Kimimaro looked at Naruto with interest. White boy? Is it? Naruto smirked. Well, let's get the show on the road. Naruto charged forward, channeling chakra into his feet. Kimimaro simply lifted his hand and pointed it at Naruto. Chakra attack? Or hidden projectile? Naruto thought. Suddenly, bones pushed out of Kimimaro's hand and shot towards Naruto. Naruto's eyes widened and he lowered his body so that the bullets flew over him. Both Naruto thought with interest. Naruto had closed in on Kimimaro and raised his hand. Futon. Soul Crush. Naruto had used it once before and it worked, why not now? Sadly, Kimimaro had seen what it had done to Tayuya and dodged it. Naruto released the chakra, and a mini sonic boom erupted from the mist punch. Kimimaro, who was slightly off balance, had to jump away from the coffin to keep his balance. He would not underestimate this opponent. The blonde boy had killed Tayuya easily, he was not a pushover. Naruto glared at Kimimaro, his eyes flickering, not from blue to gold, but from blue to red. All the while Naruto was standing there, he was struggling to call on the Kyuubi's chakra. The fucking fox wouldn't let it go. Not like the first time he had used it. Kimimaro let his hands raise and 2 bone blades slowly come out of his palm. Naruto raised an eyebrow but kept his thoughts to himself. No matter how strong the bone blade was, it was nothing compared to the wind. But I can't use any more of soul-crushing strike. It takes way too much wind manipulating to do and it might tire me out. Before I have to fight. Kimimaro charged at Naruto. Naruto readied himself in a crouching position. Kimimaro slashed at Naruto's head. Naruto ducked even further. Kimimaro had expected this and stabbed with his left. Naruto whipped up his hand and used an outer defense block to knock the stab out of the way, leaving Kimimaro's body wide open. Naruto stepped forward with a viscous elbow. Kimimaro faded back, avoiding the brunt of the blow. Kimimaro glared at Naruto. Why did you not use the Soul Crush strike like before? Naruto smiled and scratched his head. Takes too much chakra. Hehedash. Naruto disappeared and reappeared behind Kimimaro. He sent a roundhouse kick to the back of Kimimaro's head. Kimimaro ducked it and tried to pivot around. Naruto allowed his roundhouse kick to follow through and placed the base of his foot against a tree trunk. Using it as a new floor, Naruto kicked off it and sent his other foot flying straight into Kimimaro. Kimimaro's lightning-fast reflexes allowed him to lift up his hands and block the strike, sending him screeching back. That strike was stronger than the last one. Kimimaro was confused. How was this kid getting stronger by the second? Kimimaro looked at the blonde and saw his eyes had turned into red slits. He has an interesting chakra. Kimimaro thought. This would be an opponent worth fighting. You possess great chakra potential, Kimimaro said, earning an evil red-eyed glare from Naruto. Are you perhaps the boy called Naruto? He had heard complaints from Orochimaru about a blonde boy named Naruto. It seems that Orochimaru's worries were quite merited. This boy had so much power for his young age, it was quite frightening or surprising. Yes, Naruto growled out as he stood up. Kimimaro looked around him and sighed. I can't fight in a forest. He called out to the remaining sound nins and said, I have already called for backup for you. I am going on ahead. Kimimaro sped off and Naruto chased right after him, keeping pace. Naruto had called on the Kyuubi's chakra. After some yelling in his mind and some forceful action, Naruto was able to get the Kyuubi to feed him some chakra. It was a pretty fair amount, judging how the way his hyper chakra was jumping around. Naruto definitely had a chakra powerhouse. They reached a clearing and finally Kimimaro stopped and faced Naruto. Kimimaro raised his bone sword and said, This will be your grave. Naruto smirked. No, this will be yours. I just need to kill time till. Naruto looked over to Beryl and then back to Kimimaro. Naruto put his hand in a familiar position. Taiju Kage Bunshin. Kimimaro looked around and blinked. Interesting. Naruto called out, Charge. The Narutos charged at Kimimaro, all ready to beat the shit out of him. Kimimaro danced around gracefully, slashing and stabbing his way through the crowd of Narutos. All the while, Naruto's action confused Kimimaro. Kimimaro stabbed a passing Naruto and dodged a punch to his face. This boy is sending useless things at me. He is probably experienced enough to know this. So why? Kimimaro sent 5 bone bullets through a pack of Kage Bunshin Narutos. Is he stalling for something? Kimimaro looked at the original Naruto who was standing there crossed arm. The boy wasn't looking at him but rather the coffin. He is waiting for Sasuke-sama, but why not take it? Unless he knows that Sasuke has betrayed the village and the boy is willing to kill him? But that didn't make sense to Kimimaro. It was like saying a wolf would go against its own pack. So why? Why was this boy trying to stall? Kimimaro stood up straight as the last Kage Bunshin was destroyed. He looked at Naruto with inquisitive look and Naruto looked back briefly. We are at a disadvantage, aren't we, white boy? Kimimaro snorted. He had never heard something so ridiculous. Yes, we are. Now do you mind telling me why you are not taking our fight seriously? Naruto chuckled and said with a devious look on his face that matched a devil mastermind. Because I am not the one you should be worried about. Kimimaro's eyes widened as he heard something behind him. Konoha Senpu. With a sudden and resounding crack of flesh-breaking bone, Kimimaro was sent tumbling to the side once again with a broken jawbone and cracked neck. Mending the skeletal wounds easily, he looked over to where the unexpected blows had come from. As he was standing up, he spotted a green-clad suit with a weird haircut. The shinobi had entered in from behind him. Damn it, he had gotten distracted. This boy is good, Kimimaro thought. This would be difficult if they both attacked him. He could probably take one of them at a time, but together, that would be very difficult indeed. And you are? Kimimaro asked simply. He would like to know the name of his opponent. It was a custom he had grown fond of. Konohagakure's green beast reincarnated. The green shinobi said, his voice sharp with anger. I am Rock Lee. Despite keeping his attention focused on Kimimaro, Lee cast a curious glance at Naruto. When he entered, Naruto was only sending Kage Bunshin at the sound nin. Naruto had many other techniques besides that, so why wasn't he using them? Lee, Naruto started. I have no idea what you are doing here, but thank you. Please take care of this guy while dash. As if rehearsed, the coffin that contained Sasuke was burst open and out came a grotesque form. The figure had sickly gray-black skin with a long mane of navy blue hair. It could only be identified as its original body because the shirt it wore had the Uchiha emblem on its back. After only a moment, the gray skin faded away. The blue hair shortened and turned black. In the figure's place stood the missing Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto sighed as if he was being annoyed by a little kid wanting to play. While I take care of Sasuke. I understand, Naruto. May the flames of youth be with you? Lee said, turning back to face the enemy shinobi. Taking a serious tone of voice, he continued, I will follow you once I have taken care of this man. Naruto nodded slowly. The others should be finishing up their own battles soon. They will be here to back you up. Naruto watched as Sasuke darted forward into the woods. Naruto sighed once and then disappeared. chasing after Sasuke. Shikamaru. Shikamaru looked at the dead body of the Sound Four. Finally, Shikamaru thought with some relief. They had been fighting the Sound Four to a standstill with a 2-on-1. It was expected since these guys were on the level of most Umbu. Then the Sunanines showed up and saved the day, or well helped save the day. Shikamaru called out, "Okay guys, we need to keep moving." The group started to get up when Niji cried out, "There are Sound Nines approaching from the east side." Shikamaru cursed under his breath and thought, "Looks like we won't be able to catch up so soon, Naruto." Later, as he took a quick observation of his present surroundings, he was fast to recognize his location. He'd learned about it in his early years at the academy. He now stood upon the top of the great statue monument of the Shodai Hokage. On the other side of the great river that divided them proudly stood the monument of Uchiha Madara. The waterfall between the two of them roared, equally as proud as the two monoliths that it eternally separated. Naruto thought with some amusement, this is irony. But Naruto's gaze was drawn to the black-dressed figure on top of the Madara's monument. Standing as arrogantly as ever on the monument's head was Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto gave a heavy sigh once more. "I have no choice but to do this." "Naruto!" Sasuke yelled, his voice carrying above the roar of the waterfall. "You shouldn't have followed me." "What are you doing?" Naruto yelled. Naruto knew exactly what Sasuke was doing. He just needed time to prepare. "Right here, right now," Sasuke yelled. "We fight and finish this." Naruto smirked and said, "You will lose." Sasuke blinked. This confidence he had never really seen in Naruto. It seemed like Naruto knew exactly the outcome of this battle. Sasuke let it fade and turned his eyes into its amazing brilliance. The Sharingan. Naruto sighed and thought, "I don't have to hide it anymore." Naruto focused and let his remaining Kyuubi's chakra excite the rest of the chakra. Naruto opened his eyes to reveal golden eyes. Sasuke blinked at what he saw. This was something else. Did Naruto really have a bloodline limit? Sasuke gritted his teeth and then shouted, "Naruto!" Sasuke jumped from the ledge, jumping straight at Naruto. Naruto looked down at Sasuke as if he was an uninteresting bug on the wall. Naruto pushed off his statue and went three times as fast as Sasuke. Sasuke's eyes widened in shock as he saw Naruto's speed. "Shit, I can't dodge." Naruto, on the other hand, brought up his hand and focused a solid gauntlet of wind. It wouldn't be a blade, no, he didn't want to kill or severely injure Sasuke. Naruto brought it swishing down onto Sasuke. What Sasuke experienced should not be experienced by any living being. It was the crushing power of 100 ATM, atmospheres. Imagine the pressure of the Earth times 100. Yeah, it hurts like hell. Sasuke was pushed all the way down 80 feet of air and finally sent crashing into the water. Naruto, on the other hand, let the wind carry him as he slowly glided down to the water's surface. It took 20 seconds for Sasuke to regain his bearings. He was underwater, slowly floating upwards. His body hurt like hell. It had just been smashed down into the water, faster and harder than a bullet. Sasuke drowsily got onto the water's surface and looked around for his opponent. "Over here, Sasuke." Sasuke whipped around to the rocks to see Naruto sitting down at the shore. He looked bored. "Him bored when we are fighting. How dare here?" Sasuke went through several hand seals and charged, Chidori in his hand. Naruto hopped up and charged as well. Sasuke slashed with the Chidori, but Naruto ducked under it. Sasuke was about to bring it down to slash at Naruto's arm, but Naruto countered by simply standing up. Because Naruto stood up, while he was fairly close to Sasuke, Naruto's shoulder lodged itself between Sasuke's elbow and shoulders. This made it impossible for Sasuke to safely attack Naruto. But for Naruto it was perfectly fine. Naruto reared his head back and landed a devastating headbutt. Sasuke flew back, skidding on the water surface like a stone. Sasuke jumped up holding his nose, which was bleeding freely. "I'll give you one last chance to come home peacefully." Naruto called out. He was not going to play around anymore. He was worried about his team. By his calculations, they should have been here by now. This was a fight he would rather not have. There were safety precautions for this, and Naruto knew for a fact he would not get a real fight of this. There were safeguards against that too. After this, I'll bring you back by force, even if I have to break your arms and legs." "Really?" was Sasuke's reply, his sneer turning into a smirk. Even though Naruto may be overpowering him now, he still had the upper hand with the curse seal. "You can give it a try." Naruto decided to end this. Sasuke, though this may happen, you are still my friend. I am sorry." Naruto charged forward and Sasuke got ready. Naruto took a deep breath and exhaled hard. Sasuke crossed his arm to cover from the force. Naruto disappeared and reappeared behind Sasuke. Naruto grabbed Sasuke's arm and then pulled back the hand while smashing the elbow snap. Sasuke gave a blood-curdling cry. His elbow joints were sticking out of his arm like a broken chicken wing. Naruto then raised his right leg and smashed down hard on Sasuke's left thigh. It was so hard that the tendons snapped, not to mention Naruto made 2 long cuts into Sasuke's leg to make sure. Finally, Naruto wrapped his right arm around Sasuke's neck. Naruto pivoted on his back leg and smashed forward with his arm. Sasuke flew into the wall with a loud crunch. Naruto's arm successfully chocked Sasuke out, and the smash against the wall ensured that he was out. Naruto watched as Sasuke's body helplessly fell to the ground in shambles. Naruto walked slowly towards the limp body and sighed. "I am sorry, Sasuke. I hope one day you will understand the choice I will make." Naruto bent down and touched the seal. He placed chakra into the seal, just the way he was told to, and the seal dispersed, leaving no evidence. Part 2 of mission accomplished. Moving to the 3rd step, Naruto thought.
En Naruto.
Naruto turned and blinked, reflexively turning off his golden eyes state. This was a larger crowd than he expected. Not only was his group here but also Gaara and his group and Kakashi too. Naruto scratched his head and said, "Mission accomplished, let's go home." Kakashi stepped forward. "Naruto, your eyes." Naruto blinked and looked at his reflection and saw his golden eyes staring back at him. "What? I thought I turned it off." Naruto blinked once more and saw his blue eyes once more. A chill spread throughout Naruto's body. "So I am losing my natural chakra." Naruto schooled his features and turned back to Kakashi smiling. "I am fine, let's go home." Shikamaru looked from the back. "This is troublesome. Naruto has been hiding something big. To defeat Sasuke easily, he must have been hiding something really big, troublesome." Konoha. Jiraiya and the Sandaime sat together in a small room in Sarutobi's compound. Jiraiya took a sip of his tea. He needed to be sober or in good health when the time came. "So, it's finally come to this, huh?" Sandaime nodded. "I will want to see him before part 3 starts. Give him one die to first make his goodbyes and then we will kill him." Jiraiya nodded and sipped once more. "Sensei, this plan, I know it will work, but what happens after?" Sandaime chuckled. "What happens after is entirely up to Konoha gates." Tsunade stood outside the gates. She had heard the team was returning. She already had Choji in the emergency room, his medicine already made and his life far from death. He would need plenty of bed rest, of course, at least a week. On the other hand, she was worried about Naruto. She had put Naruto in charge of the mission and Choji had told her of what Naruto had planned. She had to agree with Naruto. Given the current tools, it was necessary to do what he did. But what happened if it didn't work? Sure, Choji was able to beat the Nin but barely, and Choji nearly lost his life. Tsunade sighed and looked up and saw a pack. She looked closely and her eyes widened. She looked over her shoulder and yelled, "Get the medics and stressors, let's go people." The medics and doctors hurried to obey her command. Many civilians gathered at the site. What they saw scared them shitless. The demon container was carrying their precious Uchiha. The Uchiha was unconscious and bleeding pretty bad. His limbs looked messed up. Naruto ran over and laid Sasuke in a stretcher and looked over to Tsunade. "Tsunade-sama, mission accomplished." Tsunade smiled at Naruto. "Accepted. You and your team get some R and R unless they are injured." Naruto nodded and then blinked. I think Neji and Shino should be looked at. They took some pretty good blows from the sound Nins." Naruto motioned them forward. Tsunade nodded as she saw some pretty serious wounds on them. "Take them to ER. Have Shizune look after them." Shikamaru spoke up.
Tsunade-sama.
Tsunade turned to Shikamaru and nodded. Shikamaru continued, "Is Choji all right?" Tsunade smiled. "He is fine. He suffered minor damages and is recovering from the pills he took. He didn't take the last pill though, so he is quite fine." Shikamaru started to tear up. Everyone was safe. Naruto smiled at the show of emotion. They would be all right. Naruto turned and started walking to his apartment. "Hey Naruto." Naruto turned and saw Kiba smirking at him. "Why don't we party for the celebration of our solo mission?" Naruto smiled. "You guys do that. I need some rest." Kiba shrugged and led the rest of the guys to his house for some partying. Naruto sighed. He should probably go to his favorite spot. 30 minutes later, Naruto was on the top of the fourth Hokage's head. His favorite spot. He felt a presence behind him, but he didn't react. "And Naruto-kun, I heard you returned from a mission." Naruto turned around and smiled at Hinata. Naruto shifted over and patted the spot next to him. Hinata complied and sat down next to him, slightly blushing. Naruto nodded. Once she sat down, "Yeah, it was pretty tough. My team got injured." Hinata looked down but then said, "But you accomplished the mission." Naruto shrugged. "Accomplishing is one thing, but if you lose your teammate, then you aren't worth to be called a leader." Hinata tilted her head. "But isn't Sasuke your friend?" Naruto looked at her and smiled. "Yeah, but those guys are my friends too." "Well, I hope you never have to choose between your friends again." Naruto gut feel. Yes, he would. Naruto looked away to the rising moon. The night was still young, but Naruto felt so tired. Naruto turned to Hinata, who was also looking at the moon. She looked so beautiful. Her hair was glittering in the moonlight, like sparkles that hung in mid-air. Her skin glowed faintly as if she were a no. She was a goddess. Naruto made up his mind he didn't have much left to live, so he might as well do something crazy. "Hinata-chan." Hinata turned questioningly. When she did, she was totally surprised. Naruto's lips crashed into hers. She didn't have a moment of fainting or anything like that. Instead, she absorbed the kiss. Felt so right. Felt like a dream that had gone perfectly. When they broke apart slowly, they looked into each other's eyes. Hinata smiled and then she noticed something. "And Naruto-kun, why your eyes are golden?" Naruto blinked and sighed. Well, that's a long story." Hinata brought up all her courage and put her hand on his. "Please tell me." Naruto chuckled. Who knew she was so brave? Hell, who am I kidding? Naruto looked at her and started to recount the tales starting from the time he was rejected by Kakashi. That night, Naruto's apartment. It was quite dark when Naruto got in there, but he might as well be bathed in hot sun, 'cause it wasn't gonna get any hotter. He had kissed Hinata a total of 2 times that day. One on the Hokage monument and the last one right before she entered the Hyuga compound. He was totally sure that Neji saw, but Neji said nothing about it. Naruto was totally lucky that day. Naruto turned on the lights and sat down and smiled. "Enjoying yourself, aren't you, young wind?" Naruto spun around at the voice and activated his golden eyes. Whoever was able to sneak on him had to be strong, or Naruto was very distracted. Either way, this voice was very foreign. Naruto saw a man dressed in strange clothes, like a monk. Naruto ignored that and glared at the man. Who are you?" Naruto asked carefully. The man laughed, and a gentle breeze entered the air. At this, Naruto understood immediately who he was facing. Naruto immediately got onto one knee and said, "Shursho, forgive me for my impudence." The man laughed once more and said, "It's quite all right, young one. Now I have come here to tell you that I have accepted you. But I need you to do me a favor while you travel to my abode." Naruto bowed his head. "Anything." The next day, Naruto woke up to a bright morning. Today would be debriefing day. He set aside his stuff and packed a couple scrolls into a knapsack. After he had finished, Naruto ate a good breakfast and started walking towards Hokage Monument. Everyone stared at him, gawked at him, glared at him. They knew he had brought home a broken Uchiha. It didn't matter to him. Well, it did, but it really didn't seem important. Naruto sighed as he walked up a flight of stairs and finally reached the Hokage office. He walked inside to find his team already in there. They all smiled at him and he gave a hearty smile back. Hokage looked at the mission file and then back up at Naruto. Report. Later. As Naruto walked down toward stairs, an Umbu came up to him. Uzumaki Naruto. The council would like to talk to you. Naruto blinked. This is early. Naruto shrugged. Better early than late. And so, he allowed the Umbu to shunshin him to the council room. Naruto entered the council room. It wasn't imposing as one would think. It was a simple wooden room with a circular desk in the middle. Except there was no center but rather an empty area for people on trail or being questioned to be on there. Naruto looked around. Most of the clan leaders were there and Danzo, the advisors, and some political figures. Naruto sighed and looked over behind the Hokage and saw Jiraiya nodding to him. Yes, this would be the time to accomplish part 3 of the mission. Tsunade looked over the table and sighed. We are gathered here today, Sai. Naruto has shown some interesting abilities and we have decided to discuss them. Now let's get this over with so we can move on. The advisors coughed. Hokage-sama, I suggest that you shouldn't make light of this situation. The boy used its chakra and his SUS dash.
Bang na tru blinket.
It wasn't Tsunade-sama who banged her fist but rather Inazuka-tsum. Shut up. This boy has led my son and his teammates through hell and back. Would you rather have them die? Danzo held up his hand and said, no, it would be beneficial for Konoha if the boy was trained to use the chakra correctly. Naruto looked at Jiraiya who put 3 fingers. Wait. Hayashi stood up. I for one agree with Tsum. The boy knows what he is doing and has shown successful abilities in its usage. He captured the traitor, did he not? And he brought him back alive, did he not? A civilian stood up, but what about the chakra? We know what it could do to the boy's mind. Jiraiya sighed and then held a fist so that Naruto could see. Naruto nodded. Showtime. Naruto coughed, and everyone's attention turned to him. Naruto looked at each of them in turn. I, for one, agree with Danzo. There was a hushed silence. Shock emanating from all corners of the room. Tsunade's mouth open in shock. To control my chakra, I shall impose self-exile onto myself. Exile. Exile. The word was just a word like Rasengan or Jinchuriki, but these words all held meaning behind them. Naruto had said those words in front of the council. Was this necessary? He knew the answer. Did he have a choice? He knew the answer to that too. All that mattered was just following the steps. He was a wind-up toy being deployed. What he did to accomplish the goals was his decision, but the checkpoints and final destination, those were not changeable. Being exiled was unavoidable. Flashback. Exile. There was a hushed sound. It was quite the opposite Naruto had expected. He half expected for Tsunade or anyone else to jump up and tell him to shut up for joking around in the meeting. But no one did, not a single soul. Instead, a deathly silence came over the room. To his surprise, Danzo was the first one to speak. Boy, this decision is not one to be made lightly. It would benefit Konoha greatly if you stayed here, but tell us your reasoning for exiling yourself from Konoha. Danzo did not want meaningless torture. He was a warrior for Konoha, emphasis on for Konoha. This boy was an asset to Konoha. He had no doubt about it. His loyalty to Konoha and his strength were to be admired. Now, if he could just get this boy to be part of where Danzo could use him most efficiently, then. Naruto nodded. He remembered the reasons he was given. It come from a multitude of factors. First of all, I am the Jinchuriki of the QB. There is no running around this. I must learn OT use its chakra or it will consume me or influence me one way or another. Danzo nodded, but then Hamura spoke. That is true, but couldn't you do that inside Konoha? Naruto nodded. That is a possibility, but I could also lose control and devastate Konoha. That is too much of a risk. I believe outside training is better. Then Tsunade finally raised her voice. Then what about a training trip? Exiling yourself is overboard. Naruto sighed. I have thought of that too, but that still leaves my allegiance to Konoha, and with the Akatsuki hunting me, there is a chance that the nuke Nines will hunt me. Danzo spoke once more. We have protection for that. Naruto shook his head slowly. Protection against S-class Nins? I have seen their level. They are on levels to match Kage's, and while Jiraiya-sama and Hokage-sama are strong, an all-out battle between them would also devastate Konoha. It is better to sacrifice one person for the safety of Konoha. Oh, how true his words were. He and two others were sacrificing themselves for Konoha. There was silence again. No one could argue against his reasoning. Tsunade finally spoke once more, her voice faintly cracking. Is there any way we can deter you from this course of action? Naruto smiled sadly at her and shook his head. I know what I need to do. Now, I have a scroll to make this official. Everyone blinked. He was anticipating this? Danzo inquired on the sudden arrival of the scroll. Where did you get the scroll from? Naruto paused but then moved forward, handed it to Tsunade, who opened it. Tsunade skimmed over it and her eyes widened. Sensei has already signed it? Flashback end. Naruto moved tiredly to the front of his door. He would be leaving tomorrow. He opened the door. He walked in. He took out a cup of instant ramen. He took out several bags and scrolls. The scrolls were filled with provisions and weapons. The bags were filled with other supplies. Naruto took out another scroll. It was a sealing scroll. He sealed the provisions in it. He put the scroll in his back pocket. He had made boiled water and put it into the instant ramen cup. He sat down. He reached into his other pocket. He pulled out a headband. He wondered why he had it. He remembered. The council had allowed him to keep it. Flashback. There was now a burst of whispers and talks. Everyone was now talking amongst themselves. Naruto's teammates were discussing the implication of Naruto's exile. It was strange enough for someone to ask for exile but for Sandaime to approve of it. This was beyond anything they had dealt with in the council. The civilians were discussing whether the demon would actually leave or was this all a heist. Danzo and the advisors were discussing Naruto's reasons for his sudden exile. Tsunade, on the other hand, was silent, contemplating what was in front of her. This kept on for a couple minutes till Tsunade turned to Jiraiya. Jiraiya was impassive, showing he was serious and was on board with Naruto. Tsunade sighed. Did you know of this? Jiraiya nodded slowly. Sign it. Tsunade turned back to the scroll and picked up a pen. She trusted Sensei and Jiraiya, but to send off the person who saved you. This was definitely pushing the limits. She signed it. Everyone stopped and turned to Tsunade. Tsunade tuned away, not wanting to face anyone. Jiraiya stepped forward and patted her on the shoulder. He picked up his scroll and said, because the Hokage has signed this, these actions shall be done effectively and immediately. Naruto Uzumaki shall be relieved from military duty. Flashback end. Naruto was no longer a chunin. He was now just a fucking civilian. He had lost his apartment. He lost his bank. He lost a lot of things, but these wouldn't go into effect until after his exile. The one thing he did have control over was the time he could come back. The only way he could get back is if Jiraiya were to escort him to Konoha. And Jiraiya alone would know Naruto's location at all times. Naruto opened the lid for the cup of noodles. He put in some chopsticks and started to eat. Suddenly, he lost grip of his chopsticks and the pair of wood fell to the floor. Naruto sighed, and as he moved over to pick up his chopsticks, he looked at his hand. It was shaking. Naruto clenched his hand, but it still shook. Naruto was going to leave Konoha. He had no home. Naruto's face contorted. He had no more home. He would not see his friends. Naruto swiped at the cup of noodles. The cup crashed into the window, spilling its contents. It was the window he had looked out of for many years. Naruto bent his head forward and put his hands on either side of his face. He shuddered. He started to shake. He started to scream. He would leave Konoha. He would have no home. He would be alone. He would not become Hokage. His dreams were crushed. He was hopeless. Naruto stood up and flipped the table. The table he had eaten on for many years. The table he had put several scrolls on to read. The table flipped over and landed onto an empty floor space. The floor space he had practiced chakra control on. The floor space he had spent countless hours on after a long day. Naruto turned around and kept screaming. He was lost, he was being killed piece by piece. Naruto punched forward into a cupboard. the cupboard that held his many ingredients for his food. Naruto brought up his hands and smashed downwards onto the counter, crushing it. The counter he had cooked many meals on. He was leaving Konoha. He would never come back as the Naruto he was right now. Naruto turned around and smashed his fists into the fridge. His hand was now layered with wind chakra. It drilled a perfect hole into it. But Naruto didn't stop there. He continued to smash his fists into the fridge, making perfect holes. Naruto fell to his knees and put his hand on his face. He was dying. He was no longer Naruto. He was gone. He was leaving Konoha. It started to rain inside Naruto's room. Naruto screamed. The wind burst through in his apartment, breaking all the glasses, cutting up the floors, ceiling, and furniture. Naruto Uzumaki was dead. The next day, ironic as it sounded, the Angles were crying. It was raining the day he was leaving. He looked around and saw the village he was leaving. He walked down the steps of his apartment, over the broken glass, over the broken wood, over a broken soul. He walked down toward the gates. He wanted to say goodbye to her one last time, but it would be too much. It would hurt too much. He would cry in front of her if he saw her. He would die again if he was in front of her. Instead, he opted to send a letter through Jiraiya. He walked toward the gate and saw something interesting. He smiled. It looked like some people couldn't keep their mouth shut. So now the whole village knew. Hinata. She had heard from her father that Naruto was leaving the village. She wanted to see him off. Her father said that the decision was final and Hinata was not that naive to think she could change a Kage's order. Hinata leaned against the far wall to see the procession. She waited for a while, and then she saw him. He was in his regular jumpsuit, walking solemnly down the way toward the gate. Most parted in front of him. Many of them yelled at him and jeered at him. Hinata knew the reason. She was told the reason why many hated him. But she didn't hate him at all. Hinata started to move forward to talk to him. I wouldn't do that if I were you, Haim. Hinata spun around at the familiar voice. Why are you here? The man chuckled and walked forward. But unknowingly the pair was being observed. Many of the Nins who had been present, mainly clan leaders and their children, they had seen Hinata move forward and any one of them would go and stop her. It would cause chaos for a clan heir to greet the Konoha pariah, or Konoha Exley. But with the sudden appearance of a newcomer who stopped Hinata, this needed investigation. The man sighed as he approached Hinata. You needn't worry yourself over the him, as he nodded his head towards Naruto. He will be fine. Hinata looked down. I know, but I never really told him how I really felt. That you loved him? Hayashi and several other Nins stiffened up. Hinata nodded slowly. Don't worry, you already have. Hinata looked up in surprise. What do you mean? The man lifted his hood back slightly so some light could be shed on his face. He whispered to her, when the maelstrom settles it becomes the sky. Hinata gasped at what she saw and moved forward. All this time. The man nodded while pulling his hood forward once more. I know. I wanted to get to know you better. I'm sorry I had to lie to you. Hinata shook her head. It doesn't matter. But do you dash? He put a finger on her lips. Hayashi had the mind to go over there and have a smackdown right there. Sum looked particularly amused as she looked over to the scene playing out. The other clan leaders looked confused but kept looking. Hinata sighed as she moved his finger from her lips and said, I love you. He nodded, I know. They moved forward. Hayashi had enough as he started to walk over there. Suddenly he couldn't move. Hayashi suddenly was forced to move away from the couple and towards a very large group of Nins. Hayashi looked at the older shadow leader with anger. What is the meaning of this? That scum is kissing my daughter. Shikaku sighed. It's too troublesome to get involved with them. Let them at least have this moment. Hayashi glared at him. Do you even know who that person is? I am not able to see past his hood. There is a jutsu there. He may have put her under genjutsu. Shikaku sighed once more. It's too troublesome to explain. Sum stepped forward, hoping to placate the fuming Hayashi. Think for a moment, Hayashi. Who does Hinata like a lot? Hayashi paused and turned to look at the Naruto who was supposedly walking down toward the gate, now being ridiculed by civilians. Hayashi turned back to Tsum with a raised eyebrow. Tsum smirked and was about to laugh at Hayashi for not discerning the man's identity already. But Shibi came in and said, "The Naruto that is currently walking towards the gate is a Kage Bunshin." Hayashi blinked as he processed the information. So, that was a fake Naruto. That must mean the man is... Hayashi whipped around and saw that the couple were now speaking silently. Hayashi glared, but he did not make a move. He would hold his tongue, for now. Tsunade. Tsunade was in her office. She looked out towards the gates where the boy who had saved her was leaving. It would be customary to see him off, but she couldn't take it. Tsunade turned around and sat heavily on her chair. On her desk were many sake bottles. Shizune didn't even bother to ridicule her on the consumption. Shizune was in her room, crying her eyes out. Tsunade was drinking herself away. She had lost many people, but not like this. She had sent one away. She would recover, of course, but the gaping pain of the lost brother was always there. But for now, just as the rain poured outside, it poured down her face. The man. His hood was covering his face still. His Kage Bunshin was almost at the gate. That meant it was time to start a show. He would have one last prank on the citizens of Konoha. Naruto turned to Hinata and smiled. "It's almost time to go. I will miss you." Hinata nodded. Then he sobered up a bit. "Hinata, I won't be back for a long time. And I know time will pass and people will move on, but will you wait for me?" There was a silence. A pause, a mental squelch, and an acceptance. Hinata smiled at him, as she always did when she first met him. "Of course, Narudash." He put his finger on her lips again. "That isn't my name. Naruto Uzumaki died today." He leaned forward and whispered gently. "My name is..." He whispered his new name, identity, life. With that, he kissed her on the cheek, savoring her smell. And then he turned around and started to walk towards the gate. Silently, quietly, and unnoticed. Hinata watched him go. At that time, both of them turned away from each other. Not because of anger or anything like that, but neither of them wanted to let the other see their tears. The tears that was flowing down their faces in waves. Waves of sadness, loss. He walked, his footsteps getting heavy, but all the more he forced himself to walk. This was for Konoha. He would come back and Kami help the citizens. He would judge them. Naruto stopped only a couple yards from the gate. He then smiled widely and called out loud. "Uzumaki Naruto is dead. Goodbye." With that there was a poof and a cloud of smoke. There was silence. And then there was chaos. Where is he? Where is the brat? Citizens and some idiotic neens were screaming, searching for the boy. The man, hooded in a black garb, walked slowly and carefully through the crowd. On his back was a heavy backpack for traveling. He would need it. He walked slowly and meticulously. He was almost at the gate. He had reached an open path to the gate. Everyone's backs was turned away from it, so no one should even see his departure. Well, except for some of the sharp ones. But that wouldn't matter. The neens who could sense him were probably smart enough to not call him out. He kept walking until he heard something. "Naruto, where do you think you are going?" He paused and waited. This voice was very familiar. But it was very unlikely because the person that the voice belonged to was probably under Umbu supervision. "Naruto, stop right there. I know you are wearing that hood." He stayed where he was. Now the rest of Konoha turned and saw him standing at the gate, ready to leave. He heard footsteps land and several others land around the first one. Oh, it seems like Sasuke had convinced his guards to see him off. Sasuke. Sasuke was pissed. No, he was overly pissed off and ready to beat the shit out of anything that moved. When he first woke up, he didn't remember anything. He had questioned one of the Umbu who was in the room about the reason for his arrest. The Umbu explained in curt terms. Sasuke said he didn't remember, and the Umbu was quite confused. Sasuke explained his last memories of being knocked out from behind. After a while, the Umbu continued to question him, this time bringing in an interrogator. It was the bandana man from the Chunin exams. He questioned Sasuke and found him not lying. Sasuke then asked about Naruto. One of the Umbu told him Naruto was leaving the village. He begged on his knees to see him off. He even told them they could guard him and restrain him if necessary. Sasuke painfully ran across the rooftops and found Naruto at the gates. He didn't know what everyone else was looking at, but he could see clearly that there was only one person was at the gate. Sasuke screamed at the person. The person stopped. Sasuke landed down and started to yell again. Naruto, why are you doing this? Why are you leaving the village? I thought you wanted to become Hokage. Sasuke said in a loud voice, but he did not yell. It was more like a declaration rather than an angry interrogation. The person in the hoodie lowered his head and then started, once more, to walk forward. Naruto, don't you walk away. The hooded person did not stop. Sasuke started forward. Answer me, Naruto, why are you leaving? All the citizens now had their eyes on them. All the Nins had their eyes on them. No one spoke, everyone watched. Sasuke caught up to the figure and grabbed his shoulder. Answer me, NRU dash. A huge gust of wind gusted through, and Sasuke was pushed back many feet. The Umbu jumped forward and caught Sasuke. There is no Naruto here, the hooded person said. Sasuke stood up and screamed, his voice hoarse.
Bullshit.
Naruto, don't play games with me. The hooded person shook his head. I am not Uzumaki Naruto. I do not go by that name. Uzumaki Naruto is dead. Sasuke stepped forward. Then who the hell are you? The hooded person reached up with his left hand and slowly pulled back his hood. He pulled it back to show the blonde spiky hair that everyone have come to know, but his eyes were closed. The blonde raised his head fully. There was a hushed silence. The blonde opened his eyes for everyone to see. And everyone saw golden eyes. The man with the golden eyes spoke in a loud voice. My name is Kira. With that, Kira turned away and walked towards the gate. Sasuke ran after him, but the Umbu held him back. Sasuke yelled after him, Don't leave, you idiot! Get back here! Hinata watched the retreating figure, the man she loved, leaving her. She whispered to the sky, Goodbye, Kira. Kira kept walking on the winding road. He did not know where it would take him, but he knew one thing, this was the beginning of his journey. Many Nins and citizens would talk about this day. They spoke of it as a mystical occurrence of a young Nin embarking on a legendary journey. At first it would become rumors, then stories, and soon a legend. It was the day that Naruto Uzumaki died and Kira walked out of the Konoha gates. Konoha. Change often came with a burst and left like the wind. Now change for Konoha, that was something ongoing and very fresh in their minds. They were on the verge of war. The world was shifting into the next great war. Odo had decided to push up its muscle a bit, but luckily Kiri and Kumo had graciously lent their assistance in controlling Odo. It wasn't a full war yet. Odo wouldn't even try to fight 3 major villages at once, even if they were led by a legendary Sannin. But that is all backstory. Konoha has always felt change. Whether it is the chilling fear from the Kyuubi, the crying rain as the laughter of Konoha left, and even now, where the wind started to pick up in the middle of summer. Change was coming to Konoha. A rich estate. A young woman arose from her bed. She was wearing her night kimono. She had received it from her cousin who had given it to her as a birthday present. She looked around her room and saw the same monotonous things. But her eye did catch on one thing to the side. In the corner, tucked away neatly, it was a tea set. It was a very old tea set which hadn't been used for 10 years. The young woman walked over to the tea set and knelt next to it. She smiled as she brushed off a speck of dust that had settled on it. She would have to clean it again later. The woman got up and changed into her robes. She was older now, more confident, more fierce, and yet she still retained some of her old personality. The young woman walked out and towards the Maki district. She would be eating with a friend today. She walked through the halls and several of her family members openly bowed low to her. She nodded to them and told them, once again, that they needn't bow to her. She kept walking towards and out the gates. And as she walked towards the Maki district, she once again attracted eyes. She guessed it was obvious why they talked about her. Many men told or even sung or in some other creative ways talked about her beauty. They would talk about her fair skin, her beautiful eyes, or even flowing hair. They would sing about her kindness and her innocence. Thought at this, she simply shoo-shined away because it got annoying. But even though she denied so many people, they would still talk about her. And she could hear the whispers. That's Hinata Hyuga, that famous heir to the clan. Yeah, she's beautiful, isn't she? Of course, but it's a shame. She hasn't accepted any suitors. Hinata scoffed on the inside. She had already taken a suitor. She was engaged. In spirit, but nonetheless engaged for 10 years. She still waited for that ghost of the boy she loved. When he'd come back, she did not know. But she knew she would wait for him nevertheless. Hinata continued her way down the Maki districts. Not much had changed in Konoha. Yes, there were different shops and people, but the atmosphere was still bustling and monotonous. No sunshine to light up the day, to make people wonder what crazy thing would happen next. No, this was something boring once more. And so Hinata continued her way to Sakura's house. Sakura's house. The blood blossom had been living by herself for quite some time. She had secluded herself for several months after a young boy had left, and she didn't really interact with anyone. Even if they stayed outside of her house for days upon days, but even then no one would dare break down her door. They understood her pain. It wasn't until her now boyfriend had slowly coaxed her out of her shell. Hinata knocked on the door and heard the cheerful reply, "Coming!" Hinata waited only a second before the door was opened. A pink-haired woman opened the door. She wore a white shirt with a red vest over it. She wore umbu pants, a souvenir from her service, and her signature black gloves with a yellow gem adorned on each side was hooked on her belt. She had just washed them recently because the blood stains were a bit obvious and very annoying because the stains always crusted. Sakura smiled wider as she saw Hinata. "Hey, how are you doing? Come in. Breakfast is on the table." Hinata smiled and walked right in. Hinata looked around and saw the photos on the walls. Old photos of an old team or an old group. They all had the same people in it, the same generation. Hinata sat down at the small round table that Sakura had littered with food. Sakura called as she brought in a couple plates. "Sasuke is on his way." Hinata raised an eyebrow. Is this a special occasion?" Sakura shrugged. "Shursho asked me to bring you and Sasuke up to the tower after we eat. Something about showing a person around." Sakura's voice had a tightness to it, as if someone had taken a garrote wire and wrapped it around her vocal cords. Hinata sighed as she felt her stomach clench with a grip of python and her eyebrow twitch in annoyance. Yes, she had done this before. Oh, so many fucking times. Take a noble, act polite, talk formally, and laugh politely. It was so horrid to sit there and talk with politicians who wanted to meet famous heirs or neens. Hinata dug in, starting with a hearty bowl of miso soup that tasted like it was made from angels. A voice came from the door. "Hey guys." Hinata didn't even look up as Sasuke entered the door. He walked down and sat down next to Sakura, who was starting to chow down on some rice. Sasuke's hair had grown longer, but he had taken the liberty of tying it with a yellow band. He wore a long gray-sleeved jacket that had a high collar. His red shirt underneath proudly held the Uchiha symbol. His black shorts had an addition of scrolls that contained various weapons like his orange-hilt katana. Sasuke sighed as he grabbed a bowl and took his chopsticks. Another day with a politician, his voice laced with annoyance and disgust. Hinata nodded, agreeing with his sentiments. The three of them chowed down on their food so that they could go to the Hokage Tower. Gates. A man and a younger man walked down towards the gates. The pair kept walking down and past the gates. The two guard keepers immediately recognized the older one as the legendary Sannin, but neither of them recognized the younger one, as the man had a hood over his face. Kazu, a new Chunin, immediately called it in to the Hokage, telling her that the guest had arrived with Jiraiya. The young man with Jiraiya was now looking around at the sights before him. The man took in the details and memorized the layout. "It's different." Jiraiya nodded. "What do you expect? How long has it been since you've been a village?" The young man gave a small shrug. 10 years. Jiraiya sighed. "I don't know how your master put up with you." The young man kicked Jiraiya in the back of the knee. "Oi, I have you know master is a patient man, and I wasn't that bad." Jiraiya scoffed at him. I remember when I visited you almost took out a whole entire building. Your master had to use his ability to stop you from destroying everything. The young man hung his head and grumbled. I was still new back then. Jiraiya sighed as he walked toward the Hokage monument and tower. Anyways, the tower is this way. The young man nodded and followed Jiraiya. Hokage office. Sakura, Sasuke, and Hinata stood at parade rest in front of Tsuanda. They stood still awaiting for the briefing on their politician. Tsunade looked up at them and back down to the letter in front of them. It's not a politician, Tsunade called out. The three Nins let a visible relaxation tremor through them. Sakura questioned her Shursho, her mind having doubts. Who is it then? Tsunade shrugged. Jiraiya said he needed to show a kid around. Sasuke nodded. Why the three of us then? Why not some Chunin? Tsunade shrugged once more. You were requested. Said something about wanting to meet you or something like that. Jiraiya was all hush about the date, so I guess he has his reason. Sasuke nodded. I will do it, but may I be put on another scout dash?
No.
You've done over 500 of them in the past 5 years. And every time you lead your damn team on a fucking escapade to the other side of the world. I will say it once more, Ino. Tsunade said as her eyebrow twitched. The number was probably over 1,000, but she didn't want to even think about how many times Sasuke would use an excuse to look up some rumor about the lost boy. No matter how much she wanted the boy to be found. Sasuke gritted his teeth and grudgingly thought to himself, I did find some leads though. Tsunade turned towards the door as she felt a chakra tremor come through. Jiraiya opened the door and walked in. The three Nins looked over to see the guest. A hooded young man walked in. He had black cargo pants and a black hoodie, though the hood was gray. He was as tall as Sasuke, but the shadow from the hood covered his entire face, making it impossible for anyone to see past it. The new Enigma looked at Sasuke, Sakura, and Hinata with a passing glance before facing Tsunade. There were no visible weapons on him, but the man carried himself with care seen in warriors. Jiraiya smiled as he saw the Nins and Tsunade. Good you're all here. Hinata, Sakura and Sasuke greeted the famous Nin and Jiraiya nodded in turn. Tsunade nodded towards the hooded man in the back. Is this your person? Jiraiya nodded. Yes, there are some things I want to discuss while we are here. Tsunade shrugged as she leaned back in her chair. Shoot. Jiraiya nodded slowly. I want this kid to join Konoha's ranks. There was a pause in the room. No one spoke. Everyone digested what was just said. Surprisingly, it was the hooded boy that spoke up. Ero Sennin. The voice was gruff but still young. It wasn't scratchy or anything like that, but it was more like a violin. It was melodious when used properly but could also irritating when not. But it was not the word that caused shift in mood. The word that the young man said stirred old memories in the present Nins. Is this what dash? Jiraiya nodded slowly, cutting the boy off. Yes, I discussed it with him. Now then, Jiraiya turned towards Tsunade. I will not just ask him to join. I want him. Jiraiya pointed towards Sasuke. To test him. Sasuke immediately tensed up. He knew that Jiraiya knew his caliber. Did that mean this boy was strong enough to match up to him? If so, then they should have heard of him. It was not every day you see a Kage-level Nin, and those who are that level should at least have rumors about them, unless they lived in some cave for the past 10 years. Tsunade laid her arms in front of her and looked level with Jiraiya. This is not something you ask every day. Jiraiya shrugged. I'm sure you need all the help you can get, with Odo preparing for war and all. Tsuanda nodded slowly, taking in the words. Jiraiya was hinting at the possibility of Odo allying with one of the higher villages. That would be dangerous to them. Tsunade moved back to the task at hand. Is that why you requested him? Then what about the other two? Jiraiya shrugged. The kid requested them on his own. He wanted to meet Hinata and Sakura. The two Kanuchi perked up at their names. How did this kid know them? The man in question was now looking at the Nins. They could tell from his body language that he was examining them thoroughly. The boy then shifted his body so he was facing them. The man did not speak up right away, but he nodded to them. You may call me Red. My friends call me that, so you may also. The Neens had been holding their breaths for reasons they did not know, but they removed that uneasiness, that false hope, and greeted him. Hinata nodded slowly. It's nice to meet you as well. Sensing Hinata's hesitance, Sakura intervened, though she felt unease as well. My name is Haruno Sakura. Red nodded towards her. He then turned towards Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke? Sasuke nodded, though he was still swimming in the question of who the fuck was this guy. Finally, Red turned to Hinata. And you must be. The boy paused as he looked at her. Hinata felt an inkling in her stomach. Why was he pausing?
Hyuga Hinata-sama.
You do not have to call me Sama, Hinata said automatically, as if she was talking to one of her branch members. Hinata realized her mistake and was about to correct it when,
I insist Hinata-sama.
I have a debt, so to say. There was a pause and a freeze in the room once more. Sakura looked at the boy and then at Hinata and then back at the boy. Why had he called her Sama? Hinata spoke slowly. A debt, you say? Red nodded. Yes, though I am not able to discuss it right now. I can tell you this was the reason why I requested to meet you. Hinata also had another question in the back of her mind. But she did not speak it, not wanting to cause any unintentional rudeness. Red nodded to himself and turned to Jiraiya. Everything like you said. Jiraiya nodded back. Didn't I tell you? Not a single thing out of place. The Neens in the room could tell that the enigma before them smiled as he looked back at Hinata. Anyways, Red continued, I am very new here, so I am in your care. Red bowed his head towards Hinata once more. Hinata blinked as she started to realize that she had been chosen as his guide. Jiraiya then turned to Tsunade. Let's have a sparring match to test his skill. Say 10 o'clock at training ground 7-inch. Tsunade sighed. Fine, but you better tell me what the hell is going on. Jiraiya merely shrugged. In due time. Tsunade turned to the younger generation and waved them off. Out you go, kids. And the young people left the room quietly. Red followed Hinata out shortly. Outside. Sasuke immediately wanted to turn around and knock the hood of the guy behind him. He wanted to know who this guy was. How did he know Jiraiya? How did he know their names? Sure, he was one of the last Uchihas, but not many people outside the village could just recognize him on sight. And then how did he know Sakura or Hinata? Sasuke took a peek behind him. Red was looking around like a tourist, though the man carried himself very agile-like. Sasuke turned back to Sakura, who gave him an uneasy look that he had seen before. She felt something was off too. Sasuke stopped and turned around as soon as they were a couple blocks from the Hokage Tower. Sakura and Hinata stopped too, though Red was a bit slow, or acted like that, and walked forward a couple steps before turning and looking at them.
Yes, Ninson.
Sasuke cleared his throat. I was wondering how you knew Jiraiya-sama. Red nodded to himself once more as if confirming his own thoughts. I knew him from a coincidental meeting. It was an invigorating sight when he beat up my current teacher. Quite a funny accident, really. From there we got along splendidly. Can't say that we kept in touch all that often because the place I lived was out of civilization. Sakura stepped forward. Out of civilization. Red nodded. Yes, quite out of place. Very hard to get to. I cannot tell the exact details because it is forbidden. Sasuke gritted his teeth. His story matched something he had heard before in some rumors, but he never thought them credible enough to pursue them, which was saying something because Sasuke would jump at shadows more than a trigger-haired war veteran. Then a stomach growl pierced the curtain of awkwardness. Red placed a hand on his stomach and let his head fall a bit. Excuse me, this is embarrassing. Sasuke coughed. I know a good place to eat. Do you have any particular favorites? Red looked up slightly in a thoughtful manner. Well, I did hear of one restaurant in Konoha I had to try. Hinata called out. Yes, what is it? Red looked at her and tilted his head slightly. Ichiraka's ramen. Later. The three Neens never thought they would be here again. Yes, they has passed this restaurant many times, and yes, they had given donations to the place to help out the business, but they had never eaten here. They watched as their guests sit down and look at the menu. He looked up and down the menu and muttered to himself as if debating what to do. Hinata looked at the enigma, a question buzzing in her mind. Sakura and Sasuke hurriedly started a conversation amongst themselves, if only to escape the reality that they were missing someone. Hinata-chan, it's been a while. Hinata looked across the counter. The old man Tucci was still alive and kicking. Tucci-san, I am sorry, I have not been here in a while, I have been busy as of late. Tucci waved his hand. Do not worry, business is good. Tucci nodded towards the new customer. I see you brought someone else? Hinata nodded. He is a friend of Jiraiya. Tucci laughed. That guy. He has been around here ordering a bowl for himself. Tucci stopped and turned to the hooded gentleman. Now then, sir, how can I help you? Red looked up and nodded towards the man. Tucci-san. Tucci froze. He had never told the man his name. That is your name, correct? Tucci took a step back and nodded. And how did you know my name, sir? Red didn't answer as he looked past Tucci. Father, are there any more orders? I am, the daughter of the ramen chef, came in the counter to pick up any orders. Red nodded towards the lady. You must be Ayam-san. Ayam looked at the man with a surprise. You know me, customer-san. Red nodded. Yes, I do. I have heard of you from a friend who recommended me this shop. Tucci and Ayam both nodded slowly as they took the information. Sasuke and Sakura had stopped their conversation long ago to listen in on this revelation. Red then looked down at the menu. Is it all right that I have one of everything? Tucci and Ayam froze. Hinata opened her mouth. Oh, one of everything. But that's over 20 bowls. Red shrugged. My friend told me I should try every bowl, so I should. If it's about money. Red reached into his jacket and pulled out a solid brick of gold. I have this to compensate. The occupants of the booth were now staring at the gold. Though it was not large, only 10 centimeters by 5 centimeters by 4 centimeters, it was still worth far more than 100 bowls. Tucci looked at the bar and then stuttered out, Customer-san, I cannot compensate for that much. Red shook his head as he put the bar on the counter and pushed it forward towards Tucci. I have a debt, so to say, to repay to this restaurant. I insist that you take it all. Tucci looked at the gold bar and then back at Red. Sir, I cannot. It wouldn't be fair to you. Red shook his head. If the food is good, then this is a small price to pay. Please. Red stood up and then took the bar, placing it in Tucci's hand. Tucci looked at the bar in his hand and grasped it slowly. Tucci looked up and nodded. Then I will cook the best ramen you've ever tasted. Red gave a large smile. I am looking forward to it. Tucci and Ayam set to work on making the 27 bowls of ramen. Red waited patiently as the bowls were cooked. Hinata, Sasuke, and Sakura stared at Red. Their minds were telling them that this was not the person they were looking for, but their hearts thought otherwise. Sasuke couldn't take it anymore. Red. Red turned to Sasuke. Yes, Sasuke-san? Sasuke held his breath and then spoke slowly. I was wondering, have you ever eaten here before? Red shook his head slowly. No, I have not. This is the first time I have been here. Sasuke nodded slowly, even as he clenched his fist. Then what about this debt you say you have to pay? Red put his hand on his chin as he thought. It is from another person. Later, after they had eaten, they had shown Red where he was going to stay. Sasuke and Sakura begrudgingly left to clock in for duty. Hinata was left to stay with Red as she had delegated her cousin, Niji, and sister, Hanabi, to cover for her. They were used to it, so it was no surprise to them. Red was now walking towards up the Hokage monument. Hinata followed behind slowly. Her emotions were welling up within her like a spiraling whirlpool. At first she wanted to rip off the hood or beg for answers, but she was more mature than that. If he was him, then he would tell. If not, then, so be it. They reached the top and Red surveyed the scene. He kept his hands in his pockets as he looked at the sight before him. He took it all in, every building, tree, and the night sky. The moon was shining bright and he loved it. No matter where he was, he could always see the moon. Hinata walked up next to him and then walked past him and sat on the fourth's head. Red watched her and then walked up behind her. He did not sit down thought but merely stood behind her. Hinata looked out at the moon, remising. She couldn't help herself. She couldn't help but tell someone even if that person was a total stranger. I had my first kiss here, you know? Red did not answer. Hinata bowed her head and continued. It was when I was 13 or so. I was really young back then, so naive to the world and all its horrors. Hinata looked up at the stars. He was so kind, so gentle. He always stood up for his belief and never backed down. He was like a ball of sunshine that never ceased. Red slowly spoke, as if he felt his voice would betray him. What happened? He self-exiled himself. For reasons I do not pretend to know. But I do know one thing. Red did not answer but stared at Hinata. Hinata turned and looked at him. He told me to wait for him, and I did. I still am. Hinata chuckled. Silly, isn't it? I haven't told anyone this because they might call me foolish to follow my first love. But I can't but help but think he will return to me someday. Hinata stood up and sighed. Red spoke quietly. You are not foolish. You are faithful.
Hinata-sama.
Hinata shook her head. You do not have to call me that. Red shook his head as well. I insist. And if I may, might I know this boy's name? Hinata nodded and spoke quietly. The boy's name was Kira. Red did not say anything. There was a silence between the two. Then Red did something very unexpected. Red knelt down, similar to how a samurai or a nin would bow to their sovereign. Hinata spoke up. Red, what are you dash? Hinata-sama, Red spoke in declarative voice. Hinata stopped speaking and listened to what Red had to say. Red bowed his head before her. On the souls of my family and on the honor of my name, I swear to you, no harm shall come to you until you meet Kira once more. Hinata started to feel tears come into her eyes. Why? Hinata felt the rush of emotions. She wanted to know why. She wanted to know who. She wanted to know what. She had so many questions, but all she could ask is why. Red simply kept his head bowed. Because, as you have stayed faithful to Kira, Kira has stayed faithful to you. Hinata gasped and was about to demand answers, but Red sunshined away. Hinata fell to her knees and cried her heart out, whether it was from joy or heartache. She did not know. A certain apartment. Red walked into a certain apartment and looked around. He walked through the broken glass and destroyed furniture. It seemed no one would touch the demon's apartment. Red looked around and then spotted what he was looking for. Red walked over towards the turned-over table and lifted it up. He carefully placed the table off to one side and looked down at a picture frame. Red knelt down between the scattered memories of this apartment and honed in on one thing. Red picked up the picture and looked at 10-year-old picture. It had a sensei with a headband draped over one eye. It had an Avenger with an annoyed expression. It had a pink-haired bookworm who stood off to the other side. And in the middle was a young boy who looked quite mad. Red smiled as he looked at it. He placed the picture in his pocket and then spoke to the wind. As you have said, I have come. Here we go. Red woke up to a strange ceiling. Where? Then he remembered. He was sent here by the Konoha nins. Red got up and yawned. He blinked once as he saw that he had laid his jacket to the side. Red grabbed it on and put on the hood. Jiraiya had given it to him last year. His other jacket had stopped fitting a long time ago, so Jiraiya made a new one. When he had found out that Erosenin had actually sewed the jacket, he laughed at him, but of course, later on Red complimented on the comfiness of the jacket. Red got off the bed and looked around at his surroundings. It was a far cry from his own house. Over there was a small table to the right near the window. A lamp was on it so one could write if they chose so. The bed was quite comfy, but it was all white and Red hated the plainness of it. Next to the bed was a small coffee table that seemed worn but still in good condition. Red walked into the kitchen to see if he could make any food. The kitchen was well stocked and, interestingly enough, there was already pots and pans ready for him. Red shrugged as he grabbed the pans from the cupboard sill. He put them down and went into the fridge behind him. He grabbed butter and 2 eggs and started to cook like his master had shown him. His master said that cooking was a good thing to learn because if you ate the same thing every time or if you didn't know how to cook, well, let's not get into that. Red shivered at the long explanation he heard from his master about a healthy diet. Outside. Red walked outside of the apartment and immediately stretched his senses. There were 4 people watching him. One of them was Hinata-sama, but the other 3 they seemed tense. They weren't hostile. If they were Red would have killed them by now. And oh, these people were waiting for him to make a move. Red thought to himself. Red walked down the stairs and saw Hinata-sama waiting for him. Hinata nodded to him and Red bowed low.
Hinata-sama.
Hinata did not reply but instead sighed. I will not dash her voiced crack for a second about him for now, but I will ask you to tell me, Sasuke and Sakura after the test. Red nodded. Of course, Hinata-sama. Red stood up and waited for Hinata to walk. Hinata stared at Red for a few seconds before turning and walking towards a field. Red looked around the village. It was so different from what he was used to. He had seen this type of village before, but he was used to smaller buildings in his home. But one of the things he did not like about this town, there seemed to be a strangeness between the people. Like they didn't like their neighbors, they didn't like to talk to them. Like these people simply wanted to move on with their lives. They didn't want to enjoy the presence of one another. Red didn't like this at all. He had spent the last 10 years living with people who were completely open with him, people who could express their joys, sad times, and excitement. This place, Konoha, was a far cry from this place. Red followed Hinata swiftly about a foot apart, not too close to make them look like a couple and not too far to seem he was stalking her. No, Hinata was simply his guide. But Red could not help but feel something in his gut as he watched Hinata. Exactly the image in his mind. It was quite amazing to think that memory could last that long. The 2 walked down towards a field and they saw that Sasuke, Sakura, and Tsunade were waiting for them. Red nodded towards them. I hope you were not waiting long? Tsunade shook her head. No, we only just arrived. Good timing. Red nodded once more. Hinata moved forward next to Sakura. Sakura noticed her friend's tenseness in her arms. Sakura questioned her. Hinata, what's wrong? Hinata shook her head. It's nothing, Sakura, it's something. For later. I don't want to talk about this right now. I am unsure of what to do. Sakura watched her friend lower her eyes towards the ground. Sakura was now worried. She had only seen her friend like this very few times. She had seen it once after Kira had left. She had seen it at certain times when Hinata would look at Ichiruka ramen. Hinata was only like this when Kira was brought up. Sakura placed a hand on her shoulder. Okay. Just know I'm here for you, okay? Hinata gave a small smile. I know Sakura for 10 years now. I've known. Swanda moved forward, ready to talk about the rules of the match, but suddenly Jiraiya appeared. Haim. Let me do this. Jiraiya spoke automatically, his face impassive, showing no room for argument. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. What are you doing, Jiraiya? Jiraiya smirked as he waved away Tsunade. Don't worry, I got this. Tsunade nodded slowly and walked backwards towards the tree line. Jiraiya looked between Sasuke and Red, and then called out in a loud voice. The fighting space is within the clearing. All weapons are permitted, but... Jiraiya turned to Sasuke. Sasuke, you cannot use Chidori or any other killing moves you learned. Sasuke nodded and wasn't disgruntled by it. He had expected this. There was no point in using killing techniques. This wasn't a deathmatch, just a ranking. And simply overpowering your opponent didn't exactly test your skill. Sasuke was not being arrogant or prideful, it was fact. He was strong and he knew it. He knew that he could overpower many people with killing moves. Jiraiya turned to Red and sighed. Red, you cannot use the hell flames. Red nodded as if he had expected it. Sasuke's interest was piqued. This person was a flame user? And what was hell flames? Jiraiya continued speaking. Dragon dance. Red nodded once more, also expecting this. And burning dance. At this, Red spoke up. Burning dance? But that's my dash. Jiraiya glared at Red. You are here to be tested. We do not need that type of destruction. Red growled out. But it's my main style. Jiraiya eyebrow twitched. He thought it might be a good idea to test you. He is allowing you to use the flowing flame Kata-Red was about to speak. And you may use the Apocalypse Rain if necessary. Red stopped, subdued. Hinata would have said he was smiling right now under his hood. Jiraiya finally said, "Also only level 3. Red tensed. "You have got to be shitting me." He would never say that. Sasuke is strong. That is more than enough dash. Jiraiya smashed his foot on the ground, silencing Red. "I do not need your competitiveness to be here. This is my restriction." Red stopped and nodded. "Fine." Red turned to Sasuke, who looked back. Sasuke's mind was buzzing. Who was this master of his? And how did Jiraiya know him? Was this the other master he was talking about? Jiraiya jumped back and shouted, "Begin!" In a high-level battle, most lower nins, like Genins or even Chunins, would expect a flashy jutsu to start it off. But that's not true. When you get to a higher level, things start to peak. There is a certain curve that every nins follow. A certain sleight of hand could change the battle. A certain movement could telegraph the plan. The little things started to matter. The little things were the things that won battles. Great nins can fight with skill. Legendary nins could fight with perfection. And only the most perceptive could try to decipher the next move of the opponent, which is exactly what's happening now. If someone were to look at this scene, it would seem like a standoff, but that was not the case. Red was standing staring at Sasuke, or what seemed like it, and Saki has his Sharingan unveiled, all 3 Tomo present. Red moved back 2 steps and waited. Sasuke made no move, or no significant move except for the fact his right and moved closer to the katana on his back and that his other hand was now at his side and in a half seal. Red raised his hand in front of him, his palm facing down and his hand curled as if he was holding something. Red tensed, and so did Sasuke. Suddenly a flash of red flame burst from Red's hand horizontally. Sasuke didn't even blink as his eyes filtered the light out. When the flame died down, a pristine katana was laying in Red's hands. The katana was strange indeed. It did not look like a killing blade. In fact, it looked more like a ceremonial blade. The hilt was adorned with 4 crystals and capped at the end with an empty slot. There was no see-able guard for the sword. Unlike Sasuke, who preferred to have a small diamond hilt, so that he could use Iaijutsu if the situation presented itself. The blade itself was even more strange. It was thick like a normal katana at first few inches, but as if someone cut the top half of the blade off. The dull side was completely gone and only the sharp edge remained. Sasuke's eyes narrowed as he watched the sword. It couldn't be normal by any standards. He had seen people tattoo holding seals on their bodies, but he had never seen a summoning like this. And this guy didn't even have tattoos on him. He could see the chakra surrounding the sword, but it wasn't like chakra he had seen before. It felt more chaotic, wild. Red bent his head and spoke quietly, "Flame Kai!" Suddenly the dull side of the blade that was missing reappeared, but the dull side appeared to be all flames, as if the point of the blade and the hilt were connected by a stream of fire. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. "Flashy?" Sasuke concentrated chakra through his arm and started manipulating it. His sword flashed as electricity coursed through the blade. Sasuke bent his lower leg slightly and put his left leg forward. He raised his left arm in preparation for anything. It seemed like a standoff again until Red spoke. "You might want to be careful of that leg. It's on fire." Sasuke blinked as he smelt burning cloth. Sasuke jumped back as he looked at his legs. Indeed, his right leg was on fire. Sasuke patted it out and cursed to himself. What had happened? Why didn't he see the chakra? He was watching all the chakra Red was manipulating. Sasuke couldn't speak anymore because Red was upon him, swinging with his flaming blade with the speed of a samurai. Hinata watched as Sasuke and Red fight. How did he do that? She spoke out loud. Sakura, who was beside her, nodded. Yeah, he lit Sasuke's pants from far away. Spontaneous combustion. But how? Swanda, who was standing behind the 2 nins, looked at Jiraiya for answers. Jiraiya smirked. The kid used a simple trick. It's basic for people like him. Sakura and Hinata turned. What do you mean? Sakura asked, instantly interested as she had never heard or seen this before. Jiraiya nodded towards the sword. When he lit his sword, he used chakra to burn the pants. Hinata tilted her head to his side. But I was watching for chakra. How did it happen? Jiraiya turned to Hinata and smiled as if he had an inside joke to himself. What happened? What did you see? Hinata looked down in thought. I saw the chakra around Sasuke's pants squeeze together and then it lit. But it didn't seem like it was from Red because he didn't transfer any chakra over there. Jiraiya nodded. He didn't transfer chakra, yes. But that doesn't mean to say that he didn't manipulate the chakra around Sasuke's legs. Swanda's eyes widened. She had heard this before. Jiraiya had told her about this when he had come back from the training with the toads. Elemental control. Jiraiya smiled and nodded. Yes. Sakura spoke up, her brain working on a solution. Do you mean manipulation? Jiraiya shook his head. Manipulation would control something of an exchange. Giving chakra to move the elements. Control only requires brain power and a complete bonding with the earth. Hinata turned to Red. So he has it? How do you do such a thing? Jiraiya was quiet for only a second but then spoke. You sever all bonds. Sasuke. Sasuke parried as the sword aimed for his shoulders. This guy is not even attacking vitals, huh? Sasuke thought as he smiled to himself. This was a fun opponent. Sasuke could see Red's openings and they were minuscule. This person obviously was well trained. It took years of practice to lower the openings made. That or life and death situations which Sasuke had been in. Sasuke went through several hand seals with his left hand and slashed downwards with his right to create some pause with Red. Sasuke puffed up his chest as he felt the chakra surge in his body. Sasuke opened his mouth and thought to himself, water style. Crushing waterfall. A huge gorge of water came out of his mouth and went straight at Red. It hit Red dead on like Sasuke had predicted and steam arose. Sasuke had expected that from the flame that Red was emitting. He actually didn't expect for this to do anything, but it gave time for Sasuke to come up with a plan. Sasuke felt a heat behind him and his eyes widened. Sasuke ducked as a burst of flame came from behind. Sasuke rolled out of the way as a blade of flame crashed down where his foot had just been. Sasuke jumped away from the steam cloud and looked at it. Red was standing in the middle, his hood still up and his blade still flaming in the middle. Sasuke could tell Red was having fun. Sasuke landed on the ground in a graceful way and kept watching Red. He didn't know it, but he was smiling too. It had been such a long time since he had met an amazing opponent. Sasuke charged forward, initiating the attack. He slashed at Red, who blocked. Sasuke moved his sword as he knew that his lightning probably couldn't hold up to the flame without draining his chakra. Sasuke let loose a flurry of attacks to Red's face. Red deftly blocked them all while weaving to side. Sasuke noted this and smiled to himself. Rookies would usually move backwards and veterans would weave to change the angle and find openings. Sasuke suddenly ducked under a counter and spun around, letting loose one of his signature moves. Lightning release, static burst, from his sword. A small miniature lightning storm hit Red dead on. Static burst wasn't deadly, but it was one hell of a distractor and hurt like a bitch to anyone receiving it no matter how much you tried to defend against it. One of the reasons was because static burst wasn't meant to kill, it was meant to hurt. Red leapt back, shaking his right arm. Ow! Red called out. Sasuke smirked. That was one of my favorite tricks. Red nodded. Interesting, but that water wave was a joke. There was barely any concentration of chakra. It basically only had enhancement. Sasuke blinked. Granted, he had not put much chakra into the technique, but it took a significant chakra from any regular nin. Sasuke raised his sword as he let his chakra imbue thunder into it again. You sure about that? Red nodded. Let me show you a technique with real chakra. Red jumped up and flipped in midair. Sasuke almost raised an eyebrow at the flashiness, but then he saw the reason for the flip. In one flip, he had gathered chakra in a loop, and now he was falling with a ring of chakra surrounding his sword. Ring of Dante, Red called out as he swung forward. The ring charged at Sasuke, and Sasuke dove out of the way away from the hoop. The ring passed Sasuke, and Sasuke turned to briefly to see its destruction. Sasuke's eyes widened as he saw the ring had cut at least 27 patches of trees, leaving charred remains. Sasuke turned back to Red and growled out, "That could have killed me." Red shook his head. "I wasn't trying to hit you." Sasuke rolled his eyes and then charged once more. Red moved forward to meet him. Jiraiya. Jiraiya cursed under his breath. He's getting caught up in the moment. Tsunade turned to Jiraiya. He's good. Jiraiya nodded. Yeah, I know. Helped him a few times along the way, but the kid did most of the stuff with his master. Tsunade blinked. How did you meet him again? Jiraiya said. Like I said last night, I met his master then him. Tsunade looked at Jiraiya expectantly. Who is his master? Jiraiya paused as if considering telling her. Jiraiya looked back at Red, who was now being pushed back by Sasuke. It is his choice to tell. Jiraiya stopped as he saw Red do something. Hinata breathed out his flame. It's turning white. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed. That's it. Jiraiya reached into his pocket and moved forward. Red. Red was having a great time. This guy was good. Great, he was absolutely amazing. Yes, he was being pressured. Yes, he was being forced to go a bit harder than he was supposed to, but this was amazing. Never before had he been able to fight like this, with someone on even terms. Either the people he faced would crush him horridly or he would hold back. This guy, he was at his level or he was beyond Red. Red was delighted as he parried and ducked. He had to take this to level 4. There was no way he could just leave it at level 3. If he was being tested, then he might as well go all out. Red jumped back a distance from Sasuke and started to focus on the 4th gem on his sword. His flames started to slow down and still. Though it may seem like it was dying down, it was actually riveting up. The flames were now intensifying and being concentrated in a narrow space. Let's do this, Red thought to himself as he started to charge forward. Sasuke readied himself in a defensive stance, breathing slightly hard. Red was breathing hard as well. Suddenly Jiraiya appeared in front of him with a familiar scroll. Shit, Red thought. Jiraiya called out, Kai. Red stopped moving as he held his breath. Suddenly the air around him disappeared and there was no wind. The flames all went out because there was no oxygen to burn. And Red stood still for 2 seconds before the wind came back and Red fell to his knees shaking. He let out his breath he had been holding when he had seen the scroll. Red glared at Jiraiya and yelled, Aro Senin, what the hell? Hinata. Hinata watched as Red suddenly froze and then fell down to his knees. She almost ran to him but stopped when he yelled at Jiraiya. Her memories fluttered into her head, just like Sakura who gripped her hand, remembering the boy who had spoke the same exact words. Sasuke had now sheathed his sword and crossed his arms, glaring at the situation. Hinata gave a brief look at Tsunade, but her face was impassive. Jiraiya, on the other hand, was fuming. You idiot! Red flinched a bit. Jiraiya paced up and down. I told you not to go the 4th level, but you outright disobeyed. Red stood up, shaking his head. I had it under control. We weren't even aiming for vitals. Jiraiya raised one finger and stepped towards Red. One strike. All it would take is one nick and Sasuke would have been severely burnt. Red crossed his arms. He's strong. I told you before. Jiraiya shook his head. Your faith will be the death of me. Red scoffed. You're already old. Jiraiya smacked Red in the back of the head. Not that old to whoop your ass. Red grumbled something. Anyways, are we done? Red's voice was almost hopeful. Jiraiya would say no. Jiraiya glared at him. We're done. I think's that enough. Besides, don't you have someone to repay your respects to? Red paused and then nodded. Sarutobi. Yeah, where did they bury him? At this, Hinata couldn't take it anymore. She walked forward towards Red. Red. Red looked at Hinata and immediately lowered his head as if he was approached by a noble. Hinata paused at the action. Red. She spoke softly. You promised me to tell me who you were and how you know. Hinata's voice started to crack. Sasuke and Sakura now approached. Tsunade was beside Jiraiya and they were now staring at Red. Red looked up at Hinata and then at Jiraiya, who shrugged. Red nodded. I know Kira-sama. Sasuke's and Sakura's breathing stopped. Tsunade's eyes widened and her hands were now fists as she glared not at Red but at Jiraiya. Sasuke snapped out of his shock. He moved forward, all pretenses dropped. Tell me, Sasuke demanded. Red looked at Sasuke but did not say anything. Sasuke yelled again. Tell me, where is Kira? Tell me, are you Kira? Red did not speak. Red looked down as if he was searching for the words. Hinata moved forward. Red, please tell me. Red sighed. I am not Kira. Red reached for his hood and pulled it back as he looked up. He revealed a strange colored hair and equally strange colored eyes. Red turned his crimson eyes towards Hinata, his white hair blowing in the wind. Kira is my older brother. A known location. Red's master and older brother sat at a table sipping tea. He paused as he heard someone enter behind him. The chakra felt familiar. Hello, Leaf. Leaf entered, a cloak surrounding the dense muscles and scars that lay beneath. Evening, Kira. Kira poured a cup for him. What is it? Blaze is wondering why you sent her student to Konoha.
Kira shrugged.
Red may be studying under Blaze, but he is still my student. Leaf shook his head. You will get hell for this.
Kira chuckled.
I know. That's why I did it. Kira turned his golden eyes towards Leaf. I was always a troublemaker, Kira said as he smirked. Red is the adopted brother of Kira, who Kira met on his travels. Kira, wandering about, was being pulled towards a society of pure natural energy users. The purified Kyubi chakra, which was closer to nature than human chakra, attuned Kira into using natural energy. And like magnets, natural energy users attract towards each other. Red is a natural-born user of natural energy. Kira is drawn towards him and helps him out of a rough spot. He is outcast for looking different. Kira adopts him and takes him under his wing, teaching him how to use chakra and how to fight. They wander around but eventually wind up in a secluded village after a year and a half. They meet masters of natural energy. They are taken in and Kira is put under Aoi, the Wind Master. Aoi trains both Kira and Etsui as his two apprentices. Etsui and Kira are great friends, but Aoi chooses Kira over Etsui to succeed him, stating Kira has the purer heart. Etsui kills Aoi and Kira, enraged, attacks him. Etsui runs away. The Kyubi, who is on its last legs, calls Kira, telling him that he has no more power. Kyubi tells Kira to free its soul and let him live. Kira, surrounded by the other masters, allows the Kyubi freedom. With this, Kira is connected to Aoi, who is in the afterlife, by the Kyubi. Aoi asks Kira not to take vengeance on Etsui. Kira sends Red to Konoha to protect Hinata. The Akatsuki, who had taken over IWA, Sound and Mizu, declares war on Konoha. Kumo goes into a period of isolationism and Suna allies with Konoha, albeit strained. Hinata is sent on a mission to the border to cut off a supply route and pincer IWA. Sasuke and Sakura are also with, as this is a huge assault. Red comes without permission. The Akatsuki shows up, and it is revealed here that they have been controlling Inoki. Kira comes in and kills Deidara and Sasori. Hinata and Kira reunite. Kira says that he will end this. He calls upon all the Jinchuriki and asks to release their demons. He does this by using all the 4 masters of the other natural energy and connecting everyone's minds, Jinchuriki, Hokage, and the masters. In agreement, the last 4 Jinchuriki, the ones in Kumo, Taki, Suna, release their demons. Because the Akatsuki can never gather all of their demons and complete the plan, they try brute force. Kira leads the defense and repels the attack with the other masters. The Akatsuki come to bear and an all-out fight begins. It is revealed that Etsui is back and is part of the Akatsuki. He and Kira fight. Kira bests him and reveals his past name. Etsui says he wants to go back to what they were. Kira says that sometimes the past isn't good enough. Who we were before is not who we are now and we cannot change that. But there are things we can hold on to. Kira kills him. Epilogue. Kira, having finished everything he needed to do, says that he is finished with the shinobi world. Red drags Kira to Hinata and says get married already. They do so and the end. Smiley face.